Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 66, Clash of Fairs and Angels. Urza Scarlet was conflicted. All around her was a past she had tried to shut out, to ignore. The pain was too great, the sins of abandoning her friends when given no other choice having weighed so heavily upon her heart that she had locked it away within an impenetrable armor. Now that past had caught up with her, leaving Urza no choice but to face it. She had felt herself one of the few she could blame, the other Jalal Fernandez himself. She had to face him alone. She had decided that much the moment she had arrived. However, her friends within Fairy Tale would not allow that. Nor would those she had felt she had once abandoned. All of them were intent on fighting by her side this day. Such a desire of camaraderie was enough to chip away at her armor more than even Phantom Lord's own Jupiter cannon had, leaving Urza truly vulnerable for the first time in years. And that, Urza could not allow. She could not bear to see this tower of so-called heaven hurt those she considered her friends and family. Not Simon, Miliana, Sho, or Wally. Nor those of Fairy Tale. Yes, Urza could see their comforting faces and hear their encouraging words, and while they had given her the courage to accept their help earlier on, all of it was obscured by one simple image from a time long since past. Grandpa Rob's back as he protected her, and died so that she could live. Never again would it happen. Urza Scarlet had told herself long ago she would become the wizard that Rob felt her capable of. And she had. She had become not just an S-class wizard of one of the most illustrious guilds in all of Fiori, she had succeeded her old mentor and become Titania herself. Never again would she look upon one's back. No, others would look upon hers. After all, their lives were more precious to Urza than her own. Her friends would fight the remnants of Jalal's forces. There was nothing she could do about that as it stood, and it suited her just fine. She was quite confident that they could handle themselves well in that regard, but Jalal himself. If he was truly commanding all of these strong warriors, then the power he would have amassed since she had last seen him had to have been comparable to the wizard saints. The last time they had fought someone of that level, Jose Porla had nearly single-handedly killed them all, and this time there would be no Makarov to save them. For that reason, she could not, and would not, involve them in the battle that was to come with her old friend. She was the one who would face Jalal himself, no one else. Thankfully, unlike the battle with Jose, she would be fully rested and not exhausted from a prior battle. This time, she would be at her full strength. She would defeat him and end his mad ambitions. But the odds were she would likely die in the process, her sins laid to rest at last. She alone would die, for if any of the others died in her place, she would never be able to live with herself. She shuddered as she thought about it, her friends dying one after the other as they faced Jalal in her stead, or while fighting alongside her. No one else would be allowed to face Jalal but herself. This suited her just fine, however. After all, it was hell to get to heaven. To that end, Urza was running through the halls of the tower, working her way up to the top where Jalal no doubt awaited her. And though she was focused on him with razor-sharp clarity, she was not so consumed by it that she missed an arrow of light heading right towards her. Urza summoned a broadsword then, deflecting the arrow without even breaking her stride. She could see him, a man in white wearing red-tinted glasses, lying in wait for her. He slowly clapped his hands as he strolled towards her, giving her a small smile as he did. Well deflected, Titania. I suppose there is some truth to the tales of your power after all. Most swordsmen die in their attempt to deflect my Heilig feel. He then removed his hat and gave the S-class mage a mocking bow. My name is Quiljopi, and Lord Jalal has requested that I personally bring you to him. You. Urza furrowed her brow, taking in the man's choice in uniform as well as the attack she had just deflected. You're like Bambietta Basterbine and the others, a Quincy. He was also the man responsible for trapping her at the casino, but she didn't feel the need to inflate his undoubtedly high ego. Oh, believe me, my dear, there are none others quite like I. The Quincy responded. Urza glared at him. There are always people like you, Quiljopi. You're just another who wishes to impose their will or the wills they serve upon others. The Quincy slowly shook his head as he glared at Urza through his glasses. You see, that there is where you're mistaken, Titania. I don't wish to merely impose my will onto the world, oh no. I'm not some wannabe dictator. I simply desire to change this world for the better, just as I tried twice in my previous one. Both the world of the living and the dead. Urza took a deep breath, the very tower around her leaving her agitated in ways she was not used to. I do not have time for this. Move. Now. The Quincy simply wagged his index finger in front of her before he responded. Now, do you really think you can just brush me aside? Simply deflecting my arrows alone surely shouldn't give you that level of confidence. No, I am afraid I must take you in. Master Jelal simply would prefer it if you were to be brought to him in prime condition. Do not mistake this courtesy as a sign of my weakness, Titania. Courtesy. Urza grit her teeth. Everything that has transpired within this tower's walls, all of this, and you dare call it a courtesy. Urza had had enough. She held her broadsword up, requipping another in her left hand. So be it, Quincy. You leave me no choice. If you wish to fall today, then approach me. If not, I will come to you. Music of choice, battle, Myra Nikiost. So, you will not listen to reason. Quilge said as reformed his saber, slowly drawing it from its sheath. I suppose it cannot be helped. However, at least this will prove to be a unique opportunity for me to see just how skilled you really are. He took a stance with his sword, placing the blade in front of his face before speaking. I've yet to truly find myself a worthy foe in this world with the exception of Lord Jalal. I hope you'll at least be capable of entertaining me. Just then, 2 energy extensions emerged from his sword, each firing 2 arrows. Urza gave into her instinctive battle tendencies, letting fall aside the one fairy tale simply called Urza Scarlet, and instead letting herself slip into the role of Titania. Her silver broadswords danced across her fingers then, one twirling about before her, moving fast enough despite its incredible weight and leaving the arrows to dissipate harmlessly. Then, Urza thrust her left arm forward, releasing the blade and sending it flying towards Quilge. The Quincy moved his head to the side, dodging the thrown blade with ease. Fool, you discarded your what? His eyes widened in response as he saw the blade vanish in a burst of magical light. Turning forward, he saw Urza running towards him quickly, the thrown weapon requipping back in her hand. She closed the distance within seconds. Even with that short window to react within, Quilge raised his blade to defend and skidded backwards from the deflected blow. I see, that was simply a diversion to catch me off guard, how quaint. However, now I know what your power is. He used Hiran Kyaku to appear behind her as he lashed out with his saber, quickly striking at Urza before she blocked his strike, the woman skidding back from the blow just as he had. Impressive reflexes. It's almost as if you've seen that technique before. Then again, I do recall Miss Basterbine claiming she had received training from you back at Arcane Resort. You Quincy do love that little trick, Urza said, nodding. It's a little more than a trick. Quilge almost sounded offended, though he shook it off. Regardless, yours is a magic known as the night, correct? Urza kept her guard up, gritting her teeth. She had to get to Jalal, and this Quincy was not letting her do so. I don't have any time for your idle small talk. Urza slipped into Quilge's field of defense, swinging her left sword up and about. He parried the attack, his own feet slipping away with particles of magic via Hiran Kyaku. He came up behind Urza again, and immediately bolted backwards when he saw a flash of light. Urza's other blade had requipped in the instant he had used Hiran Kyaku. However, it had not returned to her armor to be replaced. No, she had simply let it requip from a traditional grip into a reverse grip, and Quilge had almost stepped right into it. It's true what they say. Quilge managed to speak out, his saber flicking out and lightly striking the blade as he circled around Urza towards her front again. You truly have mastered the ability of requip like none before you. You are not simply using the night. You are the night. However, Quilge shook his head. You are but a knight of the earth, while I am a knight of the stars, chosen by powers greater than you could possibly imagine. Urza said nothing, lashing out at Quilge once more. I don't care. Her broadsword clashed against his blade once more before she quickly outmaneuvered his saber and swung her blade hard across his chest, only for it to have done no damage at all. What? Urza exclaimed in surprise. She struck out again with her blade clashing with Quilge's 3 more times before she struck him once again, only to achieve a similar result. What's going on? Wait, don't tell me. I'll admit that your skill with the sword exceeds my own, Quilge said as he thrust his blade forward, Urza just barely dodging to the side and swinging her blade to his waist with no effect at all. But that won't help you, I'm afraid. I'm sure you're quite familiar with the Quincy techniques of blood venet and blood artery thanks to your camaraderie with Miss Basterbine, Miss Lampard, and Miss Catnip. They're certainly quite adept with the techniques. However, with the sole exception of His Majesty, I was the most proficient user of the blood technique. Quickly switching from blood venet to blood artery, Quilge swung his sword, the saber slicing through Urza's blade and cleaving through her breastplate. The silver armor clanged as it hit the ground. Urza herself was unharmed but for a small cut that appeared just below her breasts. My shrift has little combat capabilities, Quilge told Urza. So, instead of relying overly on my shrift as most stern ritters have, I simply decided to master the Quincy arts to the best of my ability. Hiran Kyaku, Heilig Feel, Blood, Reishi Absorption, I've mastered them all. All that to obtain this blood. Urza raised one hand up to the cut, feeling some of her warm blood flow out around her fingers. Requip. Hard Cruise. From her armory did another breastplate appear over Urza, the wizard holding her ground as she brought more weapons to bear. And all that, for simply more of the same. Quilge said, raising an eyebrow. I have heard much of you, Titania. Legend of your skills. Perhaps they were unfounded. Is this all that you are? Urza kept her calm as much as she could. She could not afford to expend more than she had to in defeating this Quincy. Jalal was waiting for her, and she knew she would need everything at her disposal to face him in terms of emotional stability as well as in regards to her magical armament if he was the least bit as strong as his brother, Seagrain. It's all that you are worth. Oh. Quilge tilted his head to the side slightly. You wound me, fair lady. I who stormed the broken battlements of the worlds of the living and the dead. I who was tasked with keeping order in a world full of nothing but barbarism and sand, and you reject me, your true strength. Then I suppose I will have to push myself harder so that you will do the same. Urza stayed quiet, raising a sword once more. Yes. Quilge whispered. It would not be difficult, Lieber feigned. He quickly appeared before her again with Hiran Kyaku, blood artery fueling each of his strikes. Within the first blow, Urza's sword cracked, with the next, it was split in two before she replaced it with yet another blade. 2, 3 more swords were destroyed before Quilge thrust his blade forward, piercing into Urza's breastplate and, if not for her moving back just as he struck, avoided what could have been a near-fatal injury. I know what you're trying to do. Quilge said before he destroyed yet another sword with a swing of his own. Yes, you're trying to conserve your power for when you plan on taking down Lord Jalal. Normally, it would be a commendable strategy, but there exists one fatal flaw. Using Hiran Kyaku, he appeared behind her, only to disappear from her sight and shoot an arrow at her from above. Urza deflected the arrow, her sword singed in the process, before he appeared right next to her and sliced diagonally at her chest, her armor completely shattering this time from the strike as she was sent back. I am no mere opponent. I have done battle in countless wars, Titania. You may have been in many battles, but you have yet to experience the hell that is warfare. Curse, you. Urza was breathing heavily then. The Quincy was right. Though his swordsmanship was perhaps not on her level, his overall strength was potentially greater. She wanted to hold back all that she had for Jalal, but she knew that would not avail her if she could not even get to him. I have been such a fool. To you, Quiljopi, I offer my apologies. And I will do so, with this. Magic circles formed around Urza, her whole body enshrined in golden light. When it faded, she stood her ground in the silver armor and white gown of her Heaven's Wheel armor, metallic wings spreading out behind her as she held twin swords. I will face you, angel to angel, Urza said. Naive you are still, Quilge said. I used to think as you did, that I was an angel, but no more. Angels don't exist, not on the battlefield. But demons. Yes, we are all demons when we fight for the world we envision. That's where you are wrong, Urza said. One who fights only to see those they cherish be happy could never be considered a demon. Is that a fact? Quilj glared at Urza then from beneath his dark glasses. Then let us see who will emerge victorious, angel or demon. He pointed his saber at Urza as the two light extensions emerged from his sword once more, firing 2 arrows at the S-class mage. To his surprise, however, she merely stood there as the arrows came flying at her. The Quincy was confused, to say the least. Why isn't she trying to dodge? Surely she doesn't think that armor comes with more protection than the one she used earlier, her body is practically exposed. Urza simply willed her requip magic to flow through the armor of Heaven's Wheel, leaving twin swords to appear above her and be held in place by her magic. They fired forth, slamming into the ethereal arrows and leaving them to shatter into sparkling specks of light. However, that was not the end of it. No, more and more swords appeared behind Urza. Then and only then did she dash forward, her armored feet lifting off the ground. She dashed at Quilj with her twin blades in hand, the others flying after her. Blumenblatt. In the blink of an eye did Urza move past the Quincy, her twin swords striking him and the rest soon following suit. 2 against 20, Urza said as she looked back. I don't imagine even your blood venet could withstand that. Most impressive, Quilj said as he turned around to face Urza. He was bleeding in a few places, some blood dripping down his arms and an area in his chest had displayed a slash, but nothing more. If I hadn't switched to blood venet at the last minute, you may have very well ended the battle with that attack. He then used Hiran Kyaku to try to stab Urza with his blade. The S-class mage was able to react as she moved her head to the right, and counterattacked with her twin swords. Each of their strikes was stopped by the other as they clashed until Quilj quickly switched to blood artery and destroyed the 2 blades in Urza's hands before delivering a powerful kick that sent her to the ground. Unfortunately for you, my blood artery can still cleave through your swords like butter. He fired a barrage of arrows at Urza then as they came hurtling at her. That will not be enough, Urza said, anger at Jelal and the Tower of Heaven itself coursing through her veins. I will match you blow for blow. No, I will exceed it. Urza's magic went above and beyond, requipping sword after sword around her, each and every one of them held within the telekinetic totality of her magic. She raised her right arm then, commanding them all to fire off. Swords and arrows began to collide in the space between Urza and Quilj, the Quincy's blue light arrows bursting apart. Though some swords were sent careening to the side from the explosive contact, others still managed to continue to fly towards Quilj. There are too many. The Quincy felt her blades come crashing towards him as they managed to completely overwhelm his arrows. Over 100 swords were far too much for even his blood venet to handle, the Quincy knew that much. I suppose it's about time I decided to use that trick after all. Just as the blades were about to hit him, however, their momentum was stopped completely, each one trapped inside of miniature cages. Congratulations, you've forced me into using a new technique I was working on, Titania. Quilj praised Urza as he wiped his brow of sweat. What you see before you is the second technique I've created with my shrift, the jail. I call it Miniature Kafig. I may not be able to trap my foes in cages so small, but it has other purposes. The caged swords, once controlled by Urza, were then sent flying towards her. What on dash? Urza tried to send her weapons back to her armory, but it was to no avail. She could only assume that they were cut off from her own power within the spatial prisons that Quilj had made, but the surprise was enough that Urza was caught off guard by the returned attack, jailed blades striking back at her. The wizard dropped to one knee then, gasping. I suppose it's over now, Quilj said, taking several steps towards Urza. And soon shall your sacrifice make this new world I call home a better place. Carry that consolation into the afterlife, Titan Dash. Requip. Before Quilj's eyes did Urza become illuminated in a golden light, and then she was directly before him in a new outfit, one that begets armor for cloth, and her fist was directly in his face. Aye. Quilj fell back, blood pouring out from his broken nose. So fast, I couldn't even get blood venet up before the attack. Urza pressed that advantage, moving in with her flight armor, once more equipping two swords, this time in reverse grips. It's over, Quilj. I've discovered the weakness in your blood technique. Oh, have you now? Quilj asked as he glared back at Urza. I wouldn't let that last blow get to your head, Titania. You simply caught me off guard with your last attack was all, nothing more. My skill amongst my peers was unmatched. Is that a fact? Urza moved behind Quilj, a sword moving down so as to rest upon a shoulder. I would like to test that theory. Quilj's gaze looked to the side and downward, the Quincy seeing the blade. Blood venet was in effect, leaving his body more durable at the moment, so he was unsure if he had reason to even fear the blade. However, then allow me to show you proof of it. Quilj willed himself into another motion of Hyrenkyaku, his momentum letting him spin on his booted solace as he came around Urza, sword at the ready. He switched from venet to artery in that moment, allowing his offense to carry his attack. An attack that missed. Urza slid to the side in a ducking motion, leaving Quilj's sword to hit nothing but air. As he glanced down in mid-step, still in the throes of Hyrenkyaku, he could see Urza's right eye gazing up at him. It was enough to make the Quincy's empowered blood run cold. The very blood coursed through his body and strengthened him. Blood venet, now. He began to make the switch to heighten his defenses, but it was too late. A sword struck him on the side and drew blood. Quilj cried out, his thought process disrupted enough by the pain that his blood venet never came into effect. All he could do was see the blur that was Urza Scarlet, the warrior Titania, as she leaped up and over, one of her feet spinning round and coming down on his head. Quilj was forced to the floor then, the attack leaving his face to smash against it. What? Quilj groaned, looking up with blood dripping down his face, his glasses shattered. I see it, Quiljopi, Urza spoke up as she stood over him. The weakness in the skills you have pushed so hard to excel in. You are no jack of all trades, but a master of them all, and yet a weakness still remains. There is no weakness. Quilj hissed. None but someone like you could take advantage of. Time is not on your side, Urza said simply enough. To switch between blood venet and blood artery requires a moment where neither is in effect. To achieve total offense or total defense, you have to discard both for a brief moment. I simply had to strike. And now that I know the secret of your skills, I will best them time and time again. It's over, Quiljopi. I request you stay down. Quilj slowly got up to his feet and stared at Urza, before he gave her a small smile and began to clap his hands once more. I see. Most impressive indeed, Titania. Yes, I can see now why Miss Basterbine and the others hold you in such high regard, and to think, you've yet to even show me what you're truly capable of. And I will not, Urza said. If you do not force it, I request again that you concede this battle. I am afraid I cannot simply allow you to stride on into battle, my master, Quilj told her. However, I have a proposition for you. Urza held her ground, knowing that nothing good could come from this proposition. And what would that be? You're strong, more so than any other mage I have ever fought in this world with the exception of my master, Quilj spoke. Such skill deserves to be preserved. I am offering you a chance to join us in our glorious cause to save this world. I'm sure that I can convince Jelal to spare you if you do. Urza had not expected that. You truly believe in Jelal, don't you? She had expected the Quincy to be someone simply using Jelal's power as a means to an end, to further himself above all else. To think Jelal had yet another following him for his cause was concerning. I do. The Quincy spoke. As I'm sure you've been made aware by Miss Basterbine and the others, we are not from this world. No, the world we came from was one that was filled with constant strife and war. My family and I were barely able to scrounge up a living due to the consequences of the previous war. Germany, 1923, the city of Dresden. Come here, Quilj, we need to get going to the rations before anyone else does. The young man and his father slowly made their way to the local soup kitchen where many of their fellow citizens were heading. It had always been this way, since the day he was born, in fact, and many a time Quilj had wondered why things were the way they were. His mother never liked talking about it, always finding some other topic so as to move the discussion elsewhere, but now that he was alone with his father. Dad, why are we always coming here for food? Quilj asked his father. Or everyone else for that matter. Doesn't your job give you enough money for food? I hear that Britain, France, and many other countries don't have this problem, so, why? His father sighed as he looked down at his son. Because Quilge, a few years before you were born, there was a great war our country took part in. Many nations became involved as the conflict spread, and when it was all over, we suffered the most. To put it in a way you can understand now, son, our money isn't as valuable as everyone else's because of the war. Quilge looked at his father before he asked his next question. Dad, why did we lose? His father clenched his fists as he looked at the humans heading in their direction. Because most of the people in this country are weak, son. They refused to stand their ground and fight to the bitter end as true warriors should. No, they'd rather live shallow lives than lose them altogether. If more Quincy's, if more people like us joined the war, then we'd dash. But Dad, isn't it better to talk things out instead of fighting? His son asked. That's what Mom always says. That when we finally stop fighting, we can make the world a much better place. His father stopped talking then before he knelt down in front of Quilge. Your mother is too naive at times. Remember this well, my son. If you want a true utopia, you'll never be able to achieve it without some sort of sacrifice. Be it blood, sweat, or tears, or even life, everything truly worth having comes with a cost. Do you really want that perfect world? Then you'll have to be ready to stain your own hands with blood. The words my father told me didn't make sense, not back then at least, Quilge told her before he shook his head. In the years that followed, I began to lose my friends from starvation. Soon, I was the only one out of my friends that managed to survive. I often wondered what could be done to stop it. But that all stopped when our leadership changed. Just prior to the Second World War, our military might grew. And as it grew, so too did our economy. It was then that I finally understood what my father was trying to tell me. That with strength came prosperity. To destroy the weak links in society, that was what was needed for utopia. That might makes right. Our leader wished to spread this prosperity across the globe, and thus, war was declared. After seeing how much Germany had changed with its new might and my eyes now open to the truth, I wanted the rest of the world to become just like us, to grow strong just as we had. So, I offered up my services to the military, and quickly earned the rank of colonel. Bambietta told me about that horrific war, Urza said with a glare. Your side took many innocent lives. Millions. Not just those with certain religious beliefs, but even romantic beliefs, sympathizers, people who were physically and mentally disabled, and people who just didn't look right. Only an absolute madman could consider that just. Quilge shook his head. A man is not required to share his master's vision to follow orders or do what needs to be done. To be truthful, I never once agreed with the Führer's final solution. Nor did I take any part in their eradication. Were it me, I'd have united my country in a less blood-soaked manner, but I lacked the power to choose my own fate. It was either stand by as they butchered the Juden, or find myself sharing their fate. In the interest of self-preservation, I chose the former. The actions taken during that time were madness, pure and simple. What the Führer lacked in logos and ethos he made up for in spades with pathos. That was why so many people believed in him. I believed not in the man ruling my country but in my country itself. Such is patriotism and a soldier's job. But even I recognized that what he was doing was nothing short of evil. The Führer was a madman, as was evident by his actions. The Aryan race? Nothing more than political grandstanding to further his own insane prattle. Thusly, I partook in Operation Valkyrie in an attempt to remove him from power. But when the operation failed, having been lucky to escape the incident with my life when more than half of the participants were executed, I decided it would be best to simply delay my plans for his assassination until the end of the war so as to not bring any more chaos to our military. Why, had it not been for the fact that I knew a soul reaper would send him to hell upon death, I would have destroyed his spirit myself. No, genocide based simply on someone's appearance, religion, or sexuality are not what I stand for. Nay, what I advocated for would have brought about true peace to the world. And just what do you advocate, Quiljopi? Urza demanded, merely wanting to use this time to regain as much of her magic as she could. He then shook his head. "You'll find out once I'm finished." Now, where was I? Oh yes, the Second World War. I fought valiantly to spread our reach, but, alas, I perished. The power of the Soviets was far too much for my brothers in arms. I thought that I could make a difference with my powers, and for a time, I did. Victory actually seemed possible. Until the Soul Reapers arrived. I perished without being able to achieve my dream, and I lost my resolve, until I met with a god in the flesh. February 2, 1943, Stalingrad. Quilge looked all around him as he slowly walked the battlefield in his new incorporeal form after the Soul Reapers had slain him. The remnants of the German army had been devoured by hollows, only the colonel managing to survive thanks to his Quincy powers. He sat down on the remains of a Tiger tank, his nearly emotionless eyes staring into the sky. All that was left now was to go to the Soul Society, but that was the last thing he wanted. He knew the kind of hellhole the Rukon districts could be. They were no better, if not worse, than Germany was before its rise to power. Not to mention having to spend the rest of eternity being hunted down by the damn Soul Reapers. He laughed mirthlessly at the irony. Yet, who am I to judge? Quilge spoke. All of those years of service, and yet I just stood by, and watched. It was supposed to be a means to an end, to cull the weak. But now the war was lost, there was absolutely no hope of Germany winning this war now. The Allied powers would no doubt be closing in on his former leader, and his country would once again be punished for it. Why did I do any of this? Quilge thought. All that suffering, all of that pain. If I cannot create that utopia, then all the lives I took, the horrors of war I ignored, all of it was all for nothing. Quilge quickly turned around and saw a rather tall man with a mutton chop mustache and long black hair standing before him. Quilge felt absolutely tiny in comparison, not just in size, but in power, as what he could sense radiating off of the man was unlike anything he had ever sensed before. There was only one person who could possibly have this much power. His Majesty, Whack! Quilge yelled in surprise. Do you see it, Quiljopi? Whack said as he gestured over the war-torn battlefield. All of this pointless, needless death? All to satiate a madman's desire for power, to push his delusional mindset across the planet. You must be asking yourself one simple question, why? Quilge slowly nodded his head before Whack spoke once more. It is because mankind as a whole lacks a proper charismatic leader. A voice of wisdom to rally behind. Not one of bigotry and hatred like the man you once served. The Kaiser looked up to the sky then before he continued. If the Soul Reapers had any inclination, they could lead the world of the living into the direction of paradise. After all, man has followed various deities who have told them what to consider as right and wrong. Gods of death would have been no different. But do the Soul Reapers intervene? Do they prevent all of this needless suffering? No. Instead, they are content to watch from above and merely do their jobs, while at the same time oppressing their own people. We Quincy's are unable to intervene with the mass disasters of the world in fear of drawing Soul Reapers to our attention, as you just learned. However, the Quincy King then brandished a sword in his right hand, before pointing it to the sky. I will not stand by and allow this world to continue as it is any longer. To bring all three worlds together, to create a utopia without life or death. A world where peace, order, and prosperity will not be the exception, but rather the norm. A world where we Quincy will no longer have to hide. Quilge's eyes widened as he heard the speech. This world Whack was speaking of, it was exactly what he had always desired. Do you wish to have a purpose in your life once more? Whack asked Quilge as he slowly walked over to him. To create a world of peace, of order? A world where no child will ever have to starve again. I do. Quilge spoke. The Quincy Kaiser, something about his presence, it demanded his respect. The cold stare and power radiating off of him were more than intimidating enough. But it was more than just that. His words struck a chord in Quilge's very being. He had failed once to change the world, he would not fail again. It never occurred to him the choice he was making and the reasons for making it. Once again, a mustached man promising a utopia offered his hand and Quilj accepted it without giving it much thought. "Then join me, Quiljopi," the man said as he looked down on Quilj. "Join my army, and together, we will liberate the afterlife and create a just utopia for all." "Yes, I will serve you faithfully," Quilj said as he got on one knee and bowed. "For the rest of my days, I shall fight to spread your ideals throughout the afterlife." Wywak smiled then. "You will never again fight a meaningless war or spill blood for the delusions of a madman. From this moment on, you fight, to create your ideal world." As Quilj kneeled, he could feel tears stream down from his eyes. It wasn't all for nothing. Yes, he may have died, and yes, many people were killed in a pointless war, but now he would truly change the world. "However, in the end, I still perished in combat, unable to help His Majesty create the ideal world we shared," Quilj spoke. "I had hoped that by only killing the Soul Reapers and Arankars that unnecessary bloodshed could be avoided, that culling the weak was unnecessary, but it was not to be. In the end, as I found out from the one who brought me here, the Wandan Reach fell. I had once again been part of a pointlessly bloody war. From what Liltato told me, it deserved to fall," Urza spoke. "I know that your kind was wronged by the Soul Reapers, but the massacre of the Arankar was completely unnecessary. You say you're nothing like the man you served in your first life, yet you still participated in such atrocities even afterward." Quilj scoffed at Urza. "Don't you lecture me on killing monsters. Arankars are simply hollows in human form. Nothing more. They used to be human." Urza interrupted him, thoughts of the twin elemental Arankar and Ulquiorra shooting through her mind. "Capable of feeling love, pain, and compassion just as much as you and I. They're not just mindless beasts." "Who are you to talk, Titania?" Quilj retorted. "I heard of how your guild wiped out an entire clan of vampires. How do your actions differ from mine? Are vampires not former humans as well?" Urza snarled. "The vampires were the ones who initiated the attack. Not us. They tried to kill Lucy and Levi before they finally kidnapped one of our own. They started the conflict. My guild has nothing against vampires who seek to live out their days in peace and live off of the blood of animals. But any creature who dares try to harm anyone in our guild is another matter entirely. Your army, however, were the ones who initiated the slaughter for no other reason than for what they were. Our actions couldn't be any further apart." Quilj shook his head. "I see that you won't come to agree with me on that matter. Very well, it matters little. Regardless, I was fortunate enough to have been chosen by my god for a second chance. At first, I merely believed that joining the Rune Knights would be enough to combat the Dark Guilds, but I quickly lost faith in them and the Magic Council. None of them were willing to do what it took to truly neutralize their foes for fear of escalation. I wandered around, aimlessly. Until I finally found Lord Jalal Fiori, 7 months ago." Quiljopi slowly sheathed his saber before quickly glancing around him, several bloody bodies surrounding the Quincy inside a small building located just outside of a small town. Yet another Dark Guild vanquished that the Magic Council had refused to take down out of fear of the Balam Alliance striking back. Don't those fools realize a war will never properly end if one does not bring the fight to their foes? Quilj asked himself before he shook his head. What was he even doing anymore? Sure, killing the entire guild would bring peace to the nearby town for a bit, but to what end? No doubt in time another dark guild would take its place and terrorize the town once more. It didn't have any guilds of the sorts to defend itself. It relied solely on the Magic Council for defense. Just as so many others had. Such fools. If they're not willing to fight for themselves, then they'll forever be targeted by those with power. Quilj spoke as he looked at the town. These weaklings merely leech off of the strong. It was an endless cycle. Civilians call on the Magic Council/local guilds for defense, the dark guilds are defeated, the mages leave, another dark guild simply moves in. Rinse and repeat. Impressive swordsmanship, a voice called out. You truly are a practitioner of violence in its purest form. Quilj looked over his shoulder, catching sight of a man in a black cloak, a hood resting atop his head. Oh, and just who are you? Quilj asked as he pointed his blade at him. The man before him was, not weak. No, he could already tell from what little he sensed that he was above most Quincy's in power. Are you perhaps the guild master of these weaklings? Of these fools? No. The man took another step. I simply asked one of my agents to find me a Quincy, and she learned of you. So, I have come, Quiljopi, for you and you alone. For me? The Quincy asked. And to what end? Have you come to kill me? I can sense that you're quite powerful, but I've yet to show even half of what I'm truly capable of myself. Kill you? The man laughed, withdrawing his hood. No, I have higher aspirations than that. The world is changing. Changing in ways I had never imagined. And perhaps not in the manner I would have liked. But I am Jalal Fernandez, and I will fix this broken world with my own strength. But I want the strength of a Quincy by my side. I see. Quilj said, his blade still pointing at the man. The words you speak certainly catch my interest. Yes, I've grown rather sick of how this world operates myself despite not being here for very long. But words can be said by anyone. What I seek out, what I respect alongside words, is strength. He rushed forward at the man wanting to see if this cloaked figure had the strength to back up his words. He had. Quilj was barely able to get in the blows that he did before he was defeated in quick succession by this unknown man. Perhaps Volstandig would have changed the tide, perhaps not. All he knew was that he was now lying on the ground, defeated. I trust my strength is sufficient, Jalal said, looking down upon Quilj. Yes, it certainly is, Quilj said as he tried to get to his feet. He fell onto his knees then, before slowly rising up. What is it that you plan to do? To change the world, my master. To bring back something that this world has lost. Someone. The only one who can truly bring about the change this world needs. And what change would that be? Quilj asked him. This was it, the make it or break it point. Whether he would die fighting, or serve under a new lord and master. To break the cycle perpetuated by the weak who have banded together, Jalal said. To bring about a world governed by the truly strong. To make this world a heaven for those who have the strength of will to stand up on their own 2 feet and seize it. His eyes widened as he heard those words. This time it was real. This time it was going to be different. He saluted the man before him and declared. Then from this day onwards, I shall humbly serve you to the bitter end. The man smirked beneath his cloak and offered him his hand. Glad to have someone who shares my vision on board. For the ideal world, I'll do whatever it takes, Quilj said before he shook his hand. Anything to achieve our ideals. And so that's how I finally came under his wing, to bring about the true utopia that I've always dreamed of, Quilj told Urza. You can become a part of it as well, Titania. Join us, and I'll see to it you'll have a place by his side. I refuse, Urza said. This tower cannot live up to its name. It is no pathway to heaven, and, the man whom Jalal has become could never bring about a utopia. Not here or anywhere. Urza lowered her head, her right hand reaching up to touch her hair. He's not the boy I used to know anymore. He hasn't been for a long time. How can you be so blind? Quilj yelled at her. Can't you see that all he has done has been for a greater world? You say that, but all I hear you espousing is evil. Urza retorted. Killing people simply for their lack of strength, it doesn't get more heartless than that. That may be true, but I'll follow whatever orders I have to if it will all be for the sake of a better world. Quilj yelled. You're no better than your Führer. How could killing the weak possibly bring about a better world? Urza demanded. Because when there are no weaklings, then there will be no one to push around. Quilj yelled back. When everyone is strong and when everyone is able to fight back for themselves, those who seek to abuse their power have no one they can abuse it on. People will not suffer from those who are stronger. The people of the world would be free to act, and fight, for themselves. When everyone possesses the same power, those with evil intent would not dare to risk their lives, for evil is nothing but cowardice. You dare speak of fighting evil when you advocate for the slaughter of millions? Urza demanded. Because their deaths will lead to a world without war. Quilj yelled back. A world run not by the idiotic masses, but by those who have the strength of their conviction. A world of order. A world of peace and prosperity. Silence. Urza raised both blades up, trembling with rage. You and Jalal both think you can better the world by hurting others, by controlling people, and I will not hear another word of it. Do you hear me? Not another word. She ran towards Quilj then, her blades ready to run through Quilj so she could get to Jalal. Urza was quickly gaining ground on the Quincy, but as she approached, the Quincy seemed eerily calm. As soon as she was only a mere 3 feet away, he smiled before he spoke one word. Biskiel. Just then, Quilj was covered by a massive column of energy, the force of which sent Urza flying back before she landed on her feet. As the energy finally subsided, she could see him. Quilj now had 2 massive wings made out of energy coming out from his back, a halo, an energy holster across his chest, energy gauntlets, and clogs. Even from this distance, she could feel the power emanating from his body. This power, it must be the same as the one Lil Tato used to fight Jose. While Lil Tato hadn't been able to defeat Jose with her holy form, that didn't change the fact that it gave her dear friend an absurd boost in power. I was already struggling to not go all out against him as it was. If it's truly the same power as Lil Tato's. Urza's thoughts were interrupted when she heard Quilj speak once more. You truly are quite impressive, Titania. With the exception of Lord Jalal, no one in Fiori has ever even made me consider using my Volstandig. It truly does show that all the praise I've heard about your power was true after all. He then gave her a mocking bow before he continued. You've earned my respect, but I am afraid now that victory is completely beyond your reach. Music of choice, the battle for your soul, Xenosaga 3. Urza snarled as she clenched her blades in her hands. Does he really think he can write me off so easily? Rushing in without thinking, Urza used the immense speed of her flight armor to soar towards him, her blades ready to strike him down. Only for Quilj to vanish from her sight and for Urza to feel a powerful grip on her left hand as it was yanked behind her head. She quickly turned around to see Quilj looking down at her as he restrained her. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that level of speed will no longer be sufficient to prove a problem for me. He swung his right hand down in an attempt to remove his opponent's left arm. Urza was just barely able to yank her left hand out of his grip before taking both of her blades and blocking the strike. However, much to her surprise, his energy blade cleaved through her weapons with little effort. The strike's power was so great that, even though Urza herself was not directly hit, the force of the blow sent her skidding back. Quilj slowly tilted his head at Urza, not bothering to move otherwise. As you can see, my words were no mere empty boast. My power is comparable now to those of the wizard saints. You would be wise to reconsider my offer before dash. You're no saint. Urza switched her armor then, moving to that of her Flame Empress armor. And I'll burn down that preposterous notion right now. With a swing of her swords, flames erupted outwards towards Quilj, setting the arena ablaze. Normally, Urza was more careful with the armor, not one to cause excessive damage like Natsu, but the Tower of Heaven and all it represented through Jalal and Quilj pushed her over the edge. And with the latter standing right before her, it was all Urza could do to try and rein it all in. Quilj folded one of his wings in front of him, the dangerous flames harmlessly bouncing off of the energy construct as he grinned. I see, you have control over the elements as well, do you? You certainly have a wide and varied arsenal. With a powerful flap of his wings, a force of gust dispersed the flames as he sneered at her. It's just a pity that it won't be enough. Taking off at insane speeds, Quilj was quick to clash his sword against Urza's, the redhead buckling from the power of the blow as she was brought down to one knee. I see that you possess enough strength to at least fend off my basic attacks. However, switching to blood artery, the energy sword sliced through the red blade and even through her armor, giving Urza a shallow cut down her chest. All I need do is simply apply more effort. Then I will do the same. Another armor then, broken swords shifting away and being replaced by a lance. Urza's hair began to stand up slightly, electricity crackling around it. Then did lightning burst out around her, a thunder crack reverberating all across the arena. Urza stood up then and struck forwards with the lance. Oh? Lightning this time, I see. Quilj said as he parried the lance. Urza was quick to strike at him with her weapon, again and again, but Quilge was simply too fast for her to hit, the trained soldier sidestepping each strike just as it was about to hit home. Another thrust of her lance, and Quilge parried the weapon to the left, swinging his sword downwards. Urza's eyes widened as she saw the lance coming down at her before she just barely backflipped out of the way of the attack. She thrust her lance forward then, discharging a powerful bolt of lightning at the Quincy. I'm afraid you'll find techniques like these just won't work. The attack dispersed into hundreds of tiny lights before they were quickly engulfed into Quilge's wings. He smirked with confidence before he spoke. Sklavere. When we Sternritter use our Volstandig, we are able to master the control of Reishi that surrounds us. In the past, it used to be quite difficult to tear apart enough Reishi particles from magic to absorb it as I had. As it turns out, magic in this world is comprised of 60% ether nano and 40% Reishi. However, unlike most beings from my old world that simply absorb the Reishi in the air, I've learned how to convert the ether nano into Reishi. Urza's eyes narrowed. If magic would not work, then there was one other option. She became engulfed in light once more, and when it faded, she stood before Quilge in gold and blue armor, now wielding a massive lance. Giant armor. With a mighty shout, Urza gave the spear a mighty throw, the lance propelled like a rocket with overwhelming force. Quilge's eyes widened as the weapon approached and he raised both of his hands in an X shape, the rocket crashing into him with a large explosion soon following. Urza's hair blew in the wind caused by the explosion as she narrowed her eyes. Did that finally? Most impressive. Urza's eyes widened as the smoke cleared, and to her utter shock, Quilge still stood, though the spear Urza had thrown had lodged itself deep into his left arm. Even with blood venet, I couldn't stop it entirely. You likely would have ended the battle right here if I hadn't decided to take the precaution. He quickly grabbed the spear and pulled it out before he tossed it behind him. However, if this is your best effort dash. Requip, Blackwing armor. Urza lunged for Quilge again, this time attacking from above. She was going to put him down, and then Jalel, no matter what it took. Putting all her strength into the blow, both hands holding the blade, she came crashing down upon the Quincy. However, the transformed Quincy took to the air with a powerful slap of his wings. He looked down at Urza then as he pointed. What's wrong, Titania? I'm right up here. He fired a barrage of arrows, but, to his surprise, she was managing to fly through them all. What's wrong? Urza shouted as she drew closer, moving to a one-handed grip as she summoned another sword to wield alongside it. This tower, Jalel. Everything is wrong. And I will set it all right. You're just too blinded by rage to see the world we will make. Quilge spoke as he sped towards her, the two clashing in the air as her blades parried his to the left. She thrust her left blade, but Quilge flew down and around her before she turned on a dime and deflected his next strike with her right sword. Or, perhaps you're blinded by something else. Quilge said as he pressed his blade more against hers before he smirked. Ah, of course, it makes sense given your past. Shut up. Urza all but snapped then, the swords in her hand being replaced by requip magic, leaving her with larger, more powerful broadswords, their weight alone pressing down on Quilge as they clashed. The two warriors dashed around in the air, battling like a pair of angels. If one were to have looked from the ground, it almost would have seemed like a ballet in the air of sorts. Each clash of their blades could be heard throughout the room, but Urza's dual blades were working in her favor, batting aside his sword with her left before she swung her right hard against his neck. Clang! The blade bounced harmlessly off of him though as he gave her a sneer. I'm sorry, was that supposed to hurt? Quickly blasting her with a Heilig feel, the Quincy slowly fluttered above the fairy as she was sent careening to the ground. I must say, I'm surprised you went through with that attack. Anyone else likely would have lost their head. He then slowly shook his head. It's irrelevant at this point. I know that you've yet to use your full power because you're still trying to save some of it for Lord Jalel. However, I'm sure you realize now just how futile of an idea that really is. If you're going to continue fighting me like this, you'd best surrender, Titania. Music of choice, Colossus Phase 1, Code Vein Ost. If Urza had heard even a word of what he said, however, she didn't show it. Her body quivered before she rose to her feet, taking deep breaths until she shouted. Requip, Purgatory Armor. Covered in a golden light, she soon emerged, clad in a dark, black, spiked armor before she slapped her sword into the ground, the entire room shaking as a result. I will not allow you to use me for whatever plans that madman has in store. You wish for me to battle you with all of my might, then so be it. Jumping up into the air, her blade held high, Urza let out an ear-piercing scream of rage as she came down, plummeting towards Quilge. The Quincy leaped back as she crashed into the ground, creating a small crater before she swung her massive blade at him. Quilge moved up his blade to block her strike, but Urza's power had improved far more than he had anticipated, her blade smashing through his energy blade and smashing into his arm, nearly snapping it in two before he was sent careening away. Quickly creating another energy blade, Quilge managed to land on his feet before he snapped his right arm into place. To think that she was able to damage me so easily with my blood venet, while using my Volstandig no less. She truly is as powerful as they claim. He looked over in Urza's general direction and quickly switched to blood artery before their blades clashed. Quilge's feet buckled from the blow as he was forced onto one knee from the single strike as he gazed into Urza's eyes. There was no mistaking the anger he was seeing in her eyes, but there were also traces of something else. Something more vulnerable. I see, so I was right after all. Urza swung her sword again and again, Quilge managing to parry her blows each time. With every attempt, he could feel the muscles in his arms screaming in protest from each strike. It appeared that even with blood artery, her strength far exceeded his. Urza swung down her sword once more, but this time, Quilge flew up into the sky before he leapt behind her, his blade thrusting to impale her from behind. Urza quickly turned around and swung her sword in a counter swing, creating yet another shockwave before she then kicked him hard in the chest and prepared another swing of her sword. As she brought it down, Quilge was just barely able to parry it with his own before he flew up into the sky and fired his Heilig Feel at her once more. However, as the Reishi arrows made their way towards her, Urza let out a mighty shout and swung her blade, the resulting shockwave sending each of his arrows to dissipate from the sheer force of her blow. She then ran after him once more like an animal after its prey. Quilge followed suit, rocketing after her with full speed and firing arrows at her as he closed the distance. Urza ducked and weaved under the arrows before she raised her blade as Quilge swung his own downwards, blocking the attack before she swung her sword hard, sending the stern Ritter into the air before she quickly leapt after him. Fortunately for the Quincy, he managed to fly to the left just in time to dodge her assault, the wrathful woman crashing into the ground once more before she glared at him. I see, that armor truly does increase your power to an incredible degree. Quilge praised Urza. Even with blood artery, I'm just barely able to fend off your attacks. Nor is my blood venet anywhere near sufficient to defend against it. If that is what you think, then surrender now, Urza demanded as she slowly walked over to him. Otherwise, you'll feel the full extent of my wrath. Quilge chuckled as he slowly shook his head. Now, Titania, I admitted that I lack the defensive and offensive might to deal with you properly, but that hardly means victory is outside of my grasp. Allow me to show you just what I mean. Quilge smiled before then vanishing from sight. Once again was he proving his ability with Hyrenkyaku. Urza tried to turn around in time to block the attack, but he was too fast, and his blade cut through her armor and across her back. Urza attempted to swing at him once more as he vanished yet again, his technique gaining him some distance, only for him to immediately appear in front of her and slash across her armor's torso, slightly cutting into her stomach before he grinned. Yes, your armor is quite impressive in the offense department, and it seems like it can take quite the beating as well. However, in exchange for those properties, you lose the mobility and speed you had with your other armors. As long as I can use Hyrenkyaku to dodge your attacks, defeating you will be simple. Urza said nothing, merely glaring at her foe before she took another fighting stance. The Quincy sighed before he used Hyrenkyaku one last time. However, this time, Urza was able to register his movements, her brown eyes following them, and she lashed out with the heavy blade of her purgatory armor. However, Quilge moved out of the way deftly, letting his sword find its mark and drawing blood. Urza cried out, the blade piercing her shoulder. Quilge held it there then. As I said, amazing power, but no speed to back it up, Quilge taunted as he pulled the blade back at last, blood trailing from the spiritual metal to Urza's wound. Your armors may surpass me in any given field, but you become a master of one, while I am a master of a dash. Urza's left arm suddenly shot up then, grabbing Quilge around the wrist of his sword arm. Unhand me, Quilge demanded, his voice a hiss. Urza did no such thing, the warrior wizard twisting on her heels as she dragged Quilge off his feet, and brought him directly into her purgatory blade as it swung from the other direction. The weapon crashed into Quilge with perfect synchronicity with Urza, the mage letting go upon the precise moment of impact and leaving the Quincy to be sent rocketing away from the sheer force, his body smashing into the far stone wall. The Quincy groaned as he slowly got to his feet. His left arm was a tangled, bloody mess. Even with Blut Vene active, there was too much damage for him to do something as simple as snapping it back into place. He reached into one of his pockets and poured a Jinto capsule all over the wounded arm. The bleeding had stopped, though it remained battered and beaten regardless. You are quite the entertainer, Titania. Quilge said as Urza rushed towards him once more, her weapon held high. With the exception of special war power Ichigo Kurosaki, I've never once experienced such a beating. 20 feet. 15 feet. 10 feet, Urza was closing in on him faster and faster, the S-class mage determined to end this once and for all. She could finally move on from this pointless battle and move on to. It's too bad then, that you still lose. He pointed his right hand at her then, and in almost an instant, Urza was surrounded by a cage made out of magic. Urza crashed into the bars of the jail before she looked around her. Trapped. She was completely trapped. Her eyes widened then, and her body quivered before she swung at the cage with her purgatory armor's blade. However, much like at Arcane Resort, her blade bounced off. She swung it again and again, her face contorting with desperation to break free. Again and again she struck, Urza putting her back into it, striking the cage's form with tremendous force. However, no matter how much she tried, it held against her attack. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Urza cried out with each new swing. I am no mere bird you can lock away in a cage, do you hear me? I am a wizard of fairy tale. Her jailer merely shook his head as she continued to strike the cage over and over. The ground shook, but the jail remained sturdy. You don't seem to realize it, do you, Titania? The arrogant Quincy spoke as he approached her cage. You may have thought you've been fighting me during this match, but this entire time you haven't just been fighting one opponent, but three. He then looked around her before he looked into her eyes. Do you know what those are? He was met with nothing but silence as Urza continued trying to break free. He continued speaking. I am the first, of course. Another is the tower itself. I've been told the history that you've shared with this place. It's to be expected, no one would ever dare to return to such a place under normal circumstances. But the fact remains that you are here, and it's placed its toll on your mind. Which brings me to the final foe you were fighting today, yourself. Urza stood still for the moment, letting Quilge's words sink in as memories of her past came to the forefront, memories she had been trying this entire battle to suppress. All around her was the pain of her past, all of it represented by the Tower of Heaven. She unknowingly had let it sink in and infect her, let it stoke the flames of her rage. However, that was not the biggest issue. She had fought with reckless abandon in the past, reveling in her rage, and while it was not the ideal way to fight, not at all, she had always managed to prevail. No, this time there had been something else holding her back. As if he sensed her realization, Quilge spoke up. You understand now, don't you? You've let your emotions take over you. Anger clouds your judgment, and it's caused you to make foolish mistakes, but you've been dealing with more than just that. Do you know what it is? Quilge didn't give Urza a moment to contemplate before answering for her. Fear. It is fear that holds you back. It is fear which causes you to act without a true plan, and fear which causes you to act irrationally. Fear is, as my old comrade would call it, the mind killer. As Nod considered himself the living instrument of its will, but if he could see what this tower in all its innate glory has done to one such as you, well, I would assume he'd realize that he is but a rank amateur. Urza took a deep breath, closing her eyes and collecting her thoughts before she spoke. You are correct. I have allowed this tower. No, I have allowed my past to hold me back. To control me. For so long I have been seeing that past with one eye, allowing tears to be shed, while the other eye could only see the present. Urza opened only her right eye then, leaving the other to remain shut. This eye has seen nothing of that past, committed nothing of it to memory. It can shed no tears in its wake. All I thought it could see was the present, Quiljopi. However, I was mistaken. Quilj quizzically tilted his head. Oh. It can see the future as well, Urza said. And for too long I was allowing my fear to cloud its vision. Yes, the future I see now is bright. One without fear or anger. One without this tower or the machinations of Jalal, and one where you no longer stand in my way. Quilj stared at Urza before he began to chuckle, which quickly grew to a loud laugh. Ahahaha. Even now, you still think you have what it takes to defeat me? You certainly have quite the resolve, I'll give you that. But surely you've realized by now that it's impossible for you to break free. Your most powerful armor has been all but useless in your attempts to escape. What Quilj said was true, to an extent. While the Purgatory armor was the most powerful armor in her collection that she had used before, there were still two armors she had yet to ever use. Two supposed aces in the hole that Elizabeth gave to her on her last visit to the Wizard Saint's armory. One made with the sole purpose of fighting Wizard Saint level opponents, but Urza didn't dare think of using it here. Odds were her dear comrades would no doubt be caught in its resulting power and likely perish. However, there was one other armor left. One that supposedly dispelled magic itself. If there was any armor that would allow her to escape, it would be that one. Urza focused then, reaching out to her armory for one last suit of armor she had left to try. The risk of this maneuver was great due to how much magical power it would drain from her, a risk like none other. However, she knew of one way to minimize this risk. No more fear. Urza whispered as images from her long-lost past vanished from her mind, memories of all of her friends losing their lives to Jalal. All that remained now was her resolve. Her voice then reached up to a crescendo and rang out. Requip. Nakagamai armor. She charged forward then as she was clad in golden light, her form changing. In her hands now she wielded a great halberd with a circular gold handle and a purple cloth tied below the blade. However, while she was wielding the halberd from the Nakagamai armor itself, the rest of her armor had vanished entirely, the S-class wizard having now abandoned her armor in exchange for her clear heart clothing, thus lessening the amount of magic she would expel considerably. It's useless. Quilj yelled out as Urza's halberd clashed with his cage. There's no way for you to possibly break dash, however, as he was speechifying about how indestructible his jail was, the blade of the halberd slashed through the cage's energy bars and Urza burst through, completely free of the jail's confines. What? That's impossible. Perhaps it is, Urza shouted as she sped towards Quilj, her halberd at hand, but you've left me no choice but to go beyond what's possible. As the distance closed, a clear, focused, intimidating gaze reflected in Urza's eyes as she added calmly, and simply do. Quilj raised his sword up, ready to block her attack, but as he moved to defend against her halberd, the edge of Urza's halberd sliced through his own weapon as if it were merely butter. What? Quilj cried out before he jumped back with Hiran Kyaku and began to fire a barrage of Hyligfeel at Urza. Why won't you fall? But as each arrow came into contact with Urza's blade even before they made contact, the arrows vanished, seemingly into thin air. What? What sort of sorcery is this? Quilj demanded as Urza closed the distance. He tried to attack her with his newly reformed blade one last time with a powerful thrust, but once more did Urza's blade cut through his own and across his own chest, blood vein doing nothing to lessen the blow. Quilj was tossed up into the air, crying out in pain before falling to the ground. Urza gazed at the defeated Quincy before she began to walk past him. Her body pulsed with pain, the Nakagamai armor's halberd having taken its toll on her, but she ignored it for now, simply unequipping the halberd and returning to her Heart Cruise armor. The fight had been costly, but she had more than enough magic for what she would need. Not a word passed her lips as she pressed on. Though fear and anger no longer walked with her hand in hand, by her side was still a steely determination to stop someone. To stop Jalal Fernandez. Where do you think you're going? Urza's eyes widened then as she turned around to see Quilge stumbling back on his feet. There was an energy projection of some sort behind him, strings of light controlling the movements of his arms and legs. He slowly stumbled forward then as he glared at Urza. This battle isn't finished. Not yet. As long as I can use Ranso Tenge, I can continue to fight. So stand and fight me, Titania. Urza simply looked at him, and for once her face was not one of pure anger and hatred, but rather sternness. She shook her head before she spoke. No, I refuse to do battle with an already beaten opponent. You've fought longer and harder than your so-called master deserves. Stand down. Stand down. Stand down. Quilge yelled at her. I refuse. If I were to just stand down and let you destroy this tower, you'll destroy the dream world I've worked so hard to create. He stumbled forward then as he continued. I have done too much, taken far too many lives to let it all be for nothing. Do you have any idea how many sins I have committed in order to create a true utopia? A world filled with only the strong. A world with no war, no strife. A world of peace. You wish to deny us that because it's too hard, because of all the bloodshed? If so, then you are a fool, Titania. There is no other way to make that world, that grand utopia, without sacrifice. I do what I have not because I want to, but because there's no one else who will. He burst into a rush then, at least as best as he could, before he raised his blade high. To stand down would mean that all of those people would have died for nothing. I will not let you stand in my way. Titania. He swung his sword down at Urza, only for the redhead to simply catch his sword arm with her right hand and deliver a powerful punch to his gut with her left, knocking the wind out of Quilge as he spewed out saliva from his mouth. He walked back a few feet as Urza let go of his hand before he fell backward, Ranso Tenge fading when he hit the ground. No. No. I can't, let my dream, die. I can't. Urza looked down at the fallen Quincy as her eyes looked over his body. It was clear that he was finally defeated and likely wouldn't get up for quite some time. There was no point in staying here any longer. And yet, she knew deep down if she just left him here as he was, it was quite likely that he would continue on with his righteously wicked ways. There was no proof that he would be contained by any mere cell. From what little she could glean from their encounter, the man was crafty and knew his way around the world. Not to mention the fact that she was unsure if sealstone collars would even halt one's flow of Ryuryoku. No, escape from imprisonment was more than a likely possibility and she would rather not deal with this potential thorn in her side ever again. The world you desired could have never existed, Urza spoke as she knelt down to him. There is some truth to what you've said, I'll admit it. A true utopia would likely not exist without some sort of sacrifice. But killing off those who you consider weak will not bring about the world you desire. No, it'll only create more hatred and discord in the world. The ones who are strong have ones that they love, and more than likely, would not meet your criteria for your so-called utopia. Do you really think anyone would simply fall in line for this new world order if it came at the cost of the ones they loved? Quilge scoffed at her words. There would no doubt be some stragglers in the mix, but dash. Then when does it end? Urza demanded. The war and violence you claim to detest so much? When does peace finally reign? The fact of the matter is, it never would. If your rule can only exist by taking the lives of others, then the hatred of those responsible will spur on rebellion until those responsible are brought to justice, something which would then create another cycle of violence. You wouldn't bring about peace. The only thing your world would create is chaos. And another thing. If you cull the weak, as you so eloquently put it, the strong would never be strong equally. There would always be a difference in power. The terms weakness and weak would not vanish from the pages of history. What is deemed as weak would simply change in definition. No matter what you do, someone will always be weak and someone will always be strong. She stood up then before she continued. You claim that with strength comes prosperity. I won't deny that there is truth to those words, but what use is strength if it is used only for oneself? Those who only have power for the sake of power are more than likely to be those who abuse it. What would you do then, if they were the ones in power? Then those who are righteous would use their power to dethrone them. Quilch stated as his eyes began to dart about, his resolve wavering. Those are the ones who should rule in the first place. The same righteous people who would allow for their loved ones to die for this new world. Urza countered. When she was met with silence, she continued. Let me ask you one last thing. If might truly makes right, then why is it that your dreams, your desires, have always failed? Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Quilch stared at her, stammering incoherent words. He wanted nothing more than to rebuke what she was saying, that she was wrong, that she just couldn't see the bigger picture, but he couldn't. Try as he might, he could never shake off the fact that her words made sense. You see it now, don't you? Urza continued. That the so-called utopia you've strived for would have only resulted in failure. You believe that you've done everything you have up until this moment was for the greater good, but I don't think that's true. No, you've simply come up with this ideology to explain how the world around you has changed. To come up with a simple solution for a problem that doesn't truly have an answer. The unfortunate fact is, Quiljopi, that there is no one single, easy answer for creating the world you desire, and there never will be. Like Urza moments ago, Quilch's life flashed before his eyes. All of the lives he took, the horrible atrocities he ignored in the name of his new world, the subordinates he killed for cowardice. It was all hitting him like a brick wall. Everyone he had worked with before had never once, not once, called him out for his beliefs. And why would they have? He was just what they needed, the perfect little puppet who was willing to dance to their tune, so why tell him he was living a life of lies? If it benefited them, why bother? No, it wasn't their fault. He was entirely to blame. He should have known better than to have thought that his solution would have solved anything. No, perhaps deep down, he had already known. He just refused to accept it. He was no better than the dictator he had served when he was alive. Those Arankar he had killed, hollows they may have been, but they were still beings that used to be human. Beings that he slaughtered merely for being what they were. To think, he had thought that he was any better than that madman. This whole time. I've been played for a fool. Quilch screamed internally. Everything that I've done until now, all of the lives I've taken, was all for naught? Was I really just following an empty dream to explain all the hell around me? What have I? What have I? What have I done? Quilch cried out as he felt the figurative weight of all of his sins finally catching up to him. He wasn't bringing about peace, justice, or any of the things he had spouted for years. He was a murderer. A monster, a man who had aided and abetted tyrants with glee. And for what? For a lie that he had concocted for himself? I must repent. Quilch screamed as he reached for his saber and held it above his heart. There can be no other way to atone for what I have done. Titania. Thank you for opening my eyes to the truth. He plunged his sword down, fully intending for the metal Reishi blade to pierce his own heart. Urza's right hand reached out then, grabbing Quilch's own by the wrist before she glared into his eyes. Do you really think that you can just take the easy way out? To go out on your terms, to die how you want, to avoid the pain of guilt? Do you honestly think that will make up for the sins you've committed? Urza held him with a firm grip, not giving an inch. It will not. Those you've hurt between two worlds will remain hurt, or worse. It cannot be changed by something as simple as ending another life, even if it's your own. You cannot take it back. All you can do is move forward, to use your talents as you should have in the first place. To truly help those in need. Why? Quilch asked her as he looked at her, unable to believe what she just said. Do you truly believe what you're saying? I'm a monster, Titania. I don't deserve your pity. His face, contorted with madness, seemed to have lost all semblance of rationality. Anyone else would have just let me die. Is this just because of your guild's creed, is that it? You speak of my beliefs as if they are nothing, but here you are using your own beliefs to justify your own brand of cruelty, Titania. Urza slammed her forehead into Quilch's. The weight of her resolve cracking into his skull like an egg on the side of a frying pan. Dazed, Quilch's head tilted towards the ceiling. The difference between our beliefs is that I don't use mine to justify my actions. I act first, according to my will, and then see how it matches up with the beliefs of those around me. I did not join Fairy Tail because of my beliefs, I belong in Fairy Tail because we all have like-minded beliefs. That's the difference. And my belief is that the life I lived, racked and scarred by guilt as it is, still has value to keep moving forward. As can yours. Quilge looked at Urza's face, trying to see if he could see any signs of deceit. It was entirely probable that she merely wished to keep him alive for information once this whole ordeal was over, assuming she survived, that is. However, as he looked over her face, while it still remained as stern as ever, he was unable to find anything that would lead him to find her words false, the conviction with which she spoke them earlier only further proving her words trustworthy. Or maybe it was just the lightheadedness from his growing concussion. Either way, he found no means of refuting Urza's statements. Quilge let go of his blade then, the weapon clanging against the ground as it fell before he sighed. Very well. I surrender. Titania. Urza gently let go of his hand then, relief subtly washing over her face. Thank you for not letting another life end in this tower. She began to move onward, once more filled with resolve to bring an end to Jelal's mad scheme. Quilge laid down on the ground as he watched her walk off. Despite her injuries, despite everything he had said, she had still found it in her to spare his life. He closed his eyes then as he thought back to his earlier clash with Bambietta. I see. So that's why you fought so strongly for her, wasn't it? She truly is an incredible mage. Titania, no, Urza Scarlet. Quilge called out to her. She turned around then as he tossed her a Jinto capsule before he spoke. Use that to get yourself back to full strength. I pray that you can put an end to this madness. Once and for all. I intend to do just that, Urza said, her back facing Quilge as she continued to move forward. My life is worth that much at least. A Quincy's Fairy Tale Omake Theater. Quilge was knelt down, the former stern ritter awaiting the order from his master within his chambers to begin his grand mission to bring about the new world he and his master strived to bring about. Finally, a light flicked from his communication Larsima, revealing his master via a hologram. My lord, is it finally time? Quilge pondered. Indeed it is, Jelal said with a sneer. It's about time I had Urza back in my hands, once and for all. Execute Order 66. Quilge could have sworn then he heard the blare of trumpets and an outcry from a former, sci-fi loving stern ritter, but he paid it no mind. He had a mission to accomplish. Yes, by the time we are done, she shall be the last fairy. Quilge could definitely swear he heard Bambietta wail in utter annoyance that time. Chapter 67, Creeping Shadows. The past hour had been complete chaos for the Fairy Tale members whose vacation to the illustrious Arcane Resort had been ruined. 1 hour of fighting, not only for their very lives, but also for the sake of their adored comrade, Urza Scarlet, had taken its toll on them all. It had been tough going fighting the members of Death Head's caucus, and many of them had come far too close to losing their lives in the process. Miraculously, through some way or another, they had all managed to come out of their battles victorious and without the loss of life. However, while they had certainly come out on top, it would have been incorrect to say that they had emerged unscathed. Though Bambietta Basterbine's miraculous transformation had healed her of any damage, her fellow stern ritter, Candace Catnip, had no such luck, leaving her with some fairly nasty injuries from the battle the two had just finished only a few moments prior. Soon after their battle, Lil Tata ran into them first and, upon seeing how injured Candace was, the petite Quincy made the suggestion that their rescue team regroup and heal up before their final assault on the tower. As Lil Tato explained, as they were right now, they would only get in the way for the battle to come if they were not in perfect condition. Urza, whom they had sensed finishing her battle a few moments ago, would no doubt need time to restore some of her magic before she got to the top of the tower, and would thus take her time ascending to Jelal's throne. Time, it seemed, was on their side. Slowly yet surely, the others showed up one after another. Natsu, Cray, and Simon were the first part of the group to catch up, a certain blonde making her way afterward. Bambi. The Quincy slowly turned her head, only to be caught in the tight embrace of Lucy Heartfilia. Her grasp was surprisingly strong as the celestial wizard looked at her with a smile. I'm so glad to see you're okay. The wizard spoke before she nuzzled her head against Bambietta's chest. I was so worried. Yeah, I'm fine, don't you worry, Bambietta said with a smile as she held Lucy in her arms. I was really worried about you and Wendy when you started your fights, but then I sensed your power go up, and I knew everything was going to be just fine. Lucy looked up back at Bambietta before she spoke. Well, from now on, we'll be fighting side by side. I don't want to worry about you ever again. Bambietta grinned then as she looked at Lucy. Let's call it a date. Now, let's get you patched up by Wendy. I get the feeling we're going to need it. Soon enough did the entire group gather together on a single floor. Wendy, along with Rukia and her healing Keto, got to work on healing their allies. It was going to be a lengthy process, but one well worth the wait as they were all close to being back to full power. Man, you're really good at this, Bambietta said as she looked at all the recently healed members of Fairy Tail before she looked at the young Dragon Slayer. You're a lifesaver, Wendy, I mean it. While she was far from happy that Wendy was still in the tower at all during this debacle, the Dragon Slayer had more than proven her worth, not just as a healer, but as a warrior as well. To say the Quincy was proud of Wendy was an understatement. Yeah, seriously, Candace said as she walked over to Bambietta. The last time I was cut up so badly I died, literally. Here I was thinking I'd be bedridden for a few weeks, yet here I am. Good as new. You got a real talent there, you little squirt. Wendy gave the two Quincy's a quick smile before she went back to work, healing the various injuries over Natsu's body. I'm just doing what I can, that's all. If we're going to save Urza, then we need everyone at 100%, right? If I didn't carry my weight now, then all of this would have been for nothing. Well said, Wendy. Rukia agreed as she was in the middle of finishing up Gray's treatment. We have to do all that we can to help Urza. No one should have to face their past alone, even if they feel they must. My original did, and I know full well the relief she felt deep down when her friends righted what was wrong in the end. Yeah, we're gonna kick butt and get Urza the hell out of here. Natsu declared with his trademark grin. I would like to get back to spending some alone time with my darling, Juvia said as she glanced over at the Ice Mage, Gray responding with a small smile. Yeah, it looks like we've got the hardest part out of the way, Gray said as he got up to his feet. It'll be all of us against, how many are left exactly? Just 2, but it's going to be far from easy, Lil Tato explained as she got in the middle of the group. The Guild Master of Death's Head Caucus had spiritual pressure comparable to Jose. Yes, almost all of us are back to full strength, with one huge exception. With Ulquiorra not being able to access his resurrection because of the underbelly, we're gonna have a bad time. Not to mention the fact that we don't have Urza or many of the others from last time with us to help out, like Kana and Elfman. That's not even considering how strong Jelal is on top of it. He's likely even stronger than the Guild Master is. Are you sure you're good to keep fighting? Levi asked as she looked up at her pale-skinned friend. While Ulquiorra had managed to heal all of the physical damage the former Stern Ritter had inflicted on him, she was still concerned the lingering effects of the shrift would hinder his ability to fight properly. The Arankar nodded before he spoke. I'm more than capable of fighting as I am. I simply won't be able to access my resurrection. As things stand, however, I can only use about half of my base power. Unfortunately, Miss Lampert is correct. The most difficult of the battles have yet to come. Lucy couldn't help but sigh. Of course it wouldn't be easy after all that. She had been hoping after her near brush with death that their superior numbers would give them the advantage, but she could remember the battle with Jose better than most. The terror of watching all of her friends go down one by the Mad Wizard, the fear of being taken away from her new family. If not for Makarov's timely arrival. It'll be just like Jose all over again. Hey, relax, it'll be fine. Bambietta said as she placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder. We've all gotten stronger since then, you included. I'm sure all I need is one good hit with my shining finger and he'll go down like a row of dominoes. Besides, Bambietta moved a hand around Lucy's shoulder as she continued. I'll do whatever I can to keep you safe, come hell or high water. So, believe me when I say this, I won't let anything happen to you. Anything. Having her girlfriend giving her some well-needed comfort, Lucy smiled before she gave Bambietta a hug. You always know what to say when I'm feeling down, don't you? From the assault from Phantom Lord, the various missions the two went on together after becoming a couple, and the incident with Locke, Bambietta had always been there for her when she needed it most. Bambietta smirked after she gave Lucy a quick kiss on the lips. Yeah, well, the last thing I want is to see you upset. We're supposed to be having fun, and I'm not about to let these jackasses ruin our vacation. Besides, with that new Fullbring of yours, it'll make things much easier than last time. Lucy blinked in surprise as she heard Bambietta mention her new power. Wait, you know what that was? Is Fullbring some kind of rare magic type? Actually, it's something from where I'm from, Bambietta told Lucy. Honestly, I didn't know if powers from my world were compatible with people from here. The power you guys draw from is completely different from what we use. They're similar, but different nonetheless. As for what Fullbring is, I think that's best left up for Lil to give you all the details. Lil Toto sighed as Wendy was beginning to finish up healing Totomaru and Rukia began to patch up Levi. It'll have to wait till we're done with this fiasco. Sorry to say, but I'd rather focus my attention on the task at hand. Lucy nodded in understanding while Jade slowly walked over to Candace, the dark-skinned thief looking a little bit nervous as she glanced at her. Say, Candy, are you really okay to keep going? You were really banged up earlier and dash. Everything's fine now, Jade, Candace said as she playfully ruffled her friend's hair with a grin. It'll take a lot more than that to take me out of the fight. We came here to save Urza, and I'll be damned if I leave another friend behind. I've made that mistake once, and I won't do it again. Jade couldn't help but smile at her friend's answer. Before she had met Candace, she would have considered such talk childish, naive nonsense. The stuff of fairy tales and children's stories. No one was really like that as far as she was concerned. But the several months she had spent with the green-haired Quincy had helped put things in perspective for Jade. Before Candace, all she ever had, was Emberella. She didn't need anything else, or at least that's what her surrogate mother told her, and for a while, she believed her. She never once bothered to make friends with any of the members of the Chicken Fangs Guild because there was never a need. She had Emberella and she always would. At least, that's what she thought. Once the plan to take over the guild had failed, Jade found herself all alone with no one to comfort her. She left the guild out of fear of association with Emberella, and felt more determined than she had ever been in her entire life to find her. But no matter how long she looked, Jade could never find her. As the days turned to weeks into months, she quickly lost hope, and she began to drink herself into a drunken stupor. But that was exactly when she ran into Candace and things changed forever. Candace wasn't her superior, nor a mother figure, and frankly was nothing like Emberella at all. She was crude, impolite, and entirely uncaring how other people saw her, but Candace was always there for her, bringing back all kinds of food and various luxurious jewels that she stole from the occasional bandit. Anytime Jade got in over her head, Candace was there for her, and vice versa. But it was more than just that. Candace was someone she could actually talk to openly, and Jade never had to fear speaking her mind openly around her. If she disagreed with an idea, she could actually tell Candace right to her face. If she just wanted someone to talk to, she could just sit next to the Quincy and chat for hours about their favorite movies and hobbies. She could even give Candace suggestions on what to do and the Quincy would actually listen to her half of the time. If she ever told Emberella what to do, Jade shuddered at the mere thought. Most importantly, however, was that she could rely on Candace even when things got rough. Except with the first encounter with Urza, Candace had never abandoned her and she never would ever again. Jade then shook her head. No, it's not just Candy I can rely on, but everyone in Fairy Tale. They're risking their very lives to make sure Urza gets out of this. Just like they did with Lucy. She smiled as she looked at the lot of them and casually brushed her hair back, a fond memory springing forth. Jade walked around a hallway of Fairy Hills, sighing with discomfort while she rubbed the back of her neck. That mission was way too damn tiring. At least I made enough money to help me make this month's rent and still have some left over, she said as she reached the room in Fairy Hills she and Candace lived in. Just as she opened the door, however, she was confused to see all the lights were off and the blinds of the windows were closed, the room entirely dark. Candy? You home? Jade asked while reaching for the light switch. I was thinking we could go out for some dash. Surprise. Jade immediately jumped in place before the lights turned on to reveal Natsu, Lucy, Levi, Gray, Rukia, Urza, Wendy, Bambietta, Lil Tato, and Candace all standing around the living room, shouting their shared word with cheer. A large banner hung from one wall at the other end of the room spelling, "Happy Birthday," in different, bright, primary colors. Candace approached as she and the others spoke in unison again. Happy birthday, Jade. You guys did all this for me? Jade said, slowly smiling as she noticed some were even wearing party hats and using noisemakers. What really caught her attention was the massive cake lying on the island table counter in the kitchen, every other countertop filled with a spread of various foods. She had never had a proper celebration of her birthday before. The most she had ever gotten from Emberella was a simple, happy birthday, a day off, and a small gift with the occasional weapon as a present. This was entirely new for her. Thanks. I hope that wasn't too expensive. You guys have a full banquet going on there. Jade said in a huffing laugh. We all pitched in a little to purchase it all. No big deal. Gray said with a shrug, not noticing he was shirtless. Bambietta deadpanned and spoke with mild annoyance to him. Gray, this is a party. Show some decency. Seriously, have some class, Rukia added. It's the least you can do at a friend's birthday party. Oh, darn it, not again. As Gray hurried to clothe himself again in embarrassment, Jade looked over at her guildmates. Are you guys really sure about this? I mean, I've only been here for about a month, so dash. Urza smiled before she interrupted the former thief. You're a member of our guild, Jade. Of course we'd go so far as to do this much for your birthday. Understand that, as a member of this guild, you're not just a guildmate, you're family. Yeah, exactly what Urza said. Far as we're concerned, you're one of us now. Natsu said as he emerged from the side, holding a roasted turkey leg in one hand with a large glass of soda in the other. Alright guys, let's dig in. Lucy saw how he wolfed down the meat off the bone and chugged the drink, looking to him in mild disapproval before saying, Hey, slow down. There's plenty for everyone, so make sure you share. Here you go, Jade, Wendy said as she came to her with a plate full of food. These are your favorites, right? Thanks, Wendy, Jade said in admiration before eating one of the seedless grapes as she held the plate in her free hand. How did you know that, though? Candace spoke proudly, giving a hitchhiker's thumb to herself. I told her. We've been living together for some time now after all. I've kinda remembered everything you've ever told me about yourself and I figured you could use some kind of relaxation. The Quincy smirked. Consider it a thank you for all the stupid shit you've stopped me from doing. A weak smile with narrow eyes came across Jade's face as she replied sarcastically, well, thanks, but I can't help but hope you're not some kind of creeper for remembering all that. She then gave her friend a playful wink as Candace chuckled. Everyone shared a quick laugh before enjoying the festivities at the party, socializing with the usual upbeat demeanor displayed between them all. It may have been the first real birthday party Jade had in years, but it meant more to her than the others could possibly realize, and she was certain it was one she'd never forget. This guild really is something, isn't it? Jade thought as she looked over all of her friends. She wasn't quite sure she'd call them family just yet, but one thing was for certain. Some of the happiest moments of her life were spent in this guild. She clenched her fist then in determination as she looked at Candace. I don't know what the future holds, but I'll do whatever I can to make sure you all get out of here safe and sound. It's the least I can do after all you've done for me. A loud clapping sound disrupted her thoughts as Jade looked over to Lil Tato, the petite Quincy trying to get everyone's attention as Wendy and Rukia finally finished patching everyone up. Alright, listen up everyone. Now that we're all healed, we're going to begin our final assault. The battle to come is no doubt going to be the fiercest one yet. If any of you are starting to get cold feet, I would suggest leaving now. If you feel like you can't do this anymore, raise your hand. No one, neither those from Fairy Tale nor Urza's old friends, raised their hand. After waiting a few seconds to make sure, Lil Tato continued. All right. With that all settled, I think it's time we began with our plan of attack. Our most important objective hasn't changed, saving Urza. Thus, to maximize our odds of success, we'll make this a quick hit-and-run operation. Ulquira, since you are the fastest one here, you'll use your Sonido to grab Urza and run down the tower. Should the guild master and Jelal prove to be too much for you to escape with Urza, Candace will try to take her away in your place as you hold them back. Afterward, we'll hit the pair with a quick barrage of attacks to buy you enough time to escape. From that point on, we'll take turns taking potshots at our enemies as we descend the tower. We'll start from our heaviest hitters and, with luck, we'll be close to escape by the time we need to resort to our weaker fighters. I'll be laying Jinto traps as we go down to hopefully buy us some more time as well. It's far from a perfect plan, but it's the best I can come up with on such short notice and minimize casualties. Any questions? When no one responded, Lil Tato walked over to Bambietta as she continued to speak. Listen, we're all here because Urza means something to each of us. A guildmate, a surrogate sister, a comrade, a friend, a role model, maybe even all of them at once. Regardless of what our reasoning for standing here is, know that you are not alone in your desire to save Urza. I know for a fact that, if any of us were to die saving her, Urza would never be able to live with herself. I know that the odds are far from being in our favor, even more so with the idea of everyone coming out of this alive, but I want you to all try your damnedest to not just save her but also get your asses out of here safe and sound. I want to see Urza smiling with tears of joy when we get out of here, and that's not gonna happen if any of you die in the process, so I don't want to see any of you trying to play the hero. Is that clear? With shouts of hell, yeah and yes ma'am, and various other responses, they pumped themselves up for the battle to come. As this was going on, Lil Tato looked up at Bambietta. That goes double for you, okay, Bambi? If I were to lose you dash. Bambietta smirked as she looked down at Lil Tato. Oh, that isn't ever happening again, Bambietta said. I'm sticking to my buddies like glue, and ain't no psycho wizard saints, Zeref worshippers, deluded grim reapers, or even a bucket-headed immortal dog-man samurai werewolf whatever the foo dash. Bambietta looked at Wendy out of the corner of her eye. He was going to change that. What a touching little speech. Such a shame that it's full of hot air. Before anyone could react to the new voice, however, Bambietta and Lil Tato were quickly engulfed in a shadowy orb before it and the two Quincy vanished from sight. Levitating right above the remainder of the group was a man clad in metal armor, his shoulder, elbow, and knee pads covered in spikes. He wore a red cape and an ornate metal helmet as he slowly floated down to the ground. After all, none of you will be making it to Jelal's throne room. Bambietta, Lil Tato. Practically everyone sans Ulquira shouted out, aghast at what had happened to their comrades. Natsu clad himself in fire, Wendy surrounded herself with wind, Gray took up a stance to prepare one of his spells as Juvia prepared her own, and Candace, Ulquira, Rukia, and Totomaru brandished their blades while Jade readied her gun. Lucy quickly got her keys from her skirt before she pointed one of them at the man responsible. Who are you, and what did you do to Bambi and Lil? She demanded. Her hands were shaking as she pointed her key, not from fear, but from barely contained anger. That's, the Guild Master of Death's Head Caucus, Dispute. Simon explained as he and Urza's old friends prepared themselves. You need to be careful, he's extremely powerful. I don't care who he is. I want to know what he did to Bambi. Lucy demanded as her eyes narrowed in anger. What did you do? Do not fret, neither of the Quincy's has perished. The Dark Guild Master said as he glared at the assembled group. I simply teleported them into a small pocket dimension of my own creation. Jelal wishes to see what these two Quincy's are capable of before he kills them right before Urza's eyes. However, aside from the worthless traitors, he said nothing about sparing the rest of you. He casually raised his arm before giving them all a sinister grin and thrusting his hand forward. Shadow God's Wave Crusher. A massive torrent of darkness exploded from his hand, rocketing towards the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. What? God-slaying magic! Levy cried out. She had heard tales of such magic existing, but she never thought she'd see it with her own eyes. It was supposedly rarer than even dragon-slaying magic. The Fairy Tale Guild, however, was far from content to simply let the guild master have the opening move, and swiftly counterattacked. Fire Dragon's Roar. Sky Dragon's Roar. Ice Make Cannon. Hado number 33, Sakasui. Galvano Blast. Water Slicer. The combined elemental attacks clashed with the massive wave of darkness. The entire room shook as the attacks clashed, but after only a few mere seconds, the wave of darkness overcame the combined attack from Fairy Tail. Thinking quickly, Wendy cried out armor, and covered the entirety of her team in a red aura as Totomaru added his yellow flame armor on top of it. The wave crashed into the Fairy Tail mages, sending each of them either skidding away from the force or rolling across the ground like a rag doll. While most of them were able to get back up, Simon, Wally, Sho and Miliana were completely knocked out. Dispute chuckled then as he looked at the downed mages. Really? You've all somehow managed to defeat my entire guild, yet you're already on your knees from one measly attack? Here I was, hoping I'd at least get a proper warm-up out of this. But, I suppose it matters little. You Fairy Tail vermin have humiliated my guild, and for that, you shall suffer. Schema laughed madly as he watched the battle from the Divine Realm before he looked at Sylphia and grinned. See Sylphia? Your warriors are doomed. Dispute is a second-generation godslayer with years of experience in the art of killing. Today is the day I strike a huge blow against your side of the war. Sylphia ignored his arrogant boasting as she looked down at the wretched tower, her right hand tightly clutching her scepter as she stared down at the wretched tower. Fairy Tail. I pray that you manage to overcome these overwhelming odds. Song of Choice, Emergence of the Haunted from Bleach Oast 2. The guild master took a step forward towards the guild, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he did so. Now, how should I celebrate my inevitable victory? Rather arrogant of you to assume that you've already won. Dispute quickly turned around then to see none other than Ulquiorra Cipher, his index finger pointed at him, glowing green before he discharged a zero point blank. The guild master was completely covered from head to toe in the massive green light, the attack bursting through the tower before exploding in the sky. Ulquiorra was just about to lower his hand only for an armor-clad gauntlet to appear from the dust of his attack, grab the Arrancar by the face and slam him into the ground. The dust cleared, revealing Dispute, completely, totally, and utterly unharmed. I'm sorry, but was that light show supposed to hurt me? Ulquiorra quickly got to his feet, reached for his Zanpakuto and thrust his blade forward, only for a dark shadowy tendril to burst from Dispute's hands and wrap around Ulquiorra's left hand before the Godslayer smirked. Too slow. Shadow God's malicious whip. With a casual fling of his wrist, the Arrancar was sent careening into a nearby wall, the hand the whip had wrapped around reduced to nothing more than a bloody stump. Ulquiorra. Levi cried out before she quickly wrote some words in the air. Solid script, water, fire, wind, earth. The 4 elemental attacks crashed into Dispute, but the guild master simply raised his own hand then and caught the combined attack before casually crushing it in his hands. Pathetic. If you can only bring a quantity of attacks into battle, and not quality, then you have no place on the battlefield. The shadowy whip stretched out then and wrapped around Levi's body before he yanked her close and he grinned. Now, how should I finish you off? The shadowy binds around her body constricted and Levi screamed out in pain as Dispute chuckled. Let Levi go right now. Lucy demanded before she quickly swung down her right hand to summon one of her spirits. Open, Gate of the Archer, Sagittarius. The strange spirit dressed in a horse costume fired a volley of arrows at the guild master, but right as they were about to come into contact, a wall of shadows erupted right before Dispute, stopping the attack entirely. Celestial spirits, I see. And golden ones at that? I'll have to make sure to sell those keys for a high price once I pry them off your body. Dispute claimed before he made the shadowy binds tighten even more around Levi, creating a loud snap sound for the whole room to hear, Levi crying out even more than before. Oh, looks like I broke her arm by accident. How fragile. A loud static sound could be heard from above, Dispute looking up to see Ulquiorra glaring at him intensely before the former Espada swung his Zanpakuto at his neck, fully intending to remove the guild master's head with one blow. However, like before, a massive wall of shadows emerged from the ground, stopping the attack in its place. Dispute quickly turned around to face Ulquiorra. A nice attempt. However, my Shadow God's underworld barrier can't hope to be bested by a mere sneak attack. His hand was quickly engulfed by shadows, then before he cried out, Shadow God's cruel slash, slicing through Ulquiorra's torso and cutting through his ribcage. The cruel assassin slammed him to the ground, kicking the Arrancar's head with force enough to send him flying before turning his attention back at Levi. Now, where were we? Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Before he could think to activate his Shadow God barrier technique, Natsu slammed his flaming fist into Dispute's face before quickly following up his attack with yet another flaming fist. As Natsu began to wail on the guild master, Wendy ran up towards Levi and placed her hands on the shadowy binds. I have to break the enchantments on these fast or else Levi's gonna. She's gonna dash. Another flaming fist slammed itself into Dispute's face before Natsu leapt into the air, both of his hands covered in flames before he created a massive flaming orb above his head, yelled, Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame, and sent the massive orb hurtling at the guild master, covering him entirely with flames. Yeah, how do you like that? You dash. However, before Natsu could even finish speaking, Dispute was already slowly getting to his feet, and slowly twisted his neck before he glared at Natsu. What? The Dragon Slayer cried out in surprise. I'll admit that you caught me off guard, Salamander, Dispute said as he slowly cracked his knuckles. I actually felt some of those attacks of yours. However, if that is the best you can do. Dispute vanished from Natsu's sight as he was engulfed in shadow, only to reappear directly in front of the Dragon Slayer. Then your flames are as harmless as matchsticks. He then punched Natsu hard across the face before grabbing onto his pink hair and kneeing him in the stomach. Natsu tried to catch his breath and punched back, but Dispute was relentless, continuously wailing on the Dragon Slayer till he finally collapsed to the ground. The guild master frowned then as he looked at his foe. Done already? How disappointing. Ice Make Cannon. A massive ball of ice hurtled towards Dispute, but without even bothering to look at the attack, the guild master simply raised his hand before he muttered, Shadow God's Lance, and a shadowy lance burst from his right hand, easily destroying Gray's lance and shooting right towards him. Thinking quickly, Gray threw his hands to the ground and yelled Ice Make Wall. However, the shadow lance crashed right through the wall of ice with little resistance, the lance only mere moments from piercing Gray's body. My love, look out. Gray felt a powerful pair of hands push him from behind, forcing him to look behind him only to see Juvia being impaled by the shadow lance, the water mage sent careening into the nearby wall. Her body quickly reformed as she ran to Gray. My love, are you dash? What interesting magic you have. Her eyes widened in surprise as Juvia heard Dispute right behind her. She quickly turned around before she shouted out Waterlock, and imprisoned the guild master in her massive sphere of water. I will not allow you to hurt my beloved Gray, do you hear me? Juvia, no. Gray yelled out. You have to run, your magic can't hold dash. Before Gray could finish speaking, however, one of Dispute's hands had already burst from Juvia's waterlock before wrapping around her throat, choking the water mage before he then shouted out from within the sphere of water and his body erupted with a shadowy aura, dispersing the water around him and wrapping around her body. I see. So, you can turn your body into water to avoid any serious injury, Dispute claimed as he continued to choke Juvia, the water mage choking and sputtering as she kicked behind her in a vain attempt to break free. However, elemental body magic requires you to concentrate in order to use it effectively. If I simply restrict your breathing and channel my own power around you, it'll make your power much harder to use. He then created a spear made out of shadow, then before he thrust it forward, Juvia letting out a silent scream as her body was impaled by the dark element. See? Piece of cake. Juvia. Gray shouted as he got to his feet before he ran at Dispute as fast as he could, screaming out Damn you! Ice Make, Death Scythe. He jumped over Juvia before he swung the ice construct as hard as he could at the guild master. However, Dispute simply raised his other hand to block the attack, catching the blade of ice with 2 mere fingers before he gave it a slight twist. What? I see. You're no better than Salamander was. A shame. Dispute spoke before he spoke. Shadow God's Torrent. The pair was instantly surrounded by a massive shadowy tornado, shooting up to the roof of the room and beyond. After 20 seconds of intense shadows winding about, the attack dispersed, Gray and Juvia now on the floor, seemingly unconscious. "You son of a bitch!" Candace yelled out before she used Hiran Kyaku to appear right before Dispute and swing her swords at him as fast as she could. However, each of her attacks missed their marks, Dispute simply moving slightly to the left or right to avoid being hit before he grabbed onto her right hand and spoke, "Shadow God's Bone Crusher Kick." The assassin kicked Candace so hard in the stomach that she was sent careening away. Candace slowly tried to get back up, but felt immense pain as she tried. "Oh, fuck. He broke my ribs." Candace. Gray. Juvia. Lucy shouted before she got another one of her keys ready as she sent Sagittarius back to the spirit world. "Open, Gate of the Golden Bull." Taurus. Summoning the giant bovine man with his massive axe, Lucy was quick to point her index finger and Dispute before she yelled, "Don't hold anything back, Taurus. He's hurt all my friends and I'm going to make him pay." "Whatever you say, Miss Lucy." "Moo-oo-oo." Taurus cried out as he ran at full speed at Dispute. He raised his axe high into the air and swung it down hard on the guild master, only for said guild master to simply catch the axe in his hand. "I see. So, this is all your spirits are capable of in your hands as you are now. What a waste." Creating a sword made of shadow in his right hand, Dispute swung his blade and cut both Taurus and his axe completely in half, sending the spirit back to his world before looking her way. "Ah, yes, you're the daughter of the Hartfilia family, aren't you? I think I can get some use out of you unlike the rest of these fools. I'm sure your father would pay quite the price to make sure you stayed alive." As Dispute slowly made his way towards Lucy, the celestial mage couldn't help but feel her legs buckle with fear. What can I possibly hope to do against someone like this? He took down everyone like they were nothing. I. Lucy, you're not alone. The blonde heard in her head. Lucy quickly recognized it as her childhood friend. "As long as we work together, we can do anything. Use me, Lucy, and let's show this man what we can do." Her heart and mind filled with confidence once more. Lucy quickly clad herself in her full bring, quickly brandishing her oversized sword before she pointed it at Dispute. "It's not over yet, do you hear me? I'm going to save Bambi and Urza. No, save everyone. You won't be facing him alone," Rukia proclaimed as she used Shunpo to appear next to her. "I refuse to let someone who hurts my comrades simply get away with it. Count me in too," Totomaru proclaimed as he walked over to the three of them. "I've got half a mind to make this guy pay for all the hell he's put us through." The three mages charged forward, eager to put an end to the madness once and for all. As the three approached, Dispute simply smirked and proclaimed, "It's pointless." Shadow God's Reign of Pain. A massive shadowy sphere appeared above his head before it began to rapidly discharge hundreds of shadow spears. Totomaru deflected as many as he could, but there were simply too many, two of the shadow spears impaling him through his right arm and left leg before he finally fell. Rukia and Lucy fared much better, the latter's speed having improved to an insane degree thanks to her full bring, while Rukia's Shunpo provided her with just the speed she needed. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. A massive torrent of icy air erupted from Rukia's Zanpakuto as she closed the distance between her and the Dark Guild Master. Once more did Dispute catch the oncoming attack with ease, and he frowned as he looked at the Soul Reaper. "Did you really think an attack like this would be enough to defeat me?" "No," Rukia said as she smiled, "but the next one will. Lucy, now. Take this." Lucy shouted out as she jumped above Dispute, her massive sword swinging down on him with all of her might. However, the Shadow God Slayer simply moved to the left, dodging the sword strike entirely before he reached out with his hand and wrapped it around Lucy's throat, causing her to drop the weapon. "Did you truly think such a simple strategy would be enough to defeat me? That one blow would be enough? How foolish." He tightened his grip then as he looked into Lucy's eyes. "In the end, it doesn't matter how many weaklings rise up to defeat a true warrior. In the end, the weak are nothing more than beings for the strong to use how they desire. You're the absolute worst." Lucy sputtered out as she struggled weakly. "I only have one thing to say to people like you." The guild master chuckled as he watched her futile attempt to free herself. Go on then, speak. I could use a good joke. You fell for it. Lucy's visage faded from Dispute's vision completely, replacing her now with none other than Jade Lodgerow, grinning at him with confidence. Song of Choice, hollowed from Bleach OST 3. What? Dispute had no time to figure out just what had transpired as he felt a powerful blow on his head from behind. He crashed to the ground, the guild master letting go of Jade and revealing Lucy behind him with her sword at the ready. Lucy swung her sword down on him once more, but the guild master was ready this time. He quickly created a dark shadowy sword to counter her own as he looked at her in contempt. Damn you! I'll be sure I make you suffer before dash. Electrocution. Lucy leaped away just in time before Dispute was then nailed by a massive bolt of lightning from above with Candace floating above him. The guild master struggled to get to his feet, now feeling the full effects of the attacks from both Lucy and Candace. As he got up, however, he felt an intense heat behind him. Noticing that the pair of Candace and Lucy had chosen to move out of the way, he saw from the corner of his eye that Natsu had gotten up despite his earlier beating. Before he could mount a proper defense, the guild master was slammed by a powerful fire dragon's roar, which sent him tumbling across the room. He slowly rose to his feet yet again only for Natsu to slam into him with a fiery tackle and quickly deliver a fire dragon's talon to his stomach. The guild master was sent skidding across the ground, his entire body slowly being engulfed with shadow. I see, so this is the power of the flames of emotion. But compared to me, you lack the speed to dash. Just before he could finish, Dispute felt a strange coldness. He looked down then only to see that his feet were now shackled with chains made of ice. What? Impossible. I wasn't going to let you take me down, without some payback for what you did to Juvia, Gray muttered as he watched from the ground, a trail of ice leading from him to the guild master. I just had to wait for you to drop your guard so I could finally trap you. His eyes began to flutter as he slowly lost consciousness. Go, get him, Natsu. You think this will be enough to stop me? The guild master said as he raised his right hand in an attempt to free himself, only to feel his hand stop behind him. He turned around to see none other than the Aaron he had defeated before. You're still alive. I may not be of much use in this battle. Ulquiorra panted. But I can at least help in restraining you long enough to ensure your defeat. Before the guild master could attempt to free himself, Natsu's fists engulfed themselves in fire as Ulquiorra used Sonido to get away. His comrade out of the way of the attack, Natsu yelled out, Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon Fist. Before he began to land a series of powerful punches on the guild master, each one more hot and more intense than the last. Having lost count after the 50th punch, Natsu reared his arm back one last time before launching an extremely powerful right-handed jab, sending the despicable man through the nearby wall. Natsu panted from exhaustion. Huff. Huff. Damn it, he said before he fell onto one knee. That bastard did way more damage to me earlier than I thought he did. It's fine, you did more than enough, Jade said as she slowly walked over to Natsu. She then pointed at Wendy as the little dragon slayer had finally managed to get Levi free from her earlier bindings. Ulquiorra and Lucy ran over to make sure the bookworm was alright. Thanks to our little plan, we were able to distract that asshole long enough to save Levi. Yeah, I guess, Natsu said as he gave Jade a smile. Still can't believe you managed to come up with something like that so fast. You gotta be pretty smart to pull off something like that. Jade shook her head. Trust me, I'm really not all that clever. I just improvised is all. You don't live on the streets as long as I have and not pick up some intuition. Natsu leaned back as he laid down on the ground. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit if you ask me. Still, how were you able to tell us about it without that dispute guy knowing about it? I thought you had to be careful how you used your magic with how much it drains you. Jade pointed to her ears before she spoke. Simple, controlling all 5 of my enemy's senses is a real drain on my magic, but just one is really easy as long as it's not sight. All I had to do was make it so he couldn't hear my voice while I told everyone else what to do. I figured if he was too focused on us, he'd stop trying to hurt Levi and give Wendy more than enough time to get her out of that mess. All we needed was the perfect distraction to land one good hit on him, and I knew you could take him down if you had the opportunity. So I volunteered to be the bait. After that, I simply altered the rest of his senses before he used that shadow rain spell on us, and the rest is history. Granted, I'm all out of magic now, but it was worth it. Yeah, well, I really owe you one. Natsu looked over at Levi and smiled. We lost someone a few years ago and it really hurt. Still hurts, honestly. If I lost another one of my friends while I was there and couldn't do anything about it, I don't know what I'd do with myself. Yeah, well, Levi's been nice to me ever since I joined the guild, Jade said with a small smile. Honestly, all of you have, really. Of course, Natsu said as he gave her a smile. You're part of our family after all, right? Jade stared at him, her eyes wide before she smiled back. I guess I am. Hey, wait a fucking minute. Candace said as she looked around her. Where the fuck are Bambi and Lilith? If we really took that asshole down, then those two should be back, so why the fuck aren't they dash? Because you fools don't know how to finish the job. Every single member of the fairy tale team turned their heads to see none other than Dispute standing up from the wall he crashed through mere moments ago. His armor looked cracked, and he had a bleeding lip, but he otherwise seemed completely unharmed. It seems that it was unfounded of me to underestimate you. Now I can see how you managed to defeat my guild after all. Very well, if 90% of my power won't suffice, then I suppose 95% will be more than enough. Song of Choice, Creeping Shadows from Bleach Ost 1. Natsu quickly got up to his feet and charged at Dispute, his flames coating his body once more. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He slammed his fist into Dispute's chin as hard as he could, his anger fueling his power to greater heights, only for it to merely cause Dispute's head to tilt up slightly. The last time I hurt you, I underestimated the amount of punishment a Dragon Slayer could stand, Dispute observed as Natsu continued to punch him as hard as he could to no avail. So, this time, I'll be sure to hit you with something that'll put you down, permanently. Natsu jumped back before he took a deep breath and shouted out, Fire Dragon's Roar. The massive torrent of flames speeding towards Dispute as its intensity melted the nearby rocks and debris. Dispute for his part, however, merely grinned. My turn. Shadow God's Bellow. The sheer size and volume of the attack were 5 times greater than the one Natsu had used before. The Dragon Slayer crossed his arms in front of himself in an attempt to defend, but the attack was simply too strong, and it completely engulfed Natsu. Once the attack subsided, the Dragon Slayer took a few steps forward, only to collapse on the ground. Natsu! Jade yelled before she reached for her twin pistols and began to fire at Dispute. The magical bullets bounced off his body harmlessly before he simply looked at her and unleashed a tendril made of shadow at the green-haired thief that yanked her closer. Jade struggled as best she could in her confines as he slowly looked over her body. I feel that I've seen you before. The guild master muttered as he gazed at Jade tightly. Now where was it? Let her go. Candace yelled out as she descended from above, trying to kick Dispute in the head. Traveling twice the speed of lightning, Candace crashed down on Dispute's location only to see Dispute appear behind her and swing a blade of shadow at her. Candace tried to block with her own blades, but they were easily destroyed. Her swords now broken, Candace jumped up into the air before she cried out, I'm not gonna let you hurt her, do you hear me? She began to pelt his body with electrified Heilig Feel, each one casually deflected by shadowy tendrils surrounding Dispute's body. The Godslayer simply shook his head before he waved his hand. Shadow God's Wave Crusher. The massive torrent of energy crashed into Candace then, the Quincy quickly activating Blood Venet just before the spell engulfed her in shadow. The spell quickly subsided, Candace crashing to the ground below. Bakudo number 61, Rekyukoro. 6 bars of light slammed into Dispute's midsection as Rukia Flash stepped over to the guild master, her Zanpakuto pointing right at his face as she gave him a fierce glare. You will release Jade this instant or else dash. Dispute laughed as he glared down at the Reggae. Or else you'll what? Kill me? Please, I know that your guild is more naive than most. You all believe that life is precious, that it shouldn't be taken so easily. You don't have what it takes to make such idle threats. With a simple flex of his muscles, Dispute was able to shatter the Bakudo spell that bound him. Rukia ran forward, her Zanpakuto ready to cut her foe down, only for Dispute to disappear from her sight with a shadowy flare. Her eyes widened in shock. Rukia then felt a sharp pain in her belly before she looked down, only to see a blade of darkness piercing through her. She slowly turned her head to see Dispute giving her a malicious grin before she tried to fire off a Kido with one of her hands. Her movement halted when Dispute removed his sword from her body and sliced her from her shoulder to her waist, causing her to collapse to the ground in a puddle of blood. "Candy, Rukia, no!" Jade screamed. Her attempts to break free only intensified, but no matter what she tried, it was a futile effort. "Wendy, you need to get to her now!" Lucy screamed as she brandished her sword. "I can't. Levi still needs to be healed." The Dragon Slayer yelled back as she was still trying to patch up Levi's wounds. "She has too much internal bleeding. If I stop now, then dash." "Continue doing what you must," Ulquiorra said as he pointed his Zanpakuto at Dispute. "I will buy you as much time as you need to heal everyone here." "Do you really think you can win?" Lucy asked the Aaron car. Slowly, Ulquiorra looked at her, before he vanished with Sonito. He appeared before Dispute, his Zanpakuto clashing with Dispute's shadow blade as he glared into his eyes. "Oh, do you really think you can take me on by yourself? Do I need to remind you what happened the last time?" Dispute taunted as he pressed his advantage, the Aaron car's feet skidding across the ground as Dispute quickly overpowered him. "Your sword can't cut me, and those Ceros as you like to call them will have no effect on me." "Perhaps not," Ulquiorra said as he tried his best to hold his ground before his eyes glanced over towards the unconscious Levi. "However, I have something that I must fight for." "Ha! Pathetic sentimentality from those who can't rely on their own power." Swinging his dark blade as hard as he could, Dispute parried Ulquiorra's Zanpakuto to the right before swinging down once more and removing the weakened Aaron car's sword arm entirely. Not even close to being done, Ulquiorra tried to hit Dispute with a punch, but with another swing of the Dark Wizard's blade, the Aaron car quickly lost his other arm. Now totally disarmed, the Aaron car could do nothing. The Dark Guild Master let out a burst of maniacal laughter and began swinging his sword against Ulquiorra repeatedly, his arrow doing little to stop the attacks. Finally, after cutting the Aaron car across the chest at least a dozen times, Ulquiorra fell to one knee only for Dispute to grab him by his horned helmet and slam him into the ground. "Do you see now, fool? Power is what truly matters." He raised his sword up once again, entirely intending to sever the Aaron car's head from his body. "You're wrong." Just as his sword was about to sever Ulquiorra's head, Lucy's full-bring blade intercepted the blade of darkness. Snarling, the guild master pushed Lucy back before he glared at her. "Oh? I'm wrong, you say? Has this entire fight not proven that I'm correct? For all of your sentimentality, it's done you nothing compared to my overwhelming might. All that power and you stand alone," Lucy said through gritted teeth as she managed with all of her might to stay on her feet. "Throwing your guild out to face us one by one, and where are they now? Beaten, just like you're going to be. The power you have, it's nothing compared to the power we all share together as Fairy Tail." She let out a mighty battle cry before she rushed forward with her large sword and swung it at Dispute with vigor. However, this being only the second time she had ever used a sword in her life, Lucy's swordsmanship left much to be desired, the guild master constantly parrying her attacks with ease with his own shadow blade. "This power of yours is certainly unlike any other I've seen before," Dispute admitted as he stopped an upward swing from Lucy's blade with his own before he smirked. "Yes, this power of yours is almost on par with that of salamanders and that ice mage. I can see now why Vidaldez was defeated." However, Lucy let out one last, powerful swing as she yelled as hard as she could, putting her entire body and into the next swing, only for Dispute to casually stop the blade in his hand as he grinned. "Your power is far, far below that of a slayer of gods." Shadow God's pulverizing fist. His fist covered in swirling black magic, he punched the celestial mage hard in the stomach, a loud crunching sound echoing as Lucy felt her feet wobble and she took a step back. She tried to raise her sword, but her hands felt like jelly. Dispute appeared behind her, grabbed the Foolbringer's long hair, and slammed his fist into her back, forcing her to the ground. She slowly tried to get up, only for Dispute to slam his foot down on the back of her head. What was that about the power of Fairy Tail? Dispute cried out as he stomped on her head over and over again. It doesn't matter how many weaklings team up together, or how hard they try. In the end, the weak are purely food for the strong. The powerful. They exist only for us to use as we see fit. He slammed his foot down one last time before he looked down at the blonde wizard, Lucy not moving even the slightest in the crater he had created. You should consider yourself fortunate that you're more valuable to me alive than dead, Dispute muttered, the dark guild wizard letting his armored shoulders sink for but a moment. He looked over the room, knowing that all that awaited him were visages of despair. I wonder, then, how much longer the rest of you have. Song of Choice, Fairy Tale Theme, Sad Version. Dispute was surprised to see something quite different from what he wanted, at least not with all his remaining opponents. In the one called Lucy Heartfilia, he saw not a shattered spirit, but rousing determination in the face of overwhelming odds as she slowly got up to her feet, despite her horribly injured body. Bambi, Lil. You'll let them go, right now, Lucy said with ragged breaths, the earlier beating having taken much out of her. I won't. I won't let you use them for whatever you want. Oh, and are you going to make me? Dispute asked, taking a step forward, his heavy armor clanking. Your pitiful little band could not handle me altogether, but you, just you intend to defeat me and save them. Lucy raised her sword then, her hands beginning to tremble as she did so. He was so strong, so powerful. She knew that, realistically, she stood no chance. But there was one thought, one thing that kept her going, as memories of her girlfriend's confession came flashing to her mind. My mother, she always brought me out to see the stars too. Bambietta said as they two rode upward into the sky on their way back home. Her voice became a low whisper as she spoke. She always said that no matter how dark the sky would get at night that the stars would always guide us to tomorrow. And that no matter how sick she got, no matter how weak she felt, that she wouldn't surrender because I was her star. And she was mine. Bambietta exhaled deeply. Lucy tentatively reached out to her, stopping only when the Quincy looked at her. It was the same for you, wasn't it? Bambietta asked. Lucy held her hand away from Bambietta, the wizard more than willing to answer honestly. Yes. Like I said, we're alike. Bambietta smiled faintly as she looked away once more. We both needed new stars, and we got it in Fairy Tale. I'm just glad you found them quicker than I did. Bambi. Some stars aren't meant to be trusted. They draw you in like a moth to the flame, but they're just dimmed black holes that refuse to let you go. Bambietta spoke with a hush, her face trembling with equal amounts of sorrow and anger. The fusion began to fade, however, the Quincy remembered the choice she had made when Sylphia had presented her with two paths to consider. But Fairy Tale, it's become my guiding light. Urza, Wendy, Levi, Natsu and... Closing her eyes as she tried to fight back any tears, even if they were born of happiness, Bambietta turned to her friend with a bright smile. You're my biggest star, Lucy. Song of Choice, Battle Against a True Hero. She grit her teeth then, her hands no longer trembling with fear as she was filled with determination and her body began to glow with light, the green parts of her uniform turning white. Yes, I will. Candace looked on from the ground as she tried to get up, her eyes widening. I can't believe it. Is her full bring already starting to evolve? Dispute took a heavy breath, dark magic flowing out from his left eye like smoke. Then die as you deserve to. A bolt of shadowy mass flew forth from his eye socket then. Lucy saw it coming, panic giving way to a response that was neither flight nor fight. It was simply both. The celestial spirit wizard slipped to the side, feeling magic beneath her heels, and moved past the attack and towards Dispute. You seem bound and determined, young lady, to meet your death at my hands and not my magic. Dispute smiled savagely as he leaned forward a slight bit. Then so be it. I will fight you on your own level. Lucy swung the sword at Dispute, grunting in frustration as he parried it with a casual motion of his right arm, the gauntlet sparking as the blade scraped over it. He moved around Lucy then, his combat prowess allowing his body and armor to deceptively flow into the battle. Ah! Lucy cried out as she felt his armored fist drive into her back, throwing her forward. She managed to turn then, swinging her sword in a horizontal strike, but Dispute managed to slip back and forward again, evading and invading in an unnatural movement. His right hand reached for Lucy then, another strike sending her flying back. "Fool!" Dispute roared as the wizard flew back through the air. "You believe that your determination alone gives you the right to best me, but you must face reality." "The only reality," Lucy cried out, swinging not her sword arm, but the other, "is the one where you let Bambi go." She ran forward then, her blade dragging across the ground as he began to pelt her with blasts of shadow, but she continued to run, to fight through the pain as her mind was filled with one, single, powerful, thought. "Bambi went through much worse than this to save me when Phantom Lord attacked. I can't. I won't stop, not until I save her." "Do you really think that you have any sort of chance?" Dispute asked Lucy as she struggled to approach. "What will adding 2 more weaklings to the fray change anyways? It's not about strength," Lucy yelled out as she used her blade to deflect an oncoming blast of shadow. "Bambi's always been there for me when I've needed her the most. Always vowing to keep me safe. But right now, she's the one who needs me. You can hurt me as much as you want, but I won't stop until I save her." Finally, Lucy managed to close the distance between the two of them as she swung her sword downwards at Dispute. He raised his shadow blade in an attempt to block, only to find himself skidding back from the strike. "What's this?" Her magic is getting stronger. The two continued to clash then, blade against blade, but to Dispute's shock and awe, Lucy's blows continued to increase in power as her body began to glow with magic, the guild master losing ground in their clash. He just barely managed to raise his blade up in the nick of time to block a swing aimed at his chest, only for him to buckle from the power she was now demonstrating. What on earth is happening? This girl is on a completely different level than she was before. How did she? Before he could even finish his thought process, Lucy had delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, causing him to cough up some bile as he was knocked back. He panted for breath for a few seconds before quickly moving his blade to block another of her blows, this one aimed at the left of his waist. Once more, her strength forced him to shudder from her blow, his heels dragging into the ground. "Bambi's taught me that I should never give up when your back's to the wall," Lucy cried out as she tried to strike at the right side of Dispute's waist, the Shadow God Slayer barely blocking it in time as Lucy continued to keep going despite the odds. "That I don't need to doubt myself anymore. I don't care if the chances of me winning are 1 in a million, I won't give up." Lucy's whip flew out then when she finally got close enough, snapping around Dispute's arm. He was pulled off his feet by Lucy's momentum then, bringing him towards her. "Now give her back," Lucy screamed, bringing her sword to bear. She felt her feet hit the floor, spiritual particles pushing against it, and she threw Dispute. Her blade struck him before he was engulfed in a massive wave of energy, completely covering Dispute in the overwhelming light and firing through the tower itself, creating a massive hole inside of it unlike any prior. The entire tower itself shook as Lucy's power fired from it before ceasing completely. Finally, the dust cleared, and in its place stood the Dark Mage revealing, for the first time since the battle had begun, an indication of real damage, a long, bleeding cut now adorning his chestplate. "Gotcha," Lucy said as she moved past him, a smile on her face that would not have seemed out of place on Bambietta's own as her full bring reverted back to its old form. Ulquioricifer could only watch in utter bafflement upon sensing the power Lucy had just unleashed. "I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't sensing it for myself." Her power. It was almost on par with that of an Espada's Gran Rey Zero. This wasn't the first time she had managed such a feat, the Espada recalling her power rising to equal heights in her attempt to plead for Locke's life with the Celestial Spirit King. This made one fact indisputably true. When her emotions came to the forefront, Lucy's power always seemed to skyrocket beyond her limit. "It appears Lucy Hartfilia has much more potential in her than I realized," the Aaron Carr thought. However, he could then sense Dispute's own power getting even higher. Dispute's eyes flared with power then, the wizard enraged. He moved unnaturally fast, faster than Lucy's eyes could follow his hand grabbing Lucy by the neck. "So, you managed to truly wound me," he hissed, trying to rein himself in and regain his composure. He looked up at Lucy as he held her high up by the throat, his grip tightening. She attempted to free herself, struggling as hard as she could, but it was futile. He frowned at her before he spoke. I suppose that is a fitting tribute to your friends, yes? However, if not, it simply does not matter. You will die all the same. He then stabbed her right in the stomach with his shadow blade before slamming her to the ground. The blonde laid still, just barely breathing. She tried to move once more with her right hand, only for Dispute to step down on it, hard, breaking her hand and causing her to cry out. Still alive? Well, no matter. You'll bleed out before long. Dispute kicked Lucy hard across the face, finally knocking her out before he glared over at Wendy, who was still trying to heal Levy. As for you, Dash. No, please. Jade cried out, which caused him to slowly turn around to face her. Don't. Don't hurt her. Don't hurt any of them anymore, please. I beg of you. Tears slowly fell down her eyes then as she looked at the guild master, who slowly strolled over to her. I'll do whatever you want. Please, just leave them alone. Dispute's eyes slowly wandered all over her body before he grinned. Oh yes, I recognize you now. You're Emberella's pet project, aren't you? Jade's eyes widened in shock as she heard the guild master mention her surrogate mother. You know Emberella? She stuttered. How on earth did he know about her mother, about herself? A million different questions swirled in her mind as she remained trapped. He scoffed as he looked at Jade. Know her? That bitch and her family just so happened to be the only reason why my guild has had any sort of competition when it came to taking assassination requests. We clashed on many occasions in the past as we competed for the rank of the #1 assassin. I still remember it well. Yes, she was one of the few back then who could honestly challenge me. I respected her for that, as well as despised her. He clenched his teeth as he continued to speak. That honor, that rank, belonged to me and me alone. However, when the Magic Council had finally decided to shut down the operation of legal assassinations, working alongside her was an unpleasant necessity if we hoped to survive. We spoke often of each other's plans, how we were building up our forces as a way to keep trust. But I had always planned on one day stabbing her in the back. No doubt she was planning the same. We were simply using each other until we toppled the Magic Council. No more, no less. He then slowly stroked Jade's cheek as he continued. But yes, she spoke of you often. How you managed to operate so efficiently, how you were never, not once ever seen by anyone that wasn't your target. Yes, she lorded your accomplishments over my own men, just to make a point on how she was the superior assassin. Were it not for our alliance, I would have killed her for such insults. Jade gulped then as she stared into the mad eyes of the guild master before her. He really, truly hated her mother. One wrong word from her and he would kill her, she was sure of it. All she could do for now was listen to his rant. But that all changed when your mother decided it would be best to make up her lack of men by simply taking control of legal guilds with her mass hypnosis spell. She abandoned our alliance to begin her grand takeover. She started small at first, as she first took in minor dark guilds under her own sway. But then she finally decided to start her grand plan by taking over the Chicken Fangs Guild. I heard your mother was the greatest of the Chicken Fangs before her disappearance, the equivalent of Titania of the Fairy Tale Guild and of the corner of Fiori it called home. At least, before her disappearance, but you know as well as I that she didn't reach that level of power by being a kindly saint of salvation for the masses. Oh no, her hands are dirty, just nowhere near as dirty as my own. But she did not shy away from the darkness if it meant she could fulfill that position. Yet the fact that the public saw her that way, that she was able to hide her past while I was not, it was infuriating. His hand slowly trailed all over Jade's body before he smirked as her breathing became more erratic. Once her plans in Chicken Fang failed, however, it had become quite clear to me that she was no longer my equal. How could she be if she suffered such a complete failure? I desired nothing more than a way to make her suffer, and I think you'll help me do just that. He slowly licked Jade's face, the young woman letting tears flow down her cheek as he touched her in a way that left her revolted and beyond terrified. Yes, I think I'll make you into my pet. The next time that bitch Emberella sees you, you'll be nothing more than a mindless shell of your former self. Yes, it'll make for the perfect parting present before she dies. The guild master spoke as he placed his hands on Jade's head as he began to channel dark energy into his hand. Now, let's modify that brain of yours, shall we? No. No. Get away. Jade screamed as she tried to kick her captor away. The last thing she wanted was to end up as some sort of pet. Who knew the kinds of horrors he would subject her to once they left the tower? In the state he'd leave her in, he could torture her without end, or use her body for other needs. Tears continued to flow down her face then as she struggled to get free. No. Not like this. Umbrella, someone, anyone, please. Help. That's it, squeal for me, Dispute said as he grinned at her. It'll make breaking you in all the more dash. Get your filthy hands off of her, you son of a bitch. Just as Dispute turned his head around, the Dark Guild Master was blasted by a massive bolt of lightning. He turned around then, his body slightly singed but otherwise fine as he glared at the woman responsible, Candace Catnip. See Candy? Jade muttered out before her eyes widened with fear. You have to run away. You can't beat him, we've thrown everything we can at this guy. Just take whoever you can and get dash. I'm not leaving you, Candace said as she slowly walked forward. No way in hell is that going to happen, do you hear me, Jade? But, he's too strong, you can't dash. I don't give a damn how strong he is. Candace yelled at Jade as she glared at the guild master. I've made a lot of mistakes, Jade. In fact, you could say my whole life has been nothing but one big fuck up. But you want to know the one fuck up that really got to me, Jade? The one fuck up I still can't forgive myself for? It was when I turned my back on my best friend when she needed me most. She brandished her twin blades before she continued. I left Bambietta when she begged for help. When Giselle turned her into that thing. I told myself that there was nothing that I could do, that at least this way she would still be with us, but no matter how hard I tried to justify it, I couldn't help but feel like absolute shit. She took a slow step forward, then another, as her shaking and beaten body made its way forward. When I died and came to this world, it didn't change a damn thing. Every day, every single damn day I got up and looked into a mirror, I always asked myself how I could live with myself after what I did. I couldn't sleep, and for the longest time, I forgot what it was like to have fun. Yeah, I was free from the Wandenreich, didn't have to listen to anyone, but none of that mattered when I was constantly berating myself for letting that shit happen. All I did was drive around and steal because it was all I knew. I just lived. Just a two-bit bandit with a bike and lightning. That's all I was. She then looked at Jade then before she continued. But then, one day, I met you. You looked so miserable, just like me, even if I did my damnedest not to show it. When I saw you, I kinda saw myself to be honest, and when I saw you drinking away your sorrows, I just couldn't sit there and watch. So I gave you a hand, and you know what? It was the first time since I ended up in this new world that I felt good about myself. I decided from that point on then that I was going to do what I could to make sure you were fine. You gave me something to live for, besides just existing. You made me feel alive. Like I could have a friend again. The Quincy then shook her head. But I abandoned you when we ran into Urza Scarlet. I thought you would have managed to escape with your powers, but we didn't know about Urza's special eye, didn't we? She chuckled then before she continued. You know what, it's kinda funny. I told myself after you got caught that it didn't matter, that I'd just move on. But the truth is, I couldn't stop thinking about you. About how I failed. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I hadn't changed one bit, and I hated myself for it. See, Candy. Jade spoke with surprise. She knew that Candace had always considered her a close friend, but she had never expected her to feel like this. Was this how she really felt? So, I swore to myself when I joined Fairy Tale that I'd never leave another friend behind ever again, Candace said, her eyes filled with determination. Not anyone in the guild, not Lil, not Bambi, and especially not you. You've always been there for me, no matter what stupid shit I've gotten into. Honestly, you have no idea what it means to have someone like that in my life after all the people I've lost. And because of that, Her entire body was covered in lightning then before she took off into a charge to attack the Dark Guild Master. I won't let this bastard take you away. The green-haired Quincy's blades clashed with Dispute's dark blades, the Quincy vanishing with Hiran Kyoku to appear behind her opponent in a flash and slice at his back before he turned around and sliced clean through her blades, cutting her left arm in the process as well. Screaming with rage, however, Candace made more blades and continued her futile assault, each of her attacks hitting off of his armor and slowly chipping away at it. Dispute was not content to let Candace cut away at him with no effort, however, and for every strike she attempted, her swords were broken and she suffered yet another slash to her body. However, no matter how many times she was cut, no matter how many times her blades were destroyed, she would not stop. You won't touch one hair on her, do you hear me? Not one. She punctuated her proclamation with a powerful kick that surprised Dispute and sent him skidding back a bit. I might not be nearly as strong as you, motherfucker, but I'll be damned if I let you make her into some kind of pet. You want her? Then you'll have to get through me. Is that so? Dispute said as he glared at the Quincy. I'll admit, you're more powerful than I expected. However, if this is truly the best you can do, he vanished from Candace's sight, appearing right behind her just as she turned around, only for Dispute to deliver a powerful right-handed punch to Candace's face, breaking her nose and causing blood to splatter all over her face. The Quincy groaned out in pain as she attempted to strike him with one of her swords, but Dispute merely stepped back before catching her arm with one of his hands and yanked it in the opposite direction, creating a loud snapping sound. Candace cried out, but she still attempted to strike him with her other hand, only for the guild master to grab Candace by her hair and punch her hard in the stomach, injuring her already broken ribs even further. He punched her 2 more times before slamming her face into his knee, covering his right hand with shadows, and crying out, "Shadow God's pulverizing fist." The impact sent Candace rolling across the floor before she stopped entirely, the injured Quincy letting out pained gasps as she glared at him. I see, still defiant are we? Dispute said as he frowned at her. I can't stand weaklings who simply refuse to sit down and die. It's simply the natural order of things. If you cease fighting me, I'll at least try to make it painless. Go, fuck yourself. Candace spoke as she got up with her feet, Ranso Tenge helping her get to her feet as best she could. I won't let you, take her. I won't. You got that, motherfucker. I see. I suppose I'll have to break your spirit first then. He said as he looked around the room. Now then, how should we go about getting rid of that pesky willpower of yours? His eyes then stopped in the middle of the room, narrowing as he glared at 2 blue-haired mages. Ah yes, the brat and the solid script mage will be an excellent start. Candace's jaw dropped as she glared at him. You wouldn't dare. Dispute simply looked at Candace, smirked, and pointed his hand at the 2 mages before he muttered. Shadow God's Wave Crusher. The massive torrent of shadow blasted towards the pair, Wendy turning her head and her expression turning into one of pure fear as the blast approached her. She tried to cover Levy then with her body as best she could, hoping to shield her patient from the blast. However, the attack stopped prematurely, creating an explosion as it went off a mere 10 feet away from the mages. The 2 were hit by the powerful shockwave, causing the 2 to skid across the ground, but were otherwise fine. Wendy slowly got to her feet to see what just stopped the explosion, only for her eyes to widen with shock and horror. Song of Choice, torn apart from Bleach Oast 2. Candace was standing in front of the 2, her arms outstretched, but she was a complete mess. Her entire body was almost completely covered in blood, her legs shaking as she struggled to still stand. She tried to take a step forward, only to slump from the pain and fall to one knee. You fucker, you actually went through with it. So, you were actually able to stop the attack. I must admit, I'm rather impressed. Dispute said as he looked at Candace before he prepared another attack in his hands. However, I'm sure even someone as stubborn as you must realize that you can't hope to survive another attack like that. You've proven yourself more than powerful enough to be of some worth to me. Stand down and become my concubine and I'll at least spare your life. Candace simply glared at him and weakly raised one of her hands, slowly moving her middle finger up before she spat at his general location. That's my answer, you fuckwad. I'd sooner die than become your dem slut. And while you're at it, go pound sand down a rat hole. Candy, no. Jade screamed at her. You have to take Wendy and Levy and get out of here. I'm not worth it. If you just run fast enough, then dash. Yes, you are, Candace said, as she just barely managed to drew her Reishi bow as she pointed it at Dispute. You've always had confidence issues, so let me tell you right now, you are worth it. I wouldn't be doing this if you weren't worth it, you hear me? I'm not just doing this because I owe you, I'm doing it because I want, no, because I have to. Don't you get it yet? I'd sooner die than let this asshole hurt you. Don't think for even a minute that this is your fault because this is my choice, Jade. Not yours. Candace's body was shaking as she began to walk, the Quincy barely able to stand. She was on her last legs and she knew it. Damn it all, it's taking everything I have just not to fall unconscious. TCH, a defiant fool till the bitter end I see, Dispute said as he smirked. Very well. Then you'll be the first to perish by my hand in this tower. Shadow God's Wave Crusher. As the massive wave sped towards Candace, time seemed to slow down to a snail's pace from Jade's perspective, the emerald-haired mage having no choice but to watch in her restraints as the deadly attack sped towards Candace. No, no. Candy can't survive another one of those, I know it. Damn it all, she and everyone else are going to die and there isn't a damn thing I can do about it. After everything they've done for me, I can't do a damn thing to help any of them. Move. Come on, I have to move. Move, damn it. Why am I here? Why have I come all this way? I did it all so I could keep Candy safe. So I could keep everyone safe. It'll all be for nothing if I don't win. I want to win. I need to win. The attack was only a mere 5 feet away from Candace, the Quincy smirking as the oncoming wave of darkness approached her as she braced for the end. I guess this is it, huh? End of the road. Well, I can't say it hasn't been fun. Bambi, Lil, it's up to you two now. Adios. The attack was now only a mere few inches away from her, the shadow substance just about to make contact take and annihilate her body completely. She closed her eyes then, embracing her last moments of life. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Just then, a massive, transparent wall appeared before the severely injured woman, the shadowy attack clashing against the barrier harmlessly despite the sheer force behind it. The wave continued to crash against the Bakudo, as if it were like a massive wave of water trying desperately to escape from a dam, only failing spectacularly. Finally, the attack subsided, and the barrier along with it. What? Dispute cried out. My Shadow God's Wave Crusher was stopped. But how? No one's ever been able to stop one of my attacks before. That move. Candace spoke as she fell to one knee. That's a Soul Reaper's technique. But, how? Song of Choice, Battle Ignition, Bleachoast. My apologies for interfering with your battle, but I simply couldn't allow you to eliminate the members of this guild. I'm afraid they are quite essential for my plans in the future. The two slowly turned their heads in the direction of the voice, only to see it came from none other than Jade Lodro, the emerald-haired thief now freed from her shadowy bonds. However, the pitch of her voice was different. Slightly lower than what it normally was. But there was more. Gone was her face contorted by fear and covered in tears. No, now the woman had a small but confident smirk adorning her face, her eyes glancing at the guild master with a nonchalant, yet powerful stare. Her posture and demeanor had also changed, filled with a sort of arrogance that Candace had yet to experience in her time in Earthland. Jade's right hand rested on her hip, her guns seemingly vanished. However, in their place was a katana in its sheath resting at her left hip. Its tsuba hilt was in the shape of a hexagon, and the tsuka was dark green. Finally, the last noticeable change was a single strand of hair, which went down her nose and close to her right eye. You escaped my shadow god's constricting imprisonment, but how? Dispute cried out. No one has ever escaped it before, at least not on their own. It was a fairly amusing, albeit simple technique, Jade spoke with confidence as she closed her eyes briefly while she shrugged. However, I can easily overwhelm that silly power of yours with my own spirit energy. Her eyes opened then as she once again stared at Dispute with a powerful stare. A simple solution really. Jade, what's going on? Candace spoke as she weakly looked at her friend as she fell to her knees. This confidence, this lack of fear in a life and death situation, it's nothing like Jade at all. Then there's her sword, there's no mistaking it, that has to be a Zanpakuto. And this spiritual pressure, it's insane. I can barely stand up at all. Ulquiorra was the only one present besides Candace Catnip and Wendy Marvel who still remained conscious, though his body was still trying to heal itself, the process having slowed down considerably due to his weakened Ryuryoku. However, his eyes were completely wide open as he stared at Jade, his mind full of shock. Her manner of speech, her posture, the Zanpakuto, and even her spiritual pressure, they're exactly the same as Lord Aizen's. But how can this be? Jade Lodro is a mere human, not even a substitute Soul Reaper. So, how is it that she so strongly resembles Lord Aizen? Slowly, Jade unsheathed her blade before she spoke. I'd rather you leave the rest of the guild out of your affair. However, if a proper opponent is what you truly seek, then you'll have no need to look further. From this moment onwards, I shall be your opponent. Chapter 68, Godslayers. What the hell? 1 minute, Jade Lodro had just been in the heat of battle with Death's Head Caucus Guild Master Dispute, wrapped up in his shadow bindings as her friends fought fiercely to rescue her, only to now find herself lost in a black void. As far as she was aware, she was the only thing here, all that she could see was herself, her body remaining visible as if it were in the light despite her surroundings. Where am I? The last thing I remember was, we were fighting that monster of a guild master, and then he captured me. Then Candy Dash the minute Jade spoke of her best friend, the last moments of her life prior to being in this empty void flooded into her mind, the images of the Quincy only mere seconds away from death thanks to Dispute's shadow god slaying magic. Oh god, no. Candy. She looked around feverishly, desperate to find some sort of way to help her friend. No, no, no. I can't afford to waste any time here. If I don't do something quick, then Candy and everyone else is going to dash. Please, calm yourself, Jade Lodro. Jade heard the familiar voice echoing all around her, her eyes narrowing with anger. Sosuke? Listen here, asshole, I don't have time for any of your shit. In case you haven't noticed, me and my friends are kinda in a life and death situation, so if you don't mind, send me back before it's too late. Jade could hear Aizen chuckle before he responded. You needn't have such urgency while you're here, Miss Lodro. A year here is but a second in the real world. I have all the time I need to speak with you. Jade looked in the general direction of Aizen's voice and sighed. It was beyond clear to her that just getting mad wasn't exactly going to get her out of this mess. She supposed, for now, she would just have to take his word for it. Okay, fine. If time really isn't of the essence like you say it is, I guess I don't need to be freaking out after all. But I can't imagine you're bringing me here to simply lecture me again. So, let's just cut to the chase, and tell me what you want. You would be correct that there is much more to our conversation than your less than ideal choice of loyalty you've bestowed your surrogate mother with. Come, follow the sound of my voice. There is much to discuss. Internally sighing at what was no doubt going to be a rather annoying discussion, Jade began to follow to where she had last heard the condescending voice. As she began her trek, various thoughts began to flow into her mind. I really hope what he said about time here is true. If it's not, then I've already failed. No, don't think like that. Right now, what I need are answers. It's about damn time I finally learned why this son of a bitch is in my head in the first place. Assuming I can even take what he says at face value. Finally, she could see a very dim light in the distance. Figuring that was where she needed to go, she followed her gut instinct to head in the general direction. She was getting closer now, and as she approached, she could vaguely make out a figure of some sort. Strangely enough, she couldn't really describe what it remotely looked like, the visage of it constantly changing like a rippling water effect. Perhaps, if she got closer, she would get a better idea. Finally, she was only about 5 or so feet away when the strange visual effect faded. Excellent, you've finally arrived. We have much to discuss, you and I. The voice was unquestionably that of Sosuke Aizen's, but his appearance was nothing like it was when she had seen him for the first time in Las Noches, nor the time when he had prevented her from committing suicide. Gone was the white outfit, and in its place was what could best be described as a black straitjacket of sorts with some white trim and a white rag around his shoulders. His right eye and forehead were completely covered by a massive eye patch of sorts, though despite this, his aura of confidence was still as present as ever. The last detail that truly caught her eye, however, was that he was currently left immobile, his arms and legs strapped to the large chair he was currently sitting in. "What the hell is going on?" Jade screamed. "Why the hell are you in some gimp suit strapped to a chair?" Eisen let out a light chuckle as his left eye looked at the young woman before he smirked. "Oh, this is precisely why I've called for you, Miss Lodro. It seems as if you and I have come at a crossroads where our interests have finally fully intersected." Jade simply glared at the bound man as she clenched her fists. "Explain. Now. Why are you stuck to a damn chair? No, why are you even in my head in the first place? If you really want me to have anything to do with you, you're going to have to at least explain that much, and don't even think for a second I'm going to fall for the fairy godfather comparison or some shit. You've wanted something from me for a while now, and I want to know exactly what that is." Eisen closed his eyes before he spoke. "Yes, I do believe that it was high time that you were told the truth. Do be aware, however, that there is much to take in. You may find it quite difficult to bear." "Well, it's not like you're giving me much of a choice now, are you?" Jade said as she rolled her eyes. "Now come on, out with it already. Patience now, Jade. All will be revealed in due time," Eisen said as he opened his eyes once more. "I'll start by answering what's probably been the question you've had the longest, why I've taken up residence inside of your mind. Much like your friend Miss Catnip, I also come from another world. The same as theirs, in fact. It was a world rife with difficulties, as I know your friends have made you aware. An afterlife that treated most of its inhabitants with cruel indifference at best and a hellish existence at worst. The Soul Reapers, guardians of the Soul Society and keepers of the peace, were merely content with the world as it was. I was not. In fact, I was quite disgusted with those who continued the status quo despite the many battles they had won to maintain it. A true victor is one who thinks of not how the world is, but rather how the world should be. Thus, I began various forms of experimentation, and finally, began my revolution to stand at the top." He then shook his head. "However, despite my vast power, the power of those I had recruited into my cause, as well as the hundreds of years of planning that I had spent towards this goal, I was ultimately defeated. The hows and whys are a matter for another time. However, thanks to the greatest of my experiments, I had finally discovered the source of surpassing Hollow and Soul Reaper alike and gained immortality. Because of this, I was not able to be executed for my crimes. Thus, the Soul Society decided to simply seal me away for over 20,000 years in a black, empty void, much like the one we're in now. As a result, I've ended up strapped to this very chair, the vast amount of my powers sealed away." Jade simply stared before she motioned at him with her right hand to continue. Having her permission, he continued speaking. "After having experienced a brief moment of freedom after a mere 2.5 years when my imprisonment started out of mutual interest of myself and the Soul Society, I was once again sealed away. This time, however, the period of time was much more significant. 1 year, a decade, a century, a millennium. As time continued to go by, even I, with all my intellect and wisdom, began to slowly grow mad from not only the isolation but also the sensory deprivation. 10,000 years of nothing but darkness, with only myself for company. Yes, even someone like I could only last for so long under such conditions. I feared that I would slowly lose my sanity before my sentence was finally up. That is, until one day, my isolation came to an end. 10,000 years ago, after the end of the 1,000-year blood war. Mukin. It was madness. 10,000 years of isolation, 10,000 years of nothing but pitch blackness. When Sosuke Aizen had first been sentenced by the Central 46 to the Mukin, he had simply shrugged it off. What was time for a man like him? He was no mere Soul Reaper, he had transcended such limitations as aging long ago once he had fused with the Hogyaku. All he simply had to do was bide his time. Freedom would come sooner or later. He had waited patiently for hundreds of years to get where he had. This would be no different. For the first few decades or so, everything had been fine. Boring, certainly, but he was above such things. Time would move on soon enough. And time did move on, but 20,000 years was far, far greater than he had originally anticipated. Waking up every day to simply see the same black void over and over again was slowly wearing on him. Eventually, he started to use Kyoka Suijutsu on himself as a means to help pass the time, creating his own world before his very eyes. It helped, for a time. Eventually, as time passed over 1,000 years, even this was not enough. There was only so much he could create with his Zanpakuto's power for so long before even that had grown to bore himself. After all, what was the point of watching his own creations if he knew their every action? Time may not have been a concern for his physical state of being, but his mental one? Without being able to move most of his body with the exception of his left eye and mouth, to see the same darkness for over 10,000 years, it was only a matter of time before he went mad and he knew it. Even Kyoka Suijutsu's company in his own inner world would not be enough to stave off the inevitable. After all, his sentence was only halfway finished. He still had another 10,000 years to complete. My, it certainly seems like you're in quite the pickle right now, aren't you, Sosuke Aizen? Experiencing the sensation of surprise for well over 10,000 years caused Aizen Sosuke to look about wildly as best he could to locate the source of the voice. Was he starting to hear voices now? A woman's at that. Had his madness already begun to set in? No, he hadn't snapped quite yet. Whatever this was, however, he knew one thing. He wanted to know more, and he wanted it to last as long as he could manage. Thus, he quickly regained his composure before he replied. It most certainly has been a few irksome millennia. However, I've also found it to be a rather enlightening experience. He wasn't exactly lying per se. The one thing he could do this entire time in the Mukin was reflect, to look upon past plans and actions and see what had gone right, and what had gone wrong. Whom most of the blame for his defeat could be blamed on, only to find that each and every single time, it has always come back to three men. Kisukura Hara, Ichigo Kurosaki, and himself. So, to whom do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Aizen spoke out into the void. I don't happen to get many visitors these days, so I'd like to meet you face to face, were it possible. Was he asking for too much? Would she leave for him simply asking to see whoever this was? He prayed that would not be the case. Any kind of new company at this point would be welcome, even if it came from the likes of Mareki Yoomada or Don Kanaji. Anything to put an end to this lonely isolation. Oh yes, of course, allow me to formally introduce myself. Appearing in a flash of light before his eyes was a woman with long dark blue hair, green eyes, wearing a purple tunic and tights with a black cape, along with a golden scepter. But what surprised him the most, what truly got his attention, was her Ryutsu. This was no mere soul reaper. No, the woman before him was much like himself. A being that transcended hollows and soul reapers entirely. A god. My name is Sylphia Nelia Labelle. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's not often you find someone who manages to elevate themselves to the level of the gods. My sentiments exactly, Aizen responded as he smirked. So, what brings you here to the Mukin, Miss Labelle? Have you come here to seek advice on how to utilize those powers of yours? I can assume that you've only very recently acquired them. She had to have as far as he was concerned. The mere idea that a being like this could exist prior to his own transformation was laughable. Prior to himself, the only person who had ever reached this height of spiritual power was none other than the Soul King himself, and afterward, only Ichigo Kurosaki and the Quincy Kaiser Waiwak after absorbing the Soul King had managed to achieve it since. At least, so he had believed until now. Oh no, I've had these powers of mine for quite some time, Sylphia replied as she waved her hand in front of herself. No, my reason for coming to see you is of a more urgent matter. She smiled then as she slowly walked in front of him, twirling her staff as she did so before coming to a sudden stop. I believe I have an offer that would adhere to your interests as well as mine. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even for someone such as yourself. The chance to experience and explore a whole new world. So Suke Aizen's eyes came to life then, feeling a sense of curiosity and excitement he hadn't felt in hundreds of years. By all means, do tell. Her offer was quite simple really, Aizen spoke. I was given the opportunity to explore a whole new world that I knew nothing about in exchange for my services. And those services are, what exactly? Jade inquired. Many of your friends were simply brought here on the behalf of the gods to fight for an upcoming war for the fate of humanity. I myself, however, will not be partaking in the war. I was simply brought here for one reason, and one reason only. To slay a being from my world that the gods of your world deem a threat to their existence. Aizen answered. Okay, but if that's the case, then why the hell are you in my head? Jade demanded. I fail to see how you being inside of me correlates to defeating whatever the hell it is the gods are afraid of. Aizen closed his eye before speaking. Just because Sylphia came to recruit me to their side doesn't mean that there is any trust between us. It seems that my past actions have made them quite wary of me, not that I blame them. No, they are afraid that if they simply brought me over that I would scheme to rule over their heavens in place of my own once I've completed my task. Thus, to keep me in check, they believed that simply placing me in a human host would help prevent such an outcome. Furthermore, they placed several seals on both of my power and the actions I can take while inside of your body. It's why the manifestation that you see before you appears as it does. These are not the seals the Soul Society placed on me, no, these are the seals of the gods. All of the information she was hearing was too much to take in. A war of the gods for the fate of humanity? A being from another world that the gods feared enough to bring this man here to deal with them. It was all so surreal. Still, there was one question that burned in her most of all. Tell me why then? Why me? Why the hell did they pick me? Because Sylphia knew that you were the only host that would be compatible with my ability to control all 5 senses, along with the rest of my power, Aizen answered. How the hell did she know that? Jade asked. It can't just be because of my magic, I know plenty of people who can use better illusion magic than me, so how did she narrow it down? Because she knew about you from the beginning, Aizen told her. Cut the crap. What the hell do you mean she knew about me from the beginning? Jade demanded. I didn't get these powers until I dash. What I'm saying to you is that Sylphia knew about you from the moment she chose to reincarnate you into this world. Aizen interrupted her. Jade's eyes widened in shock as she heard his response, her heart practically skipped a beat as she heard his answer. What? Do you believe that my world was the first she had looked for to find suitable champions for their war game? Aizen answered her. Far from it. The reality is that she spent many years looking through the various worlds that existed to find a world that had beings suitable enough for the war. Your world simply didn't make the proper cut with the deceased warriors it possessed. However, when she came across your departed soul, she took pity on you and took you in as if you were her own child, watching over you from afar ever since you were reincarnated into this world. That's how she knew about you being the perfect host for me. Because she had already known about you several years before the war would begin. Jade's entire body began to shake then, as she heard Aizen speak. That's dash. Of course, she never wanted to see you end up as the host for someone else, but unfortunately for her, there was no alternative. Still, she cared for you like a mother and wished for you to have as long of a normal life as possible, thus, several seals were placed on me to prevent me from taking complete control over you. Aizen spoke. Honestly, you and Miss Basterby owe her quite the debt for giving you both a second chance at life. Liar! Jade yelled as she took a step back. That's not true. You're lying. It's bullshit, all of it. I'm not special. I'm not someone from another world, I'm not the adopted stepchild of some goddess or a piece on a dim chessboard for a war for humanity. I'm just a street rat who managed to get into fairy tale. Everything you're saying right now, it's all a lie. She was only brought here because of some damn goddess? She only met her friends because of her? That's the only reason she had ever even met Emberella in the first place? Everything that had happened in her entire life, was out of some sort of pity. You heard what I said, then called me a liar. Now you refuse to believe what I've shared. Eisen spoke. Your mind may not want to believe these revelations, but inside of you there's a voice saying, accept it, it's the truth. You're hearing it right now, are you not? When he was met with stunned silence, he continued. Soon you'll believe, time will help. I feel sorry about your confusion, but this world has never really been about truth or lies. In reality, there's only one thing that's worth knowing. Hard facts. Despite this universal truth, people misguidedly choose to only accept the facts that appeal to their way of thinking. They're so limited, they can only accept the truths that are comfortable for them. Realizing things may not have been as we accepted them tends to unsettle us, it's overwhelming. Your current reaction is simply your desire to hang on to that reality you wish to cling to. Eisen then looked at the shaking woman then, as she fell to her knees. Your reaction isn't unexpected. If anything, it's quite natural. However, you were the one who wished to seek out these answers, and now, you finally know. Jade could only look down at the ground then as the weight of these revelations hit her like a brick. As much as she hated, loathed to accept it, everything he had just told her about the concept of truth was right. She didn't want to believe any of it for those exact same reasons he stated. To have everything she knew to have all been from a charity case was a hard pill to swallow. Even harder to know that she now played some sort of grand rule for the gods of her world. He could have been lying, certainly, but coming up with such an overcomplicated and elaborate lie seemed unlikely. The easiest lies to keep and maintain were those that were simple and to the point, a lesson Umbrella had taught her years ago. Besides, what else could really explain what was going on with her at the moment? Yes, indeed, it was just as Eisen had said. There was a voice in her head telling her to accept it, and she currently saw no alternative to it. However, even as life-shattering these revelations had been, it didn't change the fact that Jade still valued the friendships and bonds she had made with her friends. Yes, she may have only been in this world now because of some goddess, but that didn't mean the members of her guild cared any less for her. They had proven time and again that they saw her as one of her own, and it was her decisions in life that allowed her to meet everyone she cared about, not some goddess. She still cared for her guild mates dearly, and she would do whatever she could to save them. Her resolve strengthened once more. She got up from her feet before she looked at Eisen. All right. Fine. Let's say all of that's true for now. I'll cross that bridge whenever it is real or isn't eventually. I can't imagine you brought me all this way just for that. You told me earlier that our interests have finally aligned, so what exactly is it that you want? She had a small hunch as to what it was, but she wanted to hear it from his mouth. As things stand, your friends have no chance at victory, Eisen said. And while I was chosen to take down the being that the gods fear, I am afraid that even my power will not be sufficient in defeating him. Thus, it is imperative to me that Fairy Tail survives not only this encounter, but the ones that will follow as well. So that's why you were trying to dissuade me from working with my mother, Jade spoke. You need Fairy Tail in order to accomplish your goals. You would be correct in that being my motivation to persuade you from Umberella's foolish ambition, though everything that I told you prior was entirely truthful, Eisen answered. Regardless of my intentions for our earlier conversations, however, the fact remains that as things are, your friends will perish, unless you allow me to intervene. Yeah, I had a feeling that's where this was going, Jade answered. So what, you just need my permission to take over or something? It's not that simple, I'm afraid, Eisen told her. Your permission certainly does play a role. However, what is more vital is that only you can remove the seals restricting my power, Eisen said. There are 7 in total. The more you remove, the more of my power I'll be able to access within your body And the closer you get to taking over my body, am I right? Jade interrupted Eisen. The former captain of Squad 5's eye widened before he smirked. Quite the intuition you have. Tell me, what gave it away? I figured there was more to these seals than just preventing you from using your full power. Gods don't tend to do things in small measures after all. Jade said as she looked him directly in the eyes. But that's fine, it means I have just 5 more times after this where I can call on you when things go to shit before you take my body. She then grabbed onto his eye patch before looking directly into his eye. I still don't know how much of what you're saying is the truth or not, but what I do know is that, if I just do nothing, then all my friends are going to die, and I'm not going to let that happen. She ripped off the eye patch before she gave him a grin. So on and give him hell for me. Sosuke Aizen simply looked up at his host and smirked. Very well. Consider it my signature on our supposed contract for our alliance. Candace Catnip, Ulquiera Cipher, and Wendy Marvel could hardly believe their eyes. Only mere moments ago was Candace Catnip practically at death's door as she fought frantically to save her friend Jade Lodro from the cruel clutches of the Guild Master of Death's Head Caucus, Dispute. Everyone there had practically braced for the harsh reality of losing one of their guild mates, only for her life to have been spared by the timely use of a level 80 Bakudo spell. And just who was it that had used that spell that saved the Quincy's life? Well, none other than Jade Lodro herself. However, Jade's entire demeanor had changed radically once she had managed to escape from Dispute's Shadow God's cruel imprisonment spell. There was not a single trace of fear to be found on her, the emerald-haired thief now exuding an aura of confidence that was very much unlike her. Her guns had seemingly vanished, replaced now with a sword that rested on her left hip within its sheath. Lastly, a single strand of hair went down her face and curled slightly. Slowly, Jade unsheathed her blade before she spoke. I'd rather you leave the rest of the guild out of your affair. However, if a proper opponent is what you truly seek, then you'll have no need to look further. From this moment onwards, I shall be your opponent. Oh? What's this? Something seems different about you. Dispute said as he slowly looked over her body. Not your physical appearance, no, your entire personality is completely different. You're not the same woman from before, are you? Are you perhaps a split personality that resides in the girl? An astute observation, but incorrect. Jade spoke as she slowly made her way towards the maniacal guild master. At the moment, this woman is simply serving as a host for my soul to inhabit. I knew it. Ulquiera weakly spoke as he looked at Jade. He could hardly believe what he spoke next. It would appear that Lord Aizen has somehow managed to impart his soul into Jade's body. Excuse you, what? Candace managed to screech out despite the terrible condition her body was in. How the hell did he manage to do that? The only reason people from our world have even ended up here is because they're all dead, and last I checked that motherfucker was immortal. So how the fuck is he here, let alone in my best friend's body? I'm afraid that right now I lack the means to answer that question, Ulquiera answered. Odds are we would have to take it up with the gods themselves to find a suitable answer, or ask Lord Aizen himself. Candace scowled as she looked at Sosuke Aizen. To say that she was left perturbed by the situation would have been an understatement. Damn it all. Somehow, one of my best friends is being possessed by that pompous asshole of a Soul Reaper. Yeah, sure, he claims he's on our side right now, but I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. That bastard is a traitor to the core, you can't trust anything he says. She wanted nothing more than to get up on her feet and demand why he was here, what he had done to Jade in order to take control of her body, to know if Jade was even still in there, and so much more, but with the state her body was in, Candace found it impossible to so much as stand, let alone go on a tirade against one of Waiwaka's special war powers. No, for now, all she could do was simply lie down and watch. If he killed her, I swear to God, I'll make him pay if it's the last thing I do. What the hell is going on here? Schema demanded as he glared at Sylphia. Sosuke Aizen wasn't among the ones we could choose to bring over to this world. I memorized all the names of the possible candidates. I can see your smirk. You planned this, didn't you? This is a direct violation of the rules. You're right that this would be a violation of the rules, if he were a chosen participant for the upcoming war, Sylphia answered Schema. However, Sosuke Aizen's presence in this world is not to fight on my behalf, but rather to help deal with a more pressing matter. He is absolutely forbidden from engaging in any battle from warriors from his old world with one exception. One who threatens us all. It's just poor luck on your part that the only person whose body he could truly inhabit was one of my surrogate daughters. Normally, she would have disdained the mere notion of what she had done to Jade, but at the moment it was the only thing keeping her from a life of misery and saving the lives of the Fairy Tale Guild. Schema then snorted. Fine, so be it. Dispute will simply just have to make short work of him then before he can even consider using his Kyoka Suijutsu. He'll be no match for my hired assassin. When Desh schema was interrupted when he heard the goddess beginning to giggle, then before she burst out into all-out laughter, the goddess of camaraderie clutching the sides of her stomach as she laughed hysterically. Why what's so damn funny? Oh, I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive my little outburst, Slyphia said as she soon stifled her laughter as she looked down at the demigod. But it appears to me that you totally misunderstand the situation. Schema cocked his head before he snarled. Me? Misunderstand? Impossible. Please, feel free to enlighten me then, how I'm mistaken. The goddess gave him an uncharacteristic smirk before she spoke. Now you see, the warriors from their realm didn't fear Sosuke Aizen just because he could use Kyoka Suijutsu to destroy them. Yes, Kyoka Suijutsu's power is terrifying, and it's the main reason I chose him for his recruitment for the task I brought him over for, but fearing it alone would not have been enough for my decision, nor to subjugate all those who would rather die than obey. There was only one reason why all of those powerful Espada were able to function as a group despite their completely different personalities and uniquely individual goals. It's because Sosuke Aizen is strength itself. She closed her eyes as she continued. His power, speed, and prowess exceed that of almost every Soul Reaper captain and wizard on Earthland. Dispute could attempt to protect himself from Kyoka Suijutsu, but it would never be enough to obtain victory. Even if Dispute had his entire guild with him to come up with a plan, Aizen would simply outthink it. Dispute can take all the precautions he wants, like the sky falling or the earth splitting, but I can assure you, there's really no use in trying. Create all the elaborate plans you want, but Sosuke Aizen's superior powers will undo any of your schemes. She then looked back to the tower. Just watch, and you'll see exactly what I mean. So, you're merely a spirit of some sort inhabiting the girl's body, is that it? Dispute asked with a small smirk. Well, I can at least tell that you have more power than the rest of these weaklings do. No one has ever been able to escape my shadow god's cruel imprisonment before. I'm impressed. He then gave Aizen a sneer. It's unfortunate for you, however, that it won't be nearly enough to defeat the likes of me. The spell I placed on that girl was deliberately weakened to ensure I didn't accidentally crush her to death. You'll find that the rest of my techniques are far superior to the one you just conquered. Oh, is that a fact? Aizen replied with a smirk as he slowly drew his Zanpakuto. How very interesting. I'm actually quite glad to hear that spell was far from your full capabilities. After all, if I am to properly ascertain this body's limitations, then a sub-par opponent simply won't do. Song of choice, attack on the beat, Bleachoast. You needn't worry about me being a subpar opponent, mysterious spirit, Dispute said as he created a sword of darkness in his hands. What you should be worried about, is your own life. Rushing towards Aizen with great speed, Dispute jumped up into the air and fell downwards towards his foe, eager to split him in two. To Dispute's surprise, Aizen simply lifted up his Zanpakuto and blocked the strike completely, and while the ground beneath the pair shattered into a massive crater, Aizen simply stood there, his blade still upheld with little effort. Dispute jumped backward then before he grinned. Oh, well blocked. It seems that you truly do have some merit to that confidence of yours. However, from this point on, I'll be putting out much more of an effort to cut you down. Aizen merely smirked at the guildmaster's boast before he used his spare hand to beckon Dispute forwards. Dispute growled then before rushing forward, swinging his blade right at his foe's neck, only for Aizen to casually raise his sword in defense and block his strike once more. Another growl from Dispute before he swung his blade again and again, aiming for the throat, stomach, heart, and shoulders of his foe, only for each attack to be parried with ease. Finally, only after one more strike directed at Aizen's throat was parried with ease did the guildmaster leap back before scowling. I see that you're at least skilled with a blade, but that brief exchange of ours doesn't mean you're near victory. I've yet to come even close to showing you what I'm truly capable of. I would certainly hope so, Aizen replied. If this was all you had to offer, I would be most disappointed. Dispute frowned, enshrouding both of his hands in darkness before crying out, Shadow God's Wave Crusher. An immense wave of darkness, far greater than any seen before, rocketed towards Aizen as it filled half of the room. The guild master grinned as the traitorous captain vanished from sight. Fool! My power can slay the gods themselves, Yet you dared to challenge me? My victory was all but guaranteed. I wouldn't be prideful of an attack that missed its target. Dispute's eyes widened, then before he quickly turned around, only to see Eisen standing 20 feet away from him with a proud smirk plastered all over his host's face. You? How did you dodge that attack? There was no time for you to have gotten away with how close it was to you. The guild master demanded. Is this the work of that girl's illusions? Not at all. I merely used a flash step to avoid your attack before the moment of impact, Eisen replied. I wished to observe your attack as long as I could before taking an unnecessary hit to gain a better understanding of your magic. Unfortunately, it seems I'll need more time to properly analyze god-slaying magic. I see, so you simply used some sort of teleportation spell to dodge my attack, is that it? Dispute said before grinning. Unfortunately for you, however, you're far from the only one who can use such a technique. His entire body was covered in shadows before he then vanished from everyone's sight, only to appear right behind Eisen, his blade mere seconds away from impaling his host's body. Clang! Only for his sword of darkness to have been parried by Eisen once more, the sword of darkness forced out of Dispute's hands before it dispersed in the air. The guild master growled in frustration as he created another blade before then glaring at Eisen. Impossible! No one has ever been able to counter my shadow god's teleportation strike. How did you know where to counter? Because your teleportation technique has a crucial weakness to it, Eisen spoke. While teleportation is superior to high-speed movement techniques, it means nothing if you know where your opponent is going to strike. Having observed your battle with the Fairy Tail Guild, I noticed that you could only teleport into the shadows of your foes. It made knowing where you're about to strike quite predictable. Oh, so I'm predictable, am I? The guild master scoffed before he leaped backward to the other end of the room, surrounded himself with shadows. Don't get so confident just because I've yet to land a hit on you. You have yet to even so far as scratch me yourself. Why, I'm betting it's taken everything you've had just to stay alive as long as you have. You won't be able to so much as touch me with that sword of yours, let alone win this battle. If that's what you think, you need a reality check, Eisen spoke before he vanished before Dispute's eyes, only to reappear right in front of him, his right hand placed over Dispute's chest before he smirked. See? I can reach out and touch your heart, without even breaking a sweat. His eyes widening in shock, Dispute jumped backward just in time to avoid Eisen swinging his sword at his head. The guild master snarled then as his hands were covered in darkness. Shadow God's dancing arrows of demise. Firing about 5 arrows of darkness from his hands, Dispute was hoping on his multiple attacks to create an opening for him to exploit before his next move. However, to his horror, Eisen simply smirked and proceeded to sidestep around each of the oncoming arrows, only choosing to deflect the last arrow, directing it right back at the guild master. Catching his own attack with his armored hand, Dispute crushed the attack before he stepped onto the ground. Shadow God's cruel implement field. The ground beneath Eisen then shook like an earthquake before it erupted with multiple shadow spears. However, Eisen simply dodged the attack with a flash step, appearing right over the attack mid-air before he smirked. Did you really think such a simple technique would be able to hit me after your previous 2 failed? Shadow God's cruel imprisonment. Once more was Jade's body bound by massive shadow tendrils that shot out from the guild master's hands, binding Eisen completely as the guild master grinned from below. I knew that you would dodge that attack, which is precisely why I decided to use it as a feint for my true goal, capturing you. I see, and what is it that you plan to do now, after tying me up? Eisen asked coyly. Simple. I'm just going to torment you until you decide to let that girl take her body back. I still fully intend to have some fun with her before I hand her body over to her bitch of a mother. So how's about you slink back where you came from, and you don't have to feel any of the hell I have planned for her. I'm afraid that I simply can't allow you to torment my host's body. Eisen retorted. She and I have signed a contract of sorts, and I intend to fully see it out till the very end, which I'm afraid for you means that your dream of revenge will simply not come to be. The guild master snorted before he let out a slight laugh before he spoke. You honestly think that you can still win? I know that you were able to escape my technique before, but that's only because I used a weaker variant to keep the girl contained. This time I've decided to not take any chances, so try as hard as you like, but you will never dash. Aizen simply gave the guild master yet another one of his classic smirks before the guild master felt a powerful, crushing weight on his entire body, as his shadow god's cruel imprisonment technique completely shattered around Aizen Sosuke as an invisible torrent of spiritual pressure dispersed the technique completely. You may have put more effort into your technique this time around, however, all I simply needed to do was apply more spirit energy to allow me to escape your silly technique. Dispute snarled in anger once more than as shadows clad his entire body. Alright, that's it, no more holding back. I no longer care if I don't have a body to show that bitch. No one makes a mockery of the great Dispute and gets away with it. Shadow God's bellow. The massive shadow attack erupted from Dispute's mouth as he blasted his god-slaying magic at Aizen with no sign of restraint. However, when Aizen simply raised up his spare hand with a smug grin, the guild master couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That fool. He may have been able to dodge and parry all of my attacks thus far, but taking on my god-slaying magic directly is a fool's game. Not even most of the wizard saints would think to stop it with their bare hands. Fine then, prepare to pay for such arrogance with your very life. I'll simply. Dispute's train of thought was promptly cut off when he saw Aizen simply raise up his bare hand in front of the attack, and, against all expectations, halt it in its place, the massive torrent of energy quickly condensing itself into a small ball that Aizen could hold in his hand as he looked at it with curiosity. How fascinating! It seems that the power of god-slaying has unique properties to it that would allow for it to harm even transcendent beings, regardless of the strength of its wielder. How fortunate for me then, that I am currently only able to access my powers as a Soul Reaper. He then casually crushed the attack in his hands then, the shadows dispersing into the air as he looked at Dispute. Unfortunately for you, however, it seems that your level of magical power is simply nowhere near enough to overcome my spirit energy. This isn't over. Do you hear me? Dispute shouted at the top of his lungs before he formed a massive orb of shadows in his hands and quickly floated above him, about the size of a large ship as he prepared for his next move. I've yet to show you the power of the Godslayer secret arts. Shadow Gods dashed the orb in his hand transformed then into a large stake-like object, which then multiplied into 100 smaller, yet very dangerous shadow spears, each the size of a car. Malicious implement rain. The stakes of shadows throttled forward, each one moving thousands of times faster than the speed of sound, capable of tearing most mages into puddles of blood. But Sosuke Aizen's retort to the massive enclave of attacks was a simple one. Heido number 32, Okazen. Raising his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him, a yellow orb appeared before him before it widened itself along the length of his sword before blasting outwards, destroying each of the shadowy stakes before they made contact. Interesting. It appears that the secret arts of Slayer techniques temporarily raise the power of its user by an order of magnitude. In that regard, I suppose it's similar to an Espada's Gran Rey Zero. Aizen then looked at Dispute before he smiled. I suppose for a human, it's quite remarkable. You've managed to reach a level of power that exceeds the power of over half of my Espada. He clapped Jade's hands then, in a somewhat mocking gesture. Truly a remarkable feat. However, I believe that I have seen enough. It's time to put an end to this. Dispute's entire body shook with anger then as he was surrounded by shadow. And this? And this? Do you have any idea to whom you're speaking? I am the Guild Master of Death's Head's Caucus, the most powerful assassination guild in all of Fiori. No target of mine has ever lived to see the next day once I have decided to end their miserable life, and you are no different. He pitched his right hand back then as he created a shadow orb. You haven't even so much as landed one blow on me and you dare to proclaim that you can just end this? I have far more abilities I have yet to show you, this fight is far from over, you pompous dash. Yes, it is. Turning around on a pitch as fast as he could, Dispute saw Aizen only a few feet away from him. Before he could even attempt to strike at the Soul Reaper, however, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down, only to see his opponent's Zanpakuto stabbings right into his chest. Dispute glared at Aizen then before he let out a cough of blood before he weakly tried to reach out to him. Damn, you, I'll dash. Before he could even finish his sentence, however, Aizen withdrew his blade from Dispute's stomach, causing the guild master to fall over onto his back as a pool of blood surrounded his body. "Well, that was certainly a most illuminating experience," Eisen said as he looked down at Jade's body. Her body had adjusted to his power surprisingly well. He had at least expected to have run into some issues during this little warm-up exercise, but to his surprise, he had encountered little difficulty. If there was one thing that left him feeling anything remotely akin to disappointment, it was that his current level of power was only at a quarter of what it was before he had transformed thanks to the Hogyaku. While this was a setback, he was certain that this level of power would more than suffice for what he needed at the moment. Besides, more power would undeniably come to him as Jade would remove more of his seals. He had learned to wait for thousands of years. Patience for something like this was nothing by comparison. Deus, Anima. Song of Choice, Snakes of Despair, Bleach Hellverse Ost. Hearing the guild master's voice and quickly sensing his power rising rapidly, Eisen turned Jade's body around just in time to see the guild master's body quickly engulf itself into a tall pillar of shadow. The entire room, no, the entire tower shook then as he could hear the guild master let out a powerful scream then as his magic continued to grow. Finally, the pillar of shadow disappeared, revealing Dispute. Gone was his ornate helmet and cape, along with most of his armor. Dispute's hair was white and very short, though his eyes were now completely yellow in appearance as they glowed amongst the shadows. Most of his skin was covered now in the form of various long, black lines which coated his entire body. He gave Eisen a terrible grin as he slowly approached him. "It's the end for you now, you arrogant fool. Now that I've entered into Deus Anima, my power is far greater than it was before. Not even the wizard saints could hope to defeat me now." Eisen merely stared as his foe before he let out a slight chuckle. "I see, how very interesting. It seems that god slayers possess an ability similar to that of a dragon slayer's ability to turn slightly into the very beings they were meant to slay. I'll be sure to remember this in the future." Dispute let out a slight chuckle before he glared at Eisen. "You don't get it, do you? For you, there is no future." Eisen watched on through eyes not his own, intent on never letting his eyes lose sight of Dispute. However, the guild master suddenly lunged for him, his very being, his essence itself, seemingly transmuting into shadow. Eisen felt the blow then, his host's feet skidding across the ground. Before he could perform any sort of counter, however, he was cut off, another blow from the shadow god slayer landing. Eisen was thrown aside, spinning. His eyes caught sight of Dispute within the darkness as it moved around him, another blow striking him. Still did his eyes dart around, though the next time he saw nothing, only feeling the impact. Dispute continued to put the pressure on, the power of his transformation greatly augmenting his speed and strength. His form was a whirlwind around Eisen, the evolved godslayer visible for only the briefest of moments as he lands a strike before vanishing from sight and repeating the process. All there was in that moment was the shadow and its attacks. "All I am is a blur to you, is that it? Nothing but speed and power incarnate. You can't even detect my movements. What are you going to do now, I wonder? Let me answer that for you." Dispute held up his right hand, fingers outstretched as pure power formed within his palm. His fingers tightened then, the dark magic bursting between them. He lowered his head in an instant, biting into the coalesced energy and swallowing it whole. "You will die," Dispute shouted, his body pitching forward. Shadow God's Ultra Bellow. The power erupted forth from Dispute, enveloping Jade's body and, in turn, Eisen himself. Dispute did not waste a moment's notice, the Godslayer leaping in after the tail of his attack. His right arm outstretched and he seized Jade by the throat, lifting her up even as the shadowy attack still slipped off her body. "All that talk and yet you could not handle the darkness," Dispute hissed. "It's just as I expected, however. It's over, Sosuke Eisen." Song of Choice, Invasion, Bleach Diamond Dust Rebellion Ost. Yet, despite all this, Eisen could only smile through Jade's body. Suddenly, as the shadow of the attack melted away, Dispute could see there was not a single sign of damage. "Is this it? Is that truly the best that you can do? You can attack me all you want, but your efforts will be meaningless." Delivering a quick blow with Jade's elbow, Dispute coughed up some blood as he staggered back, glaring at Eisen as he did so. The former captain simply frowned as he pointed his blade at the dark wizard. I was expecting much more power after you transformed, but compared to the powers Natsu Dragneel and Wendy Marvel displayed earlier, your increase in power was significantly less than theirs. I assume that since you've obtained your god-slaying abilities from Alakrama, it must have resulted in your base power rising to its current level, only for a much lower increase for your current form as a result. A pity. Now, are you quite finished? If possible, I would like to carry out much more important business. You. Dispute stammered before his face contorted with rage. Very well, then you shall feel the wrath of my ultimate technique. Shadow God's 5 deities of death. His body began to bubble up and gain mass, sucking in all of the shadows not just in the room, but the entire tower, growing rapidly in size before finally splitting into 5 beings, each looking identical to that of Dispute. The 5 Godslayers glared at Aizen then before one spoke. This is the end for you now, Aizen Sosuke, my ace in the hole. I've developed this technique for any foe I could not slay in a one-on-one battle. Unlike most clone techniques, however, my power does not lessen the more I multiply, nor do they disappear after a single hit. No, what you see before you are real, genuine clones, each one as powerful as the original by drawing upon all the shadows that existed in this tower. Even with all the power you have, it'll be quite difficult for you to take on 5 of me at once. One of the other clones declared. It's the first time we've ever had to use this technique. There simply was never a need to use it before. Another spoke. Therefore, allow us to commend you for being able to last against us this long to use such a technique. One more said. Aizen though simply smirked before he replied. Allow me to commend you as well, for having the wisdom to not face me alone. One of the clones chuckled then as magic began to surround the 5 doppelgangers. Arrogant till the end I see. Well, we'll show you just how much of a mistake that was, when you're dead. Shadow God's cruel imprisonment. The 5 clones shot out massive shadowy tendrils, each one binding around Jade's body before they began to constrict Aizen in a vice grip, hiding him entirely from view. You may have been able to break out of our technique before, but now it's 5 times the power as it was before. And we're not done yet. Another one of the clones declared as he formed a shadowy lance in his hand. Shadow God's lance. He threw the spear into the mass of tendrils, impelling through the shadowy mass before another clone slammed his hands down to the ground. Shadow God's cruel implement field. The entire area surrounding the black tendrils was covered in a mass of large shadow pillars bursting through the ground, several of them even going through Aizen's confines before another alone added his own attack to the mix. Shadow God's Wave Crusher. The massive wave of darkness hit its target square on, covering about half of the room in mass darkness before the final clone made its move. Shadow God's Dancing Arrows of Demise. Firing about 10 arrows of darkness from his hands, the attacks impacted where Aizen was bound before all 5 clones surrounded the focus of their aggression. Shadow God's Ultimate Technique. Shadow God's 5 Roaring Rampage. Each of the clones then let out a Shadow God's bellow, impacting where Aizen was bound and creating a massive explosion that covered the entire room and even shook half of the tower. The guild master and his clones grinned then as they looked at the shadowy mass that eclipsed where their foe once stood. So much for the proud warrior. Dispute felt himself grow relaxed for the first time since the battle began. You who were all talk, I hope you understand the truth now. From the moment you decided to interfere in this battle, your fate was sealed. Death's Head Caucus is in the business of murder and death. And I, as its guild master, revel in deicide itself. What hope did you ever have? The Dark Guild Master and his clones turned around then as their eyes settled upon Wendy Marvel. She was the last obstacle standing in their way from reviving the Great Lord Zeref. They each took a step, eager to finish off the Dragon Slayer to fulfill their mission. However, before the group of 5 could even begin their attack on the young Dragon Slayer, they each felt an incredible pressure that caused their bodies to buckle from the weight. They slowly turned around then to look at the shadowy mass, only for it to erupt with a large, powerful gust of spiritual energy, blowing away the darkness with ease and causing it to disperse in the air. And in the middle of all this great power, of this immense, staggering, and overwhelming spiritual pressure stood none other than Sosuke Aizen, the confident smirk still ever present on Jade's face. You really thought because you outnumbered me that you could crush me? How naive. He then slowly turned to face one of the clones as he continued. No, that was quite rude of me. You see, my understanding of what the word power means is undoubtedly, radically different from what the word means to you. I will teach you, here is what power is. He then smirked before he vanished from the sight of all of the clones before he appeared right in front of one of them, his sword raised. I'll give you an example. Song of Choice, Treachery, Bleach Diamond Dust Rebellion. The clone created a large sword of darkness in his hands, about to strike Aizen down, only for Aizen's Zanpakuto to cleave not only his weapon but also the clone's body vertically in half, killing it with a single blow. Damn you! One of the clones yelled out as he created another shadow sword swung at Aizen, who simply turned around, raised up his hand, and blocked the shadow blade, with merely one finger before he swung his sword once again, this time cutting through his waist and spine completely, the two pieces of its body falling to the floor before he looked at the guild master's remaining clones. This isn't over, you hear me? A clone demanded. Shadow gods bellow. The attack burst forward at Aizen, only for the Soul Reaper to simply cleave through the attack with ease with his Zanpakuto before appearing right behind the clone, a massive cut forming diagonally across its chest before it fell to the ground, dead. This can't be happening. One of the last two remaining clones yelled out. This is impossible, no one can be this strong. This is all just the work of that girl's illusions, isn't it? It has to be. The clone would never finish his rant, his head quickly falling to the floor and rolling away as his body fell to its knees and collapsed, Aizen standing right behind the corpse. He slowly turned to face the original Godslayer. An incorrect assumption on your part, Aizen spoke. I haven't once used the illusionary powers that either I or my host possesses. There was never a need. This has all simply been a chance for me to see how well this body can utilize my basic strength. He then looked at the guild master and smiled. You have my thanks for this little warm-up, Master of Death's Head Caucus. Thanks to you, I was able to test out this body's limitations to my heart's content, as well as gain an understanding of Slayer magic. You have performed your role remarkably well. He began to slowly walk over to dispute then before he continued. However, I'm quite afraid that I no longer have any need of you. Two more clones were created, each rushing at Aizen with a speed that the likes of Ulquiorra could barely perceive in his current state. Despite this, however, Aizen was causally moving between their punches with the same ease one would move through a narrow corner, the man not even opening his eyes as he maneuvered through the flurry of attacks. With one swing, yet another clone was eliminated with his blade. The other had vanished from Ulquiorra's sight, using the Shadow God's teleportation technique, hoping that the other clone's death with giving him the opening he needed, only for his head to be impaled almost instantly as he appeared from Aizen's shadow. A nice attempt to divert my attention. Unfortunately, tactics such as these only have value when fighting foes who have only a slight edge against you. However, in a case such as this, it's nothing more than a waste of energy. Aizen told the original Godslayer. Dispute growled before he ran forward then, creating two blades of shadow as he swung them wildly at Aizen. However, each and every swing was casually deflected by the spirit inhabiting Jade's body, the host of Aizen Sosuke constantly smirking throughout the exchange. Letting out a loud, powerful yell, Dispute combined the two shadow blades, which quickly formed into a massive sword twice the length of his own body. He swung the blade as hard as he could, only for Aizen to simply cut it in half. Dispute took a step back then as his eyes widened and his body began to shake. What is this feeling I'm experiencing? Is this fear? It's been so long since I've ever felt so helpless. How could I, the guild master of Fiori's best assassination guild, be afraid of anything? One thing was beyond certain, however. This was not a foe he could hope to defeat. Thus, there was only one last trick he could hope to play. You're stronger than me, that much is clear. But all the others here on this battlefield? It's clear that I'm still a cut above the rest. And I know you. It's like looking in a mirror. You and I? We both value strength above all else. We're both the same, monsters in human form, so I know what I speak. Why ally yourself with such weaklings when you could work with someone far more superior? Don't deny our destinies. We could rule Fiori together from the shadows. So cast off these weaklings and allow me to stand by your side. I'm afraid that you're greatly mistaken, Aizen replied. While it certainly is true that your power is greater than most of the foes you defeated today, you've failed to realize one crucial detail. Potential. From what I've observed, you seem to have hit the ceiling of your full potential. Conversely, however, the mages you've defeated today have far greater heights of potential that you could only dream of obtaining. That is why I chose to save their lives. If I only had someone like you to rely on to accomplish my goals, then I'm afraid my plans would be over far before they ever began. Damn you, damn you! Dispute cried out before he created orbs of shadows in his hands before tossed one after another at Aizen. It was a beyond desperate attempt to obtain victory, but the Dark Guild Master was unable to think rationally, his mind consumed by fear and hubris. You have no idea what you're talking about. These fairy tale vermin are nothing more than weaklings, while I am a waste of any more of my time. Dispute slowly looked down then, seeing Aizen stabbing into his chest. He slowly looked up then, into Jade's smirking face before coughing up some blood before reaching his hand out towards Aizen. Damn you before he fell to the ground, as his body was quickly surrounded by his own blood. Aizen slowly turned around then, as he noticed a shadowy portal open up in the air before Bambietta Basterbine and Lil Tata Lampard quickly landed on their feet. You son of a bitch! Bambietta hissed, eyes steeled as she came back into the real world. She and Lil Tata had been trying as hard as they could to find an escape, only for them to finally be forcibly pushed out. Now, the Quincy was all raring to go. I swear, if you laid one finger on Lucy or Wendy, I'll She looked at the ground then, and noticed the guild master lying still on the ground. Kick your ass. Apparently beaten to the punch, Lil Tato interrupted, her eyes wide with surprise. But, this guy's power was enormous. How did they manage to beat him in the condition they were all in? Bambi, you're okay? Lucy muttered, the blonde barely managing to slowly look up at her girlfriend with a slight smile on her face despite the terrible condition she was in. I'm so glad. Wendy smiled as well, though she was too busy finishing up Levy's treatment to say anything. If she was going to pull this off, she needed to concentrate. Forget me, you're all okay? Bambietta exclaimed, sniffing back as she ran towards Lucy. You all defeated him and thank God for that. So, it appears that the god's ultimate piece on the chessboard has finally decided to show herself, Aizen spoke as he looked at Bambietta. We're quite fortunate that defeating the guild master was able to bring you back as I suspected. Jade, you don't sound like you, Bambietta said, furrowing her brow. I told you this world not having Snickers would come back to haunt us eventually, Lil Tato said matter-of-factly. You just miss the taste of M. Bambietta snapped, eyes going white for a moment as she looked at Lil Tato. However, she turned her gaze back to Jade. Something was off. The tone of her voice, the timbre pervading it, the choice of words. That was Jade's voice, but it was not her speaking through it. And then there was. Say, Jade, since when did you have freaking huge spiritual pressure in a Zanpakuto? She attempted to walk closer to get a better look. Bambi, don't get close to her. Candace cried out as she slowly got to her feet. That's not Jade, it's that bastard Sosuke Aizen. The smart ass with the smart mouth. Bambietta took a step back. Lo-ovely. Wait a minute, how the hell is any of that even possible? Lil Tato asked Candace. Last I checked, that jackass was still strapped to his chair before we went to the royal realm, and was immortal. It shouldn't be possible for him to even be here. Like hell if I know. All I do know is that the bastard is somehow in control of Jade's body, and I say it's time we force him out of it. Candace said as she tried to form a sword in her hand, only to fall to one knee. Damn it all. Now, you can relax. Despite what you may think of me, I am not your enemy. Aizen spoke through Jade's body. At this point in time, our goals are aligned. Look, we're all just a little stressed out since we've got a lot on our plate as it is with this Jalal jerk trying to be the Giselle to Urz's me. So, if you so much as try and be all. Bambietta's shoulder slumped as a deadpan expression over her face, her voice deepening for but a moment. Every battle you've fought since you came to this Tower of Heaven has been all part of my plan. Bambietta's voice switched back to normal, an accusing finger pointing at Aizen. Then I will find a way to kick your ass straight out of Jade, magic Rubik's Cube or barf-inducing illusions aside, yeah, got it. It goes double for me too, asshole. Candace said as she weakly stumbled over. I don't care how low on power I am right now, but if you've done anything to Jade at all, then so help me, I will make your immortal life a living hell, do you hear me? I'll make you wish you were back in Mukin by the time I'm done with you. She wanted to put on a braver front for her friend, get angrier, even grab onto her friend's collar and yell into his face, but the extent of her injuries was far too great to allow that to happen. As much as I understand your frustration, I'm afraid you two are missing a very key detail in all of this. Lil Tato said before she stood in front of her two friends. That's Jade's body, not Aizen's. If you two try to go kick his ass, which is a really stupid idea might I add, you won't be hurting him, you'll be hurting her, and right now Wendy's got enough healing to do as it is. Think of it rather as an unexpected bonus. Aizen replied with a smirk. To think, I would have a chance to see you again, Lord Aizen. The former captain turned around to see none other than Ulquiorra, still bloody and beaten, slowly walking over to him. It's quite good to see you as well, Ulquiorra. Aizen responded, I'm glad to see that you're doing well in this new world, current wounds aside. Is it true then that you're allying yourself with us? The Arrancar asked. Indeed. Urza Scarlet is quite necessary for the battles to come. To lose her here and now would be an unacceptable loss for my plans. And just what are your plans, huh? Lil Tato demanded. What, are you planning to use Fairy Tail to overthrow the gods so you can rule over Earthland? I'll have you know they'll never fall for any of your bullshit, Rookie has already told them all about you, the real you. Ah yes, the reggae I figured that would be the case. Aizen said. However, knowing of my past deeds doesn't change the fact that you'll need my help for what is to come, sooner or later. And that is? Lil Tato asked as her eyes narrowed. Aizen simply chuckled. You're better off not knowing. For now, at least. Bambietta huffed as she placed her hands on her hips. Oh, sure it is, because that's not suspicious at all. I assure you, it's for your own benefit, Aizen told her. Now then, do we have an alliance? He then slowly faced Ulquiorra briefly before looking back at the Quincy's. I already have one of your allies for support, it would be wise if we simply worked together. Not necessarily. Aizen's eyes widened then, the objection coming not from the Quincy's, but the Arrancar. He slowly turned around then to face him. Oh? How very much unlike you. Back in Las Noches, you would obey my words without a moment's hesitation. Lord Aizen, for giving me purpose for the first time in my life, I will forever have some sort of gratitude towards you, Ulquiorra said as he slowly walked over to Aizen, only to walk past him and over towards the Quincy's. However, I have found others to whom I may swear loyalty. Ones that are beginning to help me to understand what it means to exist. What it means to feel. He stared at Levy's unconscious form before turning to face Aizen. For the first time, I have something that I may choose to fight for. Candace could only stare at the Arrancar, her eyes wide. Well, I'll be damned. He actually does care about us. Your loyalty need not be mutually exclusive to your guild or myself, Aizen spoke. Despite what you all may believe, I have no plans to betray the guild. You may not wish to believe my words, but I trust that my actions have been sufficient. I suppose there is that, Bambietta said, still giving him a mean look, though absolutely refusing to spare any more glances at his sheathed sword. But I don't think we'll ever be in on drinking your Kool-Aid. I believe the drink Aizen is most likely to ever attempt to serve us would be tea, Ulquiorra interjected. Or another equally warm beverage. Bambietta sighed. You've come so far and yet you still have so much to learn. Perhaps we can continue this conversation another time, Aizen said with a smirk. Now then, shall we be off to save Dash? Jade's body lurched forward then as Jade fell to one knee, and let out a cough, blood coming out of her mouth as her body breathed heavily. Jade! Candace yelled as she ran close to her friend's controlled body. What the hell is going on? How unfortunate. Eisen stammered out. It seems that there is a limit to how long this body can sustain my spiritual pressure after all. He tried to get up to his feet then, only to fall forward once more. I am afraid I will be unable to assist you anymore. Enough on that, get out of Jade's body now. Candace demanded. All in due time, Eisen said before he looked over to Bambietta and Lil Tato. I suppose I'll have to simply leave it in your hands. Bambietta raised an eyebrow at that. I never thought I'd hear that from you. Not that we've ever spoken until now, but, thanks for the vote of confidence. To say that Bambietta didn't even know how to feel about the current situation was an understatement. She had so many questions, so many worries about this new revelation, but Bambietta knew that, compared to the fears Candace likely had, they paled in comparison. Right now, she had to focus on the task at hand. Eisen merely closed his eyes before Jade's body finally fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Well, thank God that's over with, Candace said as she walked over to Jade's unconscious form before she knelt down next to it and smiled. At least now I know you'll be back to your old self again soon enough. I'm glad that we managed to work that whole mess out, but we have a bigger problem to worry about, Lil Tato said as she looked about the room filled with their battered and injured comrades. Most of them were completely unconscious, with the exception of Lucy, Wendy, and Ulquira. As things stand right now, Bambi, you and I are the only ones fit enough to launch an assault to save Urza, and we don't have the time to just sit around while we wait for Wendy to heal all of them. From this moment on, it's just you and me. Bambietta looked around before she sighed. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the case. Like hell I'm letting you two go on your own, Candace said as she weakly got up to her feet. Just give me a few minutes and dash. Candy, if you go as you are right now, you'll die, Bambietta told her matter-of-factly. Look, I know you feel the need to prove to yourself that you are a good person after what happened to me, but you dying is only going to make Urza blame herself more than she already is for everything. Not to mention the fact you'll be slowing us down considerably with how you are right now, Lil Tato spoke. You've done more than enough, Candy. It's time for you to stand down and take it easy. We'll get Urza back. The small Quincy's eyes narrowed then as she looked up at her friend. I swear it. Candace looked at her two fellow Quincy before she let out a groan of annoyance. Ugh, fuck. When you put it that way, it's kinda hard to argue with you. Okay, fine, I'll step out of things. But you sure as hell better make sure you also come back to me in one piece, do you hear me? Bambietta grinned as she took a step forward. Oh please Candy, just who the hell do you think me and Lil are anyways? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be a walk in the park, but we've been in more than our fair share of scuffles before. We'll come back home alive, all of us. Now, the question is, what are we going to do about everyone else? Lil Tato asked. As they are right now, we need to get them the hell out of there fast, or else we could just end up needing to save more hostages, and that is the last thing we want to deal with right now. But, considering the lack of time we have, and the people available to move everyone in a timely manner, then I believe me and my associates can assist you in that matter. The three Quincy's turned around to the sound of the voice, only to see Quill Jopi, Driscoll Bercy, and Shiz Domino appear before them with Hiran Kyaku. Bambietta and Lil Tato quickly brandished their swords, and Candace tried to raise up her fists, but Quilj quickly waved his hands in front of his face. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Despite everything that's happened today, we are no longer your enemies. Yes, just like the old days, Bambietta said, still holding her sword. She then began to wave it around. You really think I'm going to be gullible enough to fall for that shit? I know that it's hard to believe, but I actually owe your friend Urza a debt of gratitude, Quilj said as he took a step forward. For all my life, I thought I was doing the right thing, but in truth, I was only helping to spread more meaningless violence and death throughout the lands. But Urza Scarlet. She showed me the error of my ways. There are no easy answers to making a better world, but that doesn't mean it's not worth pursuing. So, I'll continue to do just that, not by simply following the examples of others, but through my own path. That girl Levy, she's the first person I've met here that actually showed any kind of concern for me, even though she knew what I was. Shiz said as he too also stepped forward. She even saved me from a fate worse than death after everything I did to her. After something like that, how could I just leave her here to die? And those two boys, Natsu and Gray, was it? Thanks to them, I can finally move on from my troubled past. Driscoll spoke. For the very first time in hundreds of years, I can finally see things clearly. No longer do I simply wish to get revenge on those who had wronged me, nor desperately wish to reunite with my family. No, I shall live my life now to atone for all the atrocities I have committed. This is simply the beginning. Candace couldn't help but roll her eyes. So what, you got beat up so bad by everyone in our new guild that you've had a change of heart? You'll forgive me if that's a little hard to believe. Lil Tato tapped Candace on the shoulder. It's more likely than you think. I mean, look at us. Touché. Candace couldn't help but admit. Bambietta walked in between the two groups of Quincy's before she answered with her own choice of words. Fine, fine. We do need all the help we can get in helping Urza, even if it is something as simple as getting our friends out of this mess, and we really don't have the luxury of time. But if anything happens to them we'll die before we let that happen, Quilge spoke as he went to pick up Milliona's unconscious body. It's as Driscoll said, Miss Basterbine, this is the beginning of our salvation. Yeah, I guess it is, huh? Bambietta said as she looked at her former ally. Well then, for what it's worth, it's good to have you guys on our side again. Quilge simply nodded as he and the others began to pick up the unconscious members of Fairy Tail, though as they went to work, Bambietta felt a small tug on her skirt. She looked down then only to see Wendy look at her with worry. Bambi, I know I can't go with you right now, everyone else here needs my help, but... Bambietta simply placed her hand on top of Wendy's hair before ruffling it up a little. Don't you worry about a thing, Wendy. Everything's going to be just fine. Me, Lil, and Urza, we're all going to come back home, safe and sound, I promise. I just wish I could help. Bambietta turned around once more to see her battered and beaten girlfriend weakly walking over to her, using her Fullbring's sword as a sort of walking stick before she gave the Quincy a small smile. Bambi, I think I might be out of this fight, but Bambietta put a finger over Lucy's lips before giving her a brief hug. Don't apologize for that, the Quincy said, smiling. You did good, Lucy. Great, actually. And I got a I wasn't going to do that, Lucy said, still managing her own smile. Try stopping you, I mean. I know you're not going to stop, and I just wanted to wish you good luck is all. Oh, trust me, Bambietta replied. I fully intend to come back. After all, she then gave Lucy a warm smile as squeezed one of the blonde's hands. I have someone I need to come back to. I know you do, Lucy said with a smile of her own before her forehead touched Bambietta's. She looked into the brunette's eyes then before she closed her own, and kissed Bambietta on the lips. Realizing this may well be the last time she would receive a kiss from her girlfriend, Bambietta kissed back, before the two finally separated their kiss. Bambi, just be careful, all right? I will, Bambietta told her. And don't worry about not being able to carry your own. I'm going to fight doubly hard to make it up for you. It's the least I can do, right? Well, more than doubly hard, Lil Tato chirped up from behind, considering we're kind of the last ones standing. We have a lot to make up for. Way too much if we consider Traitor Captain Wise Ass is out of the fight, too. Bambi. Lucy suddenly grabbed Bambietta, hugging her tightly. I know you'll do everything you can for Urza. Just come back to me, okay? Lil Tato looked on and up at the embrace, the Quincy considering saying something like, don't I get a hug, too, in a sarcastic tone, but even she knew there was a time and place for that and remained quiet. She simply let her thoughts drift over to Urza and Natsu and smiled. I suppose I'll just wait till this is all over before I get some from them. You know I will, Bambietta said. And I'll have Urza right beside me. I mean, it's Urza. Heck, knowing her, she'll be carrying me out after the big fight. Maybe even Jalel. That got Lil Tato to say at least a little something. Maybe we'll kick his ass with some battle therapy, Bambietta snickered. Or just kick his ass, who knows. I mean, if, His Majesty, I can walk, over there can change for the better after fighting Urza. She said as she looked at Quilge before she then shook her head. Well, whatever the case is, it doesn't change one indisputable fact. We're gonna save Urza, no matter what. And that was a promise the Quincy intended to keep, no matter the cost. Chapter 69, Chaos Amid the Council. Mifon Long, Guild Master of the illustrious Celestial Blade Guild, and former S-Class of Fairy Tail, had just finished walking down one of the many hallways in the Magic Council's Fiori headquarters. Currently, she found herself outside the door to her metaphorical destiny. No, not simply hers, but that of Urza Scarlet and the Magic Council itself. The recent discovery of the last remaining R system, more well known as the Tower of Heaven, the very one that her dear Urza Scarlet barely escaped from. It couldn't have been a coincidence. The past several months since Jose's actions in Magnolia and the discovery of one of their former members having been controlled with some sort of mental manipulation magic had led Mifon to the idea that the council had been infiltrated by a traitor, one rather high in its ranks. How else could two wizard saints have fallen to the side of darkness in such a short period of time? Her investigation had led her to the massive Dark Guild Dark Stallion, and with its fall came a plethora of information on dark guilds as a whole, including the identity of the one she had been searching for. It had taken some time to repair the communication lacrima used by the traitor to communicate with the guild master of the Dark Guild. No doubt the one behind all of this had placed the self-destruct spell on it to prevent it from being traced back to them. But, while the process was lengthy, Mifon Long had eventually found someone who could repair the lacrima. He had charged her quite the fee, but in the end, the eccentric man had managed to fulfill his end of the bargain, allowing her to discover the identity of the snake amongst their midst and finally bring him to justice. Why then did she hesitate? Mifon couldn't help but find herself locked in place, her body acting against her will. Why am I afraid? I've spent this life and another looking to change the world. I've fallen so far and picked myself back up, so, why? Why am I afraid? Mifon had an inkling. She wanted change, yes, but that change could only be facilitated through the Magic Council and Wizard Saints. Already the latter was breaking apart in light of Jose Porla's madness and disappearance. Now, the Magic Council itself is on the verge of change if Mifon went through with this. No doubt, if she went through this. No. She grit her teeth then, forcing herself to step forward. If the Magic Council has any chance of surviving the traitor, then he must be exposed now. And if it cannot survive his black heart, then, it will be no different than the organization that Strings and I first met through. It will fall and things will begin anew. A Magic Council for the people, not for the ones who seek to use it for themselves. There will be no more monsters hiding in the dark and playing God. She had wished she at least had the luxury of informing Yahima of what she was about to do, but it was a risk she simply couldn't afford. If the likes of two wizard saints could be controlled through some sort of magic, then the odds that some members of the Magic Council were under his sway was one that she could not ignore. Informing Yahima had the risk of informing the traitor enough to either try and control more members of the council than he already had under his sway, or attempt to flee. No, it was best she attempted to catch him as off guard as possible. Then, once she was certain that any possible mind control over the council had been lifted, could she properly bring forth her evidence. As things were now, however, it was quite possible he could turn the situation on her had she just gone up to the Magic Council directly. While she doubted he had the entire council under his control since the Balam Alliance would act much more freely if he had at least 40% of them under his control. She shuddered to think how he could easily turn the situation to his favor and try to pin the blame on her. No, she had to get him now and force him to undo any mind control spell he had on the others before she made her next move. Fortunately for her, the one she needed to confront was busy conducting his own business in his office while the rest of the council was deliberating what actions needed to be taken to appropriately deal with the Tower of Heaven. Word had been that he was simply getting some important documentation to bring to the proceedings, but Mifon suspected he was actually up to something much more sinister in nature. Finally, she walked closer to the door before quickly glancing at the two lacrima in her hands and pocketing away each into one of her elegant dress's pockets. She raised her right hand up and lightly knocked on the door. Crawford. It's Mifon Long. I'd like to have a word with you for a moment, it's quite urgent. Oh yes, please, come in, Miphone. The wizard saint could hear the elderly old man call out to her. It'll have to be quick, however. I have an important decision we need to reach in regards to the R system. Worry not, this won't take long at all, Miphone said as she opened the door and walked inside. Normally, I wouldn't come to see you during such an occasion, but this simply can't be delayed any longer. Yes, you've always been quick and to the point. The chairman said as he just finished putting away a stack of papers into his personal handbag. So, what is it that you needed to speak to me about so urgently? Well, you see the thing is that I've been conducting a secret investigation over the last few months, Miphone said as she stood right in front of his desk. With the recent events of the fall of two of our nation's greatest wizards, I felt it was necessary to see if there was some sort of underlying cause. Needless to say, I've come here today with the results I've worked so hard to find. You see, Chairman Seam. We have a traitor among us. Good heavens! The chairman cried out as his eyes widened. This is quite the revelation you've managed to uncover. I'll be sure to bring this to the other members of the council once we dash. Miphone quickly shook her head before she spoke. There won't be any need for that, Chairman. I've already taken precautions into my own hands. She simply snapped her fingers then, and in the next instant, the chairman of the Magic Council found his hands had been bound together by some sort of solid energy cuffs. What is the meaning of this, Miss Long? Crawford demanded. Have you gone mad? Oh, not at all, Chairman Seam, Miphone said with a smile before she glared. Or should I call you, Crawford the traitor? Why you dare to take such actions against the head chairman of the Magic Council? What proof could you possibly have for such a ludicrous claim? The chairman demanded. I'll have you know I've done nothing but provide for the very best of this country in my time in office. Oh, there's plenty of evidence, Crawford, Miphone said as she took out one of the lacrima from her pockets. The chairman's eyes widened with fear then as she smirked. Oh yes, you recognize it, don't you? It's the very same lacrima that you used to communicate with Dark Stallion. I bet you never imagined that I'd have the means of repairing it after the spell you placed on it. It was quite a challenge to find someone who could fix it, I'll admit. But, thanks to his help, I was able to not only repair the lacrima, but also gain access to all of your previous conversations with the Dark Guild. Money laundering, illegal substances, and providing information on the most ideal times and places to strike while the Rune Knights were kept busy. That's not even getting into the human trafficking you mentioned once or twice. The chairman attempted to back away from the desk only for the wizard saint to simply point her index finger at the ground and fire a small laser at his feet, piercing through the ground below. There's no use trying to run away. You've never been a strong mage. You've only gotten as far as you have in life because you know how to play the game of politics. Unfortunately for you, however, none of that is going to help you now. You've been outplayed. Now, on behalf of the Magic Council of Fiori, I hereby place you under arrest. Are you threatening me, Wizard Saint? Crawford demanded. The Magic Council will decide your fate, Miphone replied. Crawford merely took a step back before he glared at Miphone with a look of pure malice. I am the Magic Council. Not yet, Miphone said as she took a step further. I'm sure you liked to fancy yourself as some sort of schemer who would have one day taken over the entire council for himself with the help of the dark guilds you enlisted. But the fact of the matter remains that all you are in the end is a greedy, egotistical, and delusional old man who's held on to power for far longer than you ever should have had the right to. She then rested her right hand on her hip before she continued to speak. Now, depending on your next actions, I can simply take you away on the charges of corruption and the various crimes I have recorded evidence of, or dash. Did you think I was alone here? Crawford said, smiling beneath his thick beard, as eyes that shined like gold began to appear in the darkness that festered in his home. Miphone stood her ground, not even giving an inch. Oh. Good. More wizards I can take in for questioning and imprisonment. Foolish young lass. Crawford began to cackle. Do you believe I would settle for mere dark mages to act as my last line of defense? Behold. From the very shadows themselves did the eyes move out from, revealing form and terror. They were not what one would call human. Oh, their form was rooted in that, but they were not all the same. The eyes that shined like gold, fangs that protruded from their extended jaws, talons that hung from their elongated arms, spikes that burst out from their shoulders, elbows and knees. Demons. Even Miphone herself was surprised. She had come here to find a corrupt politician, possibly in league with Oration Cease or Grimoire Heart, but she had not expected to come across this. You sold out the Magic Council to demons. She narrowed her eyes then, glaring at Crawford. It's treason then. She wasn't merely referring to the Magic Council in this instance, but to all of humanity. To demons. Crawford shook his head. I'm afraid that would debase my standing in this world. No, not just any demons. I've sold out the Magic Council to one part of the Balam Alliance. To Tartaros itself. The prestige they shall honor me with will far eclipse anything the world of wizards could give me. They've promised me so. Miphone stood there, taking a deep breath. She had heard the rumors through the underworld, her informants bringing all information to her, but she had considered them just that, rumors. The Oration Cease. Grimoire Heart. Tartaros. Each of them was one part of the unholy trinity that made up the Balam Alliance, dark guilds that had pooled their resources for nefarious ends. Few had met their top wizards and lived to tell about it. Fewer still had gazed upon their guild masters. Thus were rumors a frequent source of discussions involving them all. Tall tales, Miphone had told herself when she had heard it all. Why, if she had accepted them all at face value, she would have had to believe that one of fairy tale's own had formed Grimoire Heart itself. Now, though, seeing the proof of Tartaros' demonic connections, she had to wonder. No, not now. Must investigate further, later. Miphone grit her teeth, though she kept her mouth closed to hide her irritation and concerns. She would not give Crawford any of it. You've debased yourself still, you fool. Look at this. The Magic Council was to serve man. And yet you side with the very demons that wish for nothing more than to bathe in the world's blood. Oh, don't be like that, Miphone. Crawford smiled broadly, his teeth peeking out from beneath his bristling mustache. I think these ones will be content with your blood and nothing more. For now. Miphone could see the demons charging her then, leaving her to at last bear her fangs and frustrations. They won't see a single drop of it. Raising her right hand up, fingers outstretched, Miphone formed green light around their tips. They continued to charge before firing off, emerald streaks of magic cutting through the dark and through 5 demons. Others remained, however, none of them batting any single one of their many eyes as some of their comrades collapsed, bloody holes bored through them all. Miphone did not care. She simply swiped her hand to the left, the 5 beams forming into one, and cut down the remaining monsters. Still, Crawford smiled even as Miphone began to approach him. For behind her was another demon, the last remaining bodyguard and yet the one he could count on most now. She could not even detect it, and the azure beast was within striking distance. He wasn't like the others, he was a powerful demon, one that had made easy work of a class mages in the past. Soon she would. Then a burst of green light split the darkness asunder, firing from down above and through the demon, cutting it in half. How? Crawford screamed. You didn't even turn or use your hands. My magic is more than that, Miphone hissed, her right hand grabbing Crawford around the jaw, but if you want me to use my hands, I'm willing to oblige. Miphone could see the fear in Crawford's eyes, his arrogance long since faded. It delighted her, the smug snake before her having reminded Miphone of another she had known in 2 lives and had brought down in the second. Worse, it had reminded her of something else. Of something much more personal. All the power you had as the chairman of the Magic Council, Miphone hissed. All that power you could use to change the world for the better, but you threw away everything to work with monsters. You damned fool. Miphone's magic began to glow around her fingers, the light reflecting off her rage-filled eyes even as they shone in Crawford's own, terrified as they were. Where is your promised prestige now, Crawford? Will you beg it to save you? The moments wore on, Miphone not following through on her attack. No, instead, her magic began to fade away, her hand letting go of Crawford. Your fate is in the hands of the Magic Council's full membership, Mifone hissed. It's for them to decide. I will not solely be the judge, jury, and executioner. But... Mifone glared at him, eyes piercing with self-hatred. She saw not Crawford, but someone else from a lifetime ago. This time I am sorely tempted to do it myself. Crawford began to shake and shudder in place then as he fell to his knees. Wait, please. We can work something out, work for me and dash. I'd rather die than sully myself with betrayal ever again. Mifone, her glare intensifying. Face it, Crawford. You're finished. Crawford then got on his hands and knees, bowing. In that case. Please, allow me to repent. Mifone couldn't help but scoff. You can repent all you want inside your cell. Please, you fool. Crawford yelled out before quickly drawing out a small seal from within his jacket and placing it on the ground. The room was quickly engulfed in shadow, the wizard saint unable to see anything for the moment. When the shadows vanished, Mifone's eyes widened as she quickly noticed the room was filled with 4 more individuals than before. One was a fair-skinned young man wearing a sleeveless skin-tight green shirt, white baggy pants, and a leopard print scarf. He had dark, shoulder-length, blonde hair with ear-like protrusions, yellow eyes, serrated teeth, and a long furry tail. Most notable were his pitch-black hands whose coloring faded into diamond-like markings up his forearm. Another was a dark-skinned muscular man with long shaggy dark blonde hair and a beard that covered his entire jawline. The only clothes he wore were a pair of black pants and brown boots. The next was the least human-looking of the bunch. Like the one before, he was very bulky, but that was where the similarities ended. He looked more like a lizard than a man, his face lacking a nose and his entire body being covered with dark pink skin. He also had a large, sharp, red fin protruding from his forehead while his chin was covered by a golden plate resembling a shark tooth. He wore a long, dark brown coat with fur on its trim and white shorts. The last one by far looked the most normal, but Mifone could sense something sinister about her. She wore a tight purple leotard and detached long purple sleeves that mostly covered her arms save for her massive claws. Her legs resembled that of a bird's, and she wore an intricate helmet that covered up her face with the exception of her mouth, blue eyes, and green bird-like ears. The female demon rolled her eyes in annoyance as she looked over at Crawford. My, what a mess you've managed to get yourself into, Crawford. You're quite fortunate that we have much need of you in the future. Otherwise, your head would already be rolling on the floor. Crawford got on his hands and knees, bowing before the demoness. Please forgive me for having to summon you so suddenly, Lady Kyoka, but I had no choice. This woman is one of the wizard saints. I'm quite aware, Kyoka said as she glared at Mifone. Yes, you've been a thorn in the Balam Alliance for quite some time with how many of our lesser guilds you've disbanded. Disposing of you will be of great benefit to our future goals. Oh, the Balam Alliance considers me a threat. I'm honored, Mifone replied with a mocking wave. PFT, I don't care if she is one of the wizard saints, you're nothing before us demons. The blonde one yelled before he looked at Kyoka. Permission to wipe her out, Lady Kyoka. Now, hold on. Since when was it said that you would be the one to wipe her out? The shaggy-looking replied. I believe that I would be far more suited to the task than you. Enough, both of you. The aquatic one interrupted. Both of you are members of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. Bickering amongst ourselves is unbecoming. Kyoka simply took a step before the 3 of them before she spoke. Quite true, Torafusar. Jackal, Tempester, the last thing we need to do is take time to enjoy ourselves. The quicker we slay this human, the better. We cannot afford to take risks of someone from the council realizing what's going on and reporting Crawford as our informant or our existence as demons. Dispose of her, now. Jackal gave Mifone a sadistic grin before he swung his hand forward, creating a large, powerful explosion that engulfed Mifone's entire side of the room. The explosion rattled the entire building, causing it to shake and shudder before Jackal looked at Kyoka as the dust slowly began to fade. See, what did I tell you? It doesn't matter how strong they are. Humans are no match for us. Rather impressive firepower you have. If you had tried that on a normal mage, they would have certainly died. Jackal's eyes widened in surprise as he turned around, the smoke finally clearing to reveal a massive wall of diamond right in front of Miphone. It was covered in scorch marks, slightly melted in places, and even a bit cracked, but otherwise intact. The wizard saint smirked as she walked to the left of the wall and looked at Jackal. However, you'll find that we wizard saints are much more hardy than your average mage. My diamond make magic is one of the sturdiest in the country, you'll need much more than that if you wish to kill me. I figured you wouldn't have died so easily, Kyoko said as she smirked. Yes, you wizard saints are among the few humans that Mardgeir told us to be wary of. To underestimate your lot would be quite foolish indeed. She then quickly glanced at Torafusar and Tempestor. Unfortunately for you, however. Just then, Tempestor burst forward with a cyclone of sorts forming around him. Miphone quickly placed her hands to the ground, calling out, "Diamond make, geyser!" creating various diamonds that burst before her on the floor and raced towards Tempestor, only for the demon to jump over the diamonds and land a powerful wind-augmented punch to Miphone's cheek. She felt her heels skid against the floor before she looked at Tempestor, small bits of energy forming on her fingertips as she pointed them at the demon. Photon dash before she could finish speaking, however, she was quickly hit from behind by a massive wave of black water, causing her to roll across the ground. She slowly got up to her feet before she glared at Torafusar. You may be a powerful wizard, yes, but you're still only one woman, Torafusar spoke. Had this been a one-on-one battle, perhaps you would have been able to emerge victorious. On your own, you're simply outclassed. Sink. Hearing Tempestor's voice, Miphone looked down at the ground and saw that she was quickly sinking deep into the ground. Instantly, she slammed her hand into the ground. Diamond make, pillar. A massive pillar made of diamond burst out from the ground below the wizard saint, raising Miphone high up into the air. She let out a breath of relief only to turn around when she noticed a shadow appear on her pillar. Turning around just in time, Miphone looked up to see Jackal above her before his attempt to crash down on her. Miphone somersaulted off of her pillar just in time, for as soon as Jackal made contact, the diamond construct exploded into millions of pieces. Miphone landed on her feet then, only to sense Kyoko attacking her from behind. Quickly taking her photon blades out from her dress, Miphone's blades clashed with Kyoko's claws, sparks coming off her blade as she held off Kyoko's attacks. Not bad at all, human, but let's see how long you can last against me. Kyoko began to attack in a frenzy, her hands moving about faster than any human could hope to keep up with, each of her strikes only barely being parried by Miphone's blades. However, with each slice of her claws did the demoness get closer to cutting her down, small cuts appearing on the wizard saint's elegant dress. Finally, Miphone decided to take a risk and strike back, but as she did, Kyoko moved to the right and slashed Miphone across the back, causing her to cry out in pain. She swung one of her blades at the demoness, but the unholy creature merely jumped backwards. See, as things stand right now, your demise is inevitable. Give up now, and perhaps we'll decide to make this quick and painless. Miphone let out several heavy gasps as she looked at the four demons before she pointed her blades at the group. I would never sully the title of Wizard Saint by allowing such a thing. Do you think that the title of Wizard Saint is given out simply for the power of the wizard? No, the title is much more than that. It is a title given out not just to those who are the most powerful mages, but also to those that exemplify traits worthy of that of a saint. Kindness, courage, wisdom, patience, passion, and influence. These and so much more are what is needed to be considered to be one of the 10 wizard saints. If I died here, then the people of Fiori and the next generation of mages would lose one of their role models to tragedy. I will not allow myself to be used as a weapon against the morale of the people of this country. To simply die a quick death in exchange for less pain? You insult me with your offer. Kyoko sighed as she glanced at Jackal and Tempestor. Fine, be that way. You two, finish her off, quickly. The two demons gave each other a passing glance before they burst into a run, closing in on Miphone with great speed. Jackal's fist was covered in sparks while Tempestor's had one engulfed with wind and the other with water. The two were just about to hit the mage then with their attacks before she smirked. 3-layered magic circle, mirror water. Just then, before the moment of impact, 3 magical circles of different colors appeared before Mifone and blocked the oncoming attacks before reflecting them right back at the demons, causing them to roll across the ground as Mifone slowly turned her head to look at her savior. "I was wondering when you were going to show up, Miss Doggan." The cloth-covered man slowly waltzed into the room then, various magical staffs carried on his back, before he slowly turned to look at Mifone. "Apologies for my tardiness, but I was preoccupied with a dark mage attack on a village on my way down. I couldn't just ignore that." "It's quite all right," Mifone said as she slowly dusted off her dress. "You're here now, that's what matters." "Oi, who's the mummy?" Jackal yelled out before he pointed at Miss Doggan. "Hey, if you want to live, then stay out of this, all right? Lady Kyoko wants us to kill this bitch before things get out of hand. You better get out of the way if you don't want to die. I'm afraid I can't sit by while a comrade's life is in danger. From this moment on, your opponents shall be the both of us." Miss Doggan explained as he took out one of the staffs from behind his back. "Enough of this nonsense," Kyoko said as she stood before her 3 underlings. "This farce has already gone on long enough. Jackal, Tempester, Torafusar, remove this interloper from my sight. I wish to deal with this woman personally." "Are you quite sure about that, Lady Kyoko?" Torafusar asked Kyoko. "I was under the impression you wanted to settle things quickly. If we split this up 2 per wizard, we'll be likely to finish this faster." "Perhaps," Kyoko said with a shrug. "But we don't know what this new wizard before us is capable of. It would be best if the 3 of you dealt with him as quickly as possible. As for this woman," Kyoko slowly licked her lips as she eyed the wizard saint before her. "I think I'm going to take her back to Cube as my pet." Torafusar looked like he wanted to say something, but he simply glared at Miss Doggan. Orders were orders after all. "What do you say, mysterious wizard? Would you like for us to take this battle elsewhere?" Miss Doggan looked back at Mifone before she gave him a nod before he replied. "Very well, I'll take on all 3 of you as you wish. Yes, let's take the battle elsewhere. I'd rather not get people caught up in it." "That suits us just fine, human," Tempester said with a grin. "That way we won't have to keep holding back either." The 4 combatants then vanished from the room as Kyoko slowly made her way over to Mifone, slowly snipping her long sharp claws against each other as she approached. "You honestly thought that having him fight the 3 of them at once was the best course of action? You mustn't value his life very much if you made that decision. How heartless." "Not at all," Mifone said with a smile as she prepared both of her photon blades and took a stance. "Miss Doggan is far more suited for fighting multiple powerful foes than I am. In fact, there are few people I would trust more to handle the situation than him." Kyoko grinned as she closed the distance between the 2. "My, quite confident, aren't we? I'll enjoy breaking that spirit of yours once I take you back home." Kyoko then took a stance of her own as she grinned. Mifone simply glared back. "You will try." The 2 rushed forward then, claws clashing with photon blades, creating a powerful explosion that engulfed the room. Thus, a battle that would decide the very fate of the Magic Council soon began. Miss Doggan found himself facing down 3 demons of immeasurable terror. In all his time in Fairy Tale, he had never come across beings such as this. Not even before that. Still, the S-class wizard kept his composure, not even giving them an inch on a psychological level. Fear was the destroyer of minds and hope, and he was unwilling to allow them that victory. Or any victory at all. Still, he knew that in a straight-up battle that victory was impossible. Each of the demons before him was his equal, he could tell that much from what little he saw with their battle with Mifone. No, if he was going to win, he'd need to use one of his aces in the hole. A powerful, forbidden spell that Makarov had told him to only use as a last-ditch effort. Well, this was about as last-ditch of an effort as things could get. It lacked the destructive power of fairy law, but it made up for it in its own way. Removing one of many staffs from the harness upon his back, Miss Doggan slammed its end into the ground, his piercing eyes glaring out from his mask. "I give you this one chance to surrender. I advise you to take it." "Surrender?" Jackal laughed. "Do you have even the slightest idea of who you're speaking to? We could just as easily offer you that as well, wizard," Tempester said, Torafusar by his side, simply nodding in agreement. The hell we could. Jackal hissed, turning on his allies and pointing at them as his voice raised. You know damn well and good that if he were to surrender, I'd just start blowing him up again and again and again and again until he was just charred meat. Then I suppose my objective is clear, Mistoggan said calmly. You'll need to fall first. More of the staffs flew out from behind Mistoggan's back, embedding themselves into the ground before him. The staffs began to glow with magic, leaving the Tartaros demons surprised, Jackal voicing it. The hell kind of magic is tha-? The demon did not get the chance to finish that query, the world around him and his own exploding in a brilliant light. Such power! Torafusar exclaimed, the blast throwing the trio up into the sky with its sheer force. This wizard is more than a worthy foe. What the fuck is that? Torafusar could hear Jackal's voice, the demon noting the sheer terror pervading it. That was not in his comrade's repertoire, leaving him concerned. Turning his whole body around in midair, Torafusar saw both Jackal and Tempester staring upwards in horror. And then he saw what had brought it upon them. The sky was cracking apart, a gargantuan rift forming and leading into a realm of darkness. And through that realm, he could see twin eyes crackling with a golden aura. The rift began to widen still, allowing a clawed, jagged hand to extend through, one that belonged to a demon like none he had ever known. And it was reaching towards them. That was enough to make even Torafusar cry out in fear. The first step is complete. Mistoggan stood looking upon the still forms of the demons of Tartaros. They were each unmoving, saving for their eyes, which wavered greatly. It was a vicious spell he had inflicted upon them, even in spite of its inability to cause physical damage of any sort. Though he had never used it before on demons, Mistoggan had to imagine being dragged into the underworld by a demon itself that greatly eclipsed them in size and power would keep them occupied. Fear of eternal damnation, suffering, and torment was the trinity of mind-breaking despair, both for those who may well have deserved it as well as for those who did not. And while Mistoggan knew the spell's weakness was the strength of character and intellect to see through the illusion and shatter it, it was only his opening move. Grabbing two of his magic staffs, one in each hand, he pointed them both at the trio of demons, a magic circle forming on the ground beneath his feet. I shall bring this to an end with my spell of spells, Mistoggan said calmly. Spatial distortion magic, chaos bleeds. However, much to Mistoggan's surprise, the magic circle around him shattered. The demons, did they? Not quite, said a voice distinctly familiar and yet, at the same time, unfamiliar to Mistoggan. Turning, the fairy tale wizard could see someone standing at the edge of the fragment of magical light that had once been the circle itself, his right hand pressing against the ground. Seagrain. That's the problem with spells such as this, Seagrain said, standing back up to his full height. They require the target to be incapacitated long enough for the enchantment to proceed uninterrupted. Otherwise, such magnificent power is so easily disrupted. You dishonor both the Magic Council and the title of Wizard Saint with your actions, Mistoggan spoke beneath his mask. So you're working along with Crawford as a part of Tartaros all this time. Is that supposed to wound me, O great wizard of fairy tale? Seagrain asked with a shrug. But no, I'm no pawn like Crawford. The dream I have sacrificed so much for is worth it all. My rank, my title, my accomplishments. There is no price too great. Even your own death. Mistoggan countered, another magical staff in his hands. Even that, Seagrain hissed. But you are neither worthy nor capable of taking it. We shall see. Magic circle after magic circle appeared above Seagrain, each of them a different color, energy flowing out from them. A beam then burst forth from the one at the height of its creation. It shot through each of the rings, growing in power and elemental force. Impressive, yes, but not enough. Seagrain's own body became alive with magic all its own, leaving it encased in light. He moved quickly then, though his arm was still left to bear the brunt of the attack for a moment as he slipped away. You are a fast one, Mistoggan quietly said, not perturbed in the least. Not again. Seagrain hissed, appearing behind Mistoggan as he held an arm at the shoulder in pain. Though I suppose at least this time it's intact. What the devil are you talking about? Mistoggan asked, slamming the end of his staff against the ground. Nothing you need be privy to, Seagrain spoke up, standing to his full height again as he moved the fingers of his injured arm. Though I would so enjoy seeing you face such overwhelming power as I did. But, oh yes, you will face another form of it now. Mistoggan saw golden light fly up around him, the wizard glancing down to see a crest made of up to 7 points all around him. May you face the judgment of the 7 stars. Seagrain roared, his hands held before him. Grand Chariot. Orbs of light, energy streaking from them, came down upon Mistoggan, raining destruction around his form. He felt pain then, pain like he had never known. And though he remained standing, his cloak and robes were in tatters. Even with my strength split as it is, that spell is no different than being struck by a falling meteor, Seagrain said, grinning. It's any wonder you can remain on your feet, Misto Dash. Seagrain furrowed his brow then, seeing Mistoggan's cloth mask and hood begin to fall away, the smoke around him clearing. That's impossible. Seagrain shouted, his own face consumed with shock. What manner of trickery is this? Seagrain knew there had to be a secret behind Mistoggan's mask. Few men of his stature and prestige would keep their faces hidden if there were no secrets to be had. However, all Seagrain had expected was a revelation of mundane order. He was a member of the Magic Council. He was a man who had dealings with demons. There was no great surprise for him, surely not. At most, he expected to find himself not even recognizing Mistoggan's face. But this. Before Seagrain was a face that was intimately familiar to him, the wizard saint feeling as if he were staring into a mirror. No, it is not possible. Seagrain took a step back, before halting his retreat. No, this is just another of your tricks. You know you can't hope to fight me as you are, so you hope to confuse me. Mistoggan remained stoic, even as he looked up at Seagrain with his own face, the very same face Jelal had himself. It is no trick. Not at all. Though I hoped this day would never come, to meet my other self. Other self. Seagrain cocked his head to the side. Oh, I see. My trick's up, is it? You know of my secret and are using another of your petty illusions to throw me off. Well, it won't work. I told you, this is no mere trick, no careless product of wild fantasy, Mistoggan continued. There are forces in this world and the next that transcend your imagination, Seagrain. Forces at play that will upend this world if I do not stop it. However, you too will upend this world and that is why I will stop you. Still you persist in this perverse game you play, Seagrain hissed, his whole body becoming enveloped in golden light. Then I will simply have you dissected to reveal your secrets. Perhaps with my bare hands. Meteor. Seagrain moved at unbelievable speed once more, a fist throwing Mistoggan off his feet. The S-class wizard stumbled back, spitting up blood. I suppose I should feel guilty for causing such pain to a face that crosses the uncanny valley so much, but I'll get over it. Seagrain lunged at Mistoggan again, flying across the space between them as a golden blur. My dream for this world is so very close to reaching fruition, and I won't let you, whoever you truly are, or anyone else stop it. Mistoggan was unsteady on his feet, but he could just barely perceive the attack coming regardless. Flicking his right finger, there was a spark of magic that emanated from it, a magic circle forming in front of him, one of silver energy. Another trick, eh? Seagrain shouted as his knuckles crashed against the shield, golden magic arcing off it like so much lightning as he pushed against it harder. My, oh my, where do you get such wonderful toys I wonder? That's not for you to know, Mistoggan retorted, a ring on his other hand crackling with power. He pushed his fist forward then, emerald magic encasing it. His attack became one with the shield, his infused knuckles colliding with Seagrain's own, magic exploding all around them. Then did the destruction fade, the two wizards standing in place, taking deep breaths. So your baubles make you a physical threat as well? Seagrain said, his body feeling the strain of the battle. Still, it seems we are perfectly even. Oh, is that what you believe? Seagrain watched then as Mistoggan stood up to his full height, not allowing himself to remain hunched over in pain any longer. You lack what it would take to win this, wizard saint, Mistoggan said. And you will pay for your deceit of this country. And, for the part you've played in Urza Scarlet's pain. No. Sea Grain at last truly snapped. I will not, cannot, lose. Not to you. You who mock me with my own face. This country, that woman, they are nothing to me. Only the dream. And if I had everything that was mine here. Sea Grain pointed a finger of accusation at Miss Doggan. I would slay you where you stand with everything that I truly am, Miss Doggan. Miss Doggan shook his head, grabbing a staff. Perhaps, but it does not matter in the least. This contest is at an end, Sea Grain. You've lost. Miss Doggan raised his weapon on high then, preparing an enchantment, when he was suddenly felled by an explosion from behind. Damn it all. The S-class wizard dropped to one knee then, looking over his shoulder. That was a nice trick, don't get me wrong, Jackal growled, Tempester and Torafusar by his side. Thought I was gonna piss myself before I caught on. But we did dash. Torafusar spoke up. I believe it was I that alerted you. Shut the hell up. Jackal shouted, turning to look at his fellow demon. I was catching on. You just had to tell me before I did is all. Come on, now, no fighting, Tempestra interjected. Not amongst ourselves. We've still got this wizard to deal with. Oh, that's not going to be a fight, Jackal said as he reached towards Miss Doggan. This is just going to be some straight-up killin' time. As much fun as that would be to watch, Sea Grain said, dusting himself off, not to mention how I would love to dissect you down to the core to learn who you really are. I have engagements to keep and I can't be late. About that, Jackal said, see that you get this done and over with. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, Sea Grain said as he began to fade away from sight. May we meet again in a more perfect world. Miss Doggan reached for Sea Grain, even as the last vestige of his appearance vanished. Don't you think you can just walk arg? And don't you think you can just walk away from us? Jackal rasped, pegging Miss Doggan with another explosion. You've got a lot of nerve, thinking you can just waltz away after putting us through such hell. Miss Doggan turned, intent on using his offensive ring, but was suddenly struck by a blow from Tempestra, sending him back. Before he could right himself, however, Miss Doggan was ensnared in a torrent of water. He clawed his way to the surface, some blood falling from his mouth. Such monsters. Ain't that compliment the truth? Jackal put his hand in the water, filling it with his power. As he turned to look away, the water generated by Torafusar began to detonate all around Miss Doggan. His cries echoed outwards then, leaving Jackal to smile from ear to ear. Yes, that's it. The cries of a victim and the ringing in my ears from explosions. Nobody can top me when it comes to bringing the boom. I am the king of my kind. Miss Doggan could feel nothing but pain then, the wizard struggling to get back up, only to fall and lay still. That's one down, Torafusar said, bowing a bit to Miss Doggan's still body. Now all that remains is the one Kyoka is fighting. I'm sure she can handle it, Tempester said. Yeah, but... Jackal grinned savagely still. Why let her have all the bloody fun? I suppose he has a point. Besides, the sooner we return to Lady Kyoka's side, the sooner we can return back to Cube, Torafusar said. The three demons left then, leaving the mage to die in the crater Jackal had created. At least, that's what they thought. Slowly, Miss Doggan managed to get to his feet, his body crying out in pain as he did so. I was quite fortunate that playing dead for a moment was enough to trick them. However, if Miphone tries to fight against the four of them at once. He shook his head before he began to take off in their direction. He knew full well that he likely stood no chance against them, even with Miphone's assistance, but as short as his time with Fairy Tail had been, as briefly he had spent inside of the guild hall itself, Fairy Tail's motto was one that he truly believed in. Just hang in there, Miphone, I'm coming. Miphone Long couldn't help but pant heavily, the wizard saint already on her knees on the ground in the forest that surrounded the outskirts of Era as she looked up at her foe. She had known full well that fighting one of the higher-ranked members of Tartaros was going to be no simple matter, but the skill and power of her foe was far greater than she had anticipated. The demon was quick and agile, more than enough to dodge out of the way of her photon magic, and her claws, they had managed to slice through her diamond make magic with ease. I suppose I should be giving you some credit, Kyoka said as she looked down at Miphone. Had you been fighting any of the 9 gates of Tartaros that I had brought along with me, you'd probably be the one who emerged the victor, but as their leader, you'll find such strength entirely lacking compared to my own. This isn't over. Miphone gasped out before she placed her right hand on the floor. Diamond make, geyser. Below Kyoka's feet shot out a towering spire of diamond, the demoness simply jumping backward before slashing with her claws, cutting the structure into many pieces. The demoness ran forward then, Miphone forming a bow made out of diamond before shouting, "Diamond make, arrow." The weapon burst into many arrows which raced towards Kyoka, only for each of the projectiles to be swatted away by the demon with ease. "You'll find your diamonds to be absolutely useless," Kyoka called out as she jumped into the air and attempted to crash down on Miphone. Taking out her twin photon blades, Miphone countered a strike aimed for her head with her right hand before using her other hand to block a strike coming for her stomach. Photon blade clashed against claw then, sparks flaring out with each strike, and while Miphone was able to keep the demon from landing any sort of fatal injury, each of her strikes caused her to lose her footing, the wizard saint feeling like she was about to lose her balance with every strike she barely managed to defend. Kyoka hit Miphone's left hand with the side of her claw, causing her photon blade to go spiraling out into the distance. Not wanting to lose any advantage to this already one-sided brawl, Miphone pointed her left hand at Kyoka, each of her fingertips firing a laser at the demon, only for Kyoka to dodge and weave through the strikes with ease. She gave Miphone a sadistic glare before rushing forward, Miphone barely stopping the demoness from impaling her stomach with her right hand. Kyoka attempted to strike her with her left, only for Miphone to create a sword made out of diamond in her spare hand to block the attack. For a few seconds, her weapon held firm, but soon Kyoka's claws sliced through it, slicing into Miphone's shoulder, causing her to cry out in pain. Now finding an opening to exploit, Kyoka sliced at Miphone with gleeful abandon, her claws slicing into the former Titania's chest, stomach, arms, and hips, before she delivered a powerful straight kick, causing Miphone to tumble across the ground before she looked down at her. "Haven't you seen by now, human? You can't hope to possibly defeat me. Your defenses are no match for mine, and your attacks are far too predictable. Give up now, and I might just take you back as my pet." "Go to hell," Miphone said as she got to her feet. "I am a proud member of the Wizard Saints, and a former member of Fairy Tale." She stumbled forward then, creating yet another diamond blade as she took a stance. "My old family taught me a very valuable lesson. That the only sure way to ensure defeat is by giving up. I cannot, and will not become the plaything of some demon. You wish to protect Crawford for your own evil gains? Then you'll have to kill me first." Kyoka sighed as she looked at the Wizard Saint. "Still prideful, Well. Let's see how you feel about that after I start taking this more seriously." Miphone was about to inquire just what Kyoka meant by her words before she doubled over in pain, falling to her knees as she felt an intense agony unlike any she had felt in her entire life. She began to scream then, tears pouring out of her eyes as her body writhed from the intensity of it all. There were no words to describe how immense this pain was. It was all-encompassing, and it seemed to somehow worsen by the second. "What is this? Oh? Still coherent enough to speak despite my curse? I must admit, I am impressed," Kyoka said as she slowly waltzed over to Miphone. "As to what this is? We demons don't use magic like you humans. Rather, what we use are referred to as curses. Like magic, there are many kinds, though, unlike magic, demons are simply born with their curse ability. Mine is the ability to enchant the body of myself, or my opponent. In your case, I've simply decided to increase your sensitivity to pain. At the moment, it's already 50 times that of normal. Why, I could poke you with a pen and you'd feel as if your own arm was severed." She slowly walked over to the twitching wizard then before kicking her, causing her to wail in pain as she fell to her side. "Look at how pathetic you are now. But given all of the trouble you've caused us until now, yes, I think I'll make sure to hang your body in Crocus so that the world will know the true might of Tartaros. You will never break the will of the people." Miphone stammered as she tried to get to her feet. "Even if you were to kill me, my successor would be sure to slay you." Kyoka couldn't help but chuckle at Miphone's determination. "You mean Urza Scarlet? I hate for you to find this out while you are already in such misery, but your dear Titania is already dead. Miphone's eyes widened as she struggled to look at Kyoka. What did you just say? Kyoka took a step forward before she spoke. As you lie there on the ground, Urza Scarlet has been taken away to the Tower of Heaven. The rest of the Balam Alliance seems to think that this will revive Lord Zeref. The truth of the matter isn't important. What does matter is that your precious Urza is about to die, in the very same tower she was a slave in all those years ago, and there is nothing you can do to save her. She then smirked at Miphone. How tragic, to die in the place she despised more than any other. Miphone panted heavily as her body was racked with pain, but she still found it in her nonetheless to glare at Kyoka as best she could. You dare to take her back to that hellhole? It was not my doing, Kyoka answered with a mere shrug. If you wish to truly blame someone, then Grimoire Heart is the one you should despise from the bottom of your heart. She silently gasped at Miphone then, as she slowly managed to get to her feet, the demon raising her right eye in surprise. Are you still going to fight me? In your current condition? My, you must have a death wish. Whenever I live or die, is entirely irrelevant for why I fight anymore. Miphone panted out as she reached into one of her dress pockets. That woman has gone through far more pain than anyone else ever should. Yet despite it all, she's grown so much. She's been my light, my hope for the future of not just the guild, but for all of Fiori. If you damn demons will get in my way of ensuring her safety, then I'll do whatever it takes to annihilate you. Lyoka could only stare at Miphone before she broke out into a burst of maniacal laughter. You seriously believe that you can defeat me? You were no match for me when you started this battle, and yet you still claim to have what it takes to win? You are truly a fool, Miphone Long. It's true, as things stand. I've reached my limit, Miphone said as she took out a small orb from her pocket. But that simply means I'll have to surpass that limit, even if it costs me my life. She then looked at the small orb in her hand and closed her eyes. And transcend humanity. Kyoka raised one of her eyes in confusion. Transcend your humanity? And just what is that orb supposed to be? It's a gift from the divine realm, Miphone said as she held it close to her chest. From the goddess of camaraderie, Sylphia. She could recall then, the warning that the goddess had given her about the object in her hands. This, my dear Miphone, is my own attempt at creating something from another world. I had hoped I could use it to usher in a new age of peace and prosperity, but my attempt only ended up creating a flawed copy. It's not even a tenth as capable as the original one I sought to create. However, I believe that you may be able to make better use of it. But be wary, Miphone Long. With great power comes great risk to your own well-being. Never use it, unless you absolutely find it necessary. Miphone opened up her eyes then, as she held the object close to her chest. Its name is, the Hogyaku. Light burst forth from the imperfect Hogyaka then, becoming a column that developed Miphone. The wizard screamed in agony then, her every cell on fire. However, she simply did not care. This pain was nothing in comparison to what she was going to unleash upon Kyoka. In comparison, it was not even worthy of the word pain. What's that? Kyoka taunted, feeling no fear. That would come later. Have you instead chosen death to be with your successor? I dare say you could have chosen a far less painful way to go, but I'm glad you didn't hold back on my account. The sounds of another's agony are far too sweet. Not my death. Miphone said as she grit her teeth to bear it all, the transformation tearing across her body. Blade tendrils burst forth, blood splattering out through the column of light. She could not hold herself back then, crying out once more as a trail of blood slid down her face, moving aside her nose and past her lips, a crown of silver thorns moving out from her brow in a V-shaped pattern. Then the light faded, leaving Miphone hovering in the air before Kyoka. All her blood had vanished, her wounds having healed in the end. Her dress had morphed into something between red fabric and a carapace, blue light emanating from it. Multiple tendrils of a matching color extended from her back, silver blades that shone with a golden light floated about as if possessing a mind of their own. However, it was the very same golden light that glowed from Miphone's eyes that Kyoka took the most notice of, the member of Tartaros taking a step back. Were you, a demon among the fairies? Song of Choice, successor from Code Vein. I am neither demon nor fairy, Mifone said, her eyes narrowing as they gazed upon Kyoka. I am the celestial blade of Earthland, and I shall cut you down. Kyoka could only scoff. A mere wizard should not be making threats she can't possibly key dash. 4 blasts of emerald energy slammed into Kyoka, piercing through her belly with ease, each of them generated from the tips of Mifone's blades. I had not finished speaking, demon. I will cut you down, shatter your soul to pieces, and smash you out of existence itself for the part you've played in Titania's fall. Aha! Kyoka pulled herself up then, wiping a taloned hand across her masked face as she shrugged off the wounds thanks to her demon biology. Struck a nerve, did I? That's to be expected of me. I found nerves and the pain they elicit such tender and fun playthings. However, emotional pain alone can only go so far. You see. Kyoka lunged for Mifone then with savage recklessness. It needs that gentle touch as well. A blade hand reached for Mifone then, only to be cut short when one of the scarlet tendrils wrapped around its wrist, a simple flick sending the demon flinging into a far wall. As she hit, another emerald beam struck her then, causing the wall itself to explode. Kyoka got up to her feet, bleeding all over and charged forward, her claws ready to impale the wizard saint, only for a pillar of diamond to come up from the ground and slammed into her, causing her to tumble and roll across the floor. She slowly got up, only to see countless energy beams coming her way. Kyoka dodged out of the way, jumping back from each laser just in time, only for her to bump into something. She slowly turned around then to see none other than Mifone Long. Kyoka struck with her claw, only for her claw to phase through Mifone Long's body. What? The demoness cried out before she was slapped across the face, causing her to roll across the ground as Mifone gave Kyoka a cold stare. Was that gentle enough for you? Mifone snapped, glaring at the devastation she was bringing about, losing herself in the power. You all have done nothing for this world's future. Nothing. Urza could have. Urza would have. And you took it all away. This world needs to change. For the better. And I truly do have that power now. Mifone paused for a moment, eyes closing. I do indeed. Power I'd never dreamed of in this life or the next. The gift of the goddess. Oh, once I'm done tearing you limb from blood limb, you'll see only one goddess ask for salvation from, and that's me. Kyoka screamed, bloodied as she charged the distracted Mifone. I'll make you suffer and scream. And the ensuing cries of your pain will give me the greatest of pleasures, you foolish wizard dash. Mifone vanished from sight then, seemingly teleporting behind Kyoka. The demoness turned around then in an attempt to strike, only for Mifone to knee her hard in the stomach. The demoness felt herself spew out blood from her mouth then, and tried to strike Mifone, the former member of Fairy Tail simply moving from one side to the next to dodge the oncoming strikes, only for the wizard said to then teleport behind Kyoka once again, her blade tendrils slashing into Kyoka's back, causing her to scream out in pain before the wizard saint delivered a powerful jab at Kyoka's head, smacking the demoness to the ground as a crater formed around her. Kyoka slowly began to try to get to her feet, looking up at Mifone and glaring at her before she spoke. I'll admit, you've gained great power, but I've yet to use my full me dash. Kyoka was stopped in mid-sentence yet again, a tendril wrapping knot around her throat tightly. And it only grew tighter still. You offer the future no change worth keeping, Mifone hissed, golden eyes snapping open. You're merely a distortion. Nothing more. And with this power, I can cut out the distortions plaguing this world. Yes, I only have the power and the strength to see the strings that control everyone. The strings. Mifone paused again, lost in thought, words of a time long since past coming to her mind's forefront. Sylphia was standing before Mifone Long, the goddess wishing to speak to Mifone now that the war she had been brought over to had finally finished. This probably isn't the right thing to do as a goddess, giving a playing piece on the board such a gift now that the war is over. In fact, you probably won't even ever need it against anyone in your new home. But I honestly do believe you deserve a second chance and I want to give that chance to you. Just in case. Some would say I don't deserve it, Mifone replied. Power and responsibility such as this. I would squander it all again. Let it take hold of me in the worst way. That I would just be another twisted distortion in the world. We can all fall, Wang Lu Mei, Cyplia replied. Some more than others. The abyss calls out to so many, but I earnestly believe that even those who have fallen can still see the light. They may choose to ignore it, to cast themselves deeper down, but I do believe you still want to reach for that light. And after you've fallen so far once before, I don't think you'll allow any power to bring you back down into the dark. Not without a fight. The golden sheen began to fade from Miphone's eyes. Sylphia. Seeing her chance, Kyoko lunged for Miphone's face then, intent on scarring it at the very least, killing her at the most. However, much to her dissatisfaction, she was backhanded away once more, the tendril unwinding from her neck as she was thrown aside. Miphone watched on as the demon hit the ground hard, skidding across it, and floated towards her. I will disgrace no one with what happens next, Miphone said. Not myself, nor Sylphia, nor Urza. I will not disgrace her legacy with your murder, Kyoka Aetherius, not in such a cold-blooded manner, but neither will I let you walk away from here free, either. The schemes of the Balam Alliance will end here and now. Her 4 tendrils raised above her head then, each one charging up a powerful blast of energy. I'll just use extreme force to knock you out and then interrogate you for information regarding your guild once you're awake in our custody. Should you cooperate, you'll be treated hospitably. The wizard saint fell to her knees then, coughing up blood as she felt intense agony all over her body. Slowly, her body's state of beginning to recess then, turning back what it was prior to her using the power of the orb. No. This can't be. Was my body in such terrible condition that I couldn't handle this much power? Miphone wondered as she shuddered with pain. Or perhaps, was it due to the nature of this Hogyaku being incomplete? The tendrils on her back soon faded away and before she knew it, she was simply a normal wizard once more. No. I dash. Before she could do anything, however, she felt herself being lifted up by her hair as Kyoka stared into Miphone's eyes with an angry glare. What's wrong? Did your hour of power run out faster than you expected? Kyoka then backhanded Miphone, causing her to fall to the ground as Kyoka's curse once more caused her pain beyond imagination. I'll admit that the power you displayed momentarily was quite impressive. Even if I had transformed, I'm not so sure I'd have emerged victorious, but as things stand now. Her claws then struck Miphone's back, cutting deep into her skin as the wizard saint wailed in pain. You're nothing more than a nuisance to me now. It would appear that things are going quite well, Lady Kyoka. The leader of the 9 demon gates turned around then to see a skeleton wearing form-fitting robes with a high collar and an ornate golden headpiece. She smiled then as he approached. Ah, Keys. Yes, while Crawford being discovered by this wretch certainly wasn't according to plan, her power is certainly quite something. I do believe she'll work perfectly for that special project of yours. Yes, it appears she has more than enough magical power to become our demon-slaying enforcer, Keys said as he slowly walked over to her. Once we kill her, reviving her as our slave should be easy enough. Not till I break her properly back in Tartaros, Kyoka told him. I believe this human has much to answer for, and I fully intend to make her pay. Ah man, it's already over? And here we were hoping to get a piece of some action before you killed the damn bitch. Kyoka didn't need to turn her head to know that Jackal, Tempester, and Torafusar had succeeded in dealing with their little problem. I'm surprised it took the 3 of you so long to deal with one mere wizard. Torafusar walked over as he began to speak. He was much more capable than we initially thought. Had it not been for Seagrain's interference, we may very well have perished. We're lucky to have snuck such a capable mage under the noses of the Magic Council as long as we have. Miphone's eyes widened as she heard his words. Seagrain's involved in this as well. The wording Torafusar used implied this wasn't a recent development, but rather something that had been going on for quite some time, unlike Jose and Jack whose personalities seemed to have changed only recently. But for as long as she had known Seagrain, he had remained relatively the same. Certainly, the young man had always left her feeling a bit on edge, something about him never seeming quite right with her, but she merely shrugged it off as his personality merely rubbing her the wrong way. He had, after all, saved the entire council once from a raid from a coalition of over 10 dark guilds. Unless. Of course. It was all just a ploy to get himself the rank of Wizard Saint and a seat on the Magic Council. How could I have been so blind? The Wizard Saint cursed herself. If she had known they had another Wizard Saint on the inside, working with them of their own volition, she would have brought her whole guild with her. The only reason they had been left behind was to ensure that, if things had gone wrong with Crawford, that they would avoid prosecution. But this changed everything. There was now no telling who truly was friend and foe from within the council. Just who was corrupt and who wasn't. If word of this got out, almost the entire Magic Council would no doubt be disbanded until new members were instated in their place. Now, there was only one thing she could do. An ace in the hole. But would it work? She had invented this technique just for such an occasion, but she had never actually used it outside of practice. But she had no choice. As a Wizard Saint, Mifone Long knew that she had to at least try. All she needed now was an opening. Mifone. She heard a voice call out, Miss Doggin, landing just before the demons. While she couldn't get a very good look at his face due to the mask, she could tell from what she could see in his eyes that he was quite concerned. Worried about me rather than yourself? You truly are worthy of fairy tales S-class, Miss Doggin. Hey, you're still alive. Jackal said as he turned around to face him. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? We won't fall for that same trick again, you know, and this time it's 5-on-1. Truly, this human is quite foolish, Tempester added. He has no chance of winning, and yet, he still shows himself. Miss Doggin looked around trying to think of some sort of plan, anything at all to distract them for just a moment, but with the sheer number of foes before him and their overwhelming strength, as well as the element of surprise now lost to him, the wizard's options were quite limited. Should I just grab her and make a run for it? As things stand right now, victory is impossible. Maybe, just maybe, we could retreat to fight another day. But, with this many opponents, can I manage it? She struggled to get to her feet before Kyoko picked her up by her hair, causing her to groan out in pain as the demoness looked down at her. Now then, I believe it's time we took this one back to Cube so we can dash. Finally seeing her opening, Mifone Long charged up a blast of energy into her right hand and fired it, Kyoko letting go of the wizard as she leapt back, the blast going up into the sky until it exploded into a massive bright light, filling the entire sky and letting out a blaring boom. Kyoko gaped before she sneered and delivered a bone-crunching kick to Mifone's stomach, cracking her ribs as she rolled across the ground. Really? And what was that supposed to be? A desperate last-ditch effort to kill me? Please, that attack was practically nothing more than a glorified firework. At most you would have singed my hair. What were you hoping to accomplish with something like dash? The very world around the demons of Tartaros began to shake, an unholy roar suddenly interrupting their words, thoughts, and actions. What the hell is that? Jackal cried out, covering his ears even as he raised his voice in a desperate attempt to be heard. It fell on deafened ears, his allies unable to so much as make out a word of what he had said. All there was the roar around them, Kyoko able to at least recognize it. A dragon. It was impossible. Simply impossible. They were few and far between if not outright extinct at this point. The odds of one being here of all places were next to impossible. Unless... No. Kyoko began to realize it then, knowing the actions of the Balam Alliance were unprecedented and historical in their scope. Did we attract him? Summon him with our actions? The Black Dragon of the Apocalypse. Mifone began to chuckle then as she slowly got to her knees. No, not quite. You're right to fear the Black Dragon. Why, even the gods themselves fear his power. But the one you heard is someone more than capable of annihilating almost every dark guild on this entire continent at the same time without even breaking a sweat. He is Dash. I've heard enough. Jackal cried out before he flung an explosion at the Wizard Saint, the woman becoming eclipsed by the massive explosion. The demon cackled with glee then as the fires burned away in the crater he had created. Not so tough now, are ya you bitch? All that big talk, and for what? You're probably nothing more than a charred corpse on the... Jackal began to stammer then as the fire cleared, only to reveal a barren, empty crater. What the hell? Where's the blasted body? There should have at least been a damn skeleton. Where the hell did she go? And just where are you looking? We're right here. Right. Up. Here. The demons of Tartaros and Mistogan turned around then and gazed upwards to see a lone man atop a tall tree carrying the battered, beaten, but now smiling Miphone long as she looked longingly into the eyes of her fiancé. The one, the only. God Serena! Mistogan cried out, both with surprise and belief. But, how did he know to? Music of choice. The east is burning red. Gee Gundam. Answer me, demons of Tartaros. God Serena declared as he landed on his 2 feet with his fiancée in his left hand as he pointed his index finger at the demons with his right. The dragon of the undefeated of the west. He pointed up to the sky with his right hand then as he declared, the wings of a king. He then placed his right foot ahead as he bent his knees then as his right hand pointed to the ground. The dominion of the emperor. He then stretched both his arms outwards as his fiancée managed to stand on her 2 feet. The man favored by the dragon gods descends to the field of battle. A fire then erupted around him, spewing out into 8 magnificent pillars that shot up into the sky. Look, the heavens are burning red. Miphone gave her betrothed a smile before she placed her hands on his shoulders and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. As theatrical as ever, I see. Just like our sensei. I'm glad that you managed to see my signal. I wasn't sure if you would be able to see it all the way from the Pergrind Kingdom with the mission you had been assigned. God Serena looked at Miphone as his right hand wrapped around her waist and he gave her a heartwarming smile. I may not have been able to see the blast, but I could hear the sound of your blast from across the whole continent. I rushed over here as quickly as I could once I did. I'm just glad I was able to come here just in time. The two then looked into each other's eyes before sharing a quick kiss. God. Serena. Mistogan said, approaching the two lovers. I never expected you to be here, and dash. Miphone's eyes opened, looking at Mistogan. She quickly pulled back from the kiss then, blushing. She brushed some of her hair nervously. Yes, well, it's a god thing he's arrived, don't you think? I mean, good thing. Yes, a very good thing. Mistogan of Fairy Tale, God Serena said, looking upon him. You fought beside my fiancée with honor. I thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. However, I ask that you take her away from here. The number 1 wizard saint you may be, Mistogan said, but not even you can hope to fight these monsters all on your own. Oh, but I shall. God Serena said, striking a pose, an explosion suddenly appearing behind him. He held his pose as it dissipated, not letting it shake him in the slightest. Once it did, he looked over his shoulder at Jackal. After all, it seems they wish to fight me quite a bit. Mistogan did not relent. But dash. It's all right, Miphone said as she moved beside Mistogan. Let's not get in his way. And now. God Serena turned to face the approaching Tartaros members. I do believe it's time for you lot to go God bye-bye. He is a rather interesting man, Mistogan said, his own calm shattering a bit. That's my husband-to-be, Miphone said, bringing a hand up to try and suppress a giggle. And I love every bit of it, most of the time. God this, God that, Jackal hissed, his right hand raising to generate more power to unleash. Don't you ever shut the hell up with that catchphrase. Godness, no, I don't believe I do. God Serena answered. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you if that's what it takes to make you shut it with that. Jackal snapped then, bringing both hands up to increase the power of his curse, only for Jackal to blink in befuddlement as he realized what he just did. Oh god, now I'm doing it? Ah. It is rather contagious, Miphone said as she and Mistogan began to depart, the celestial blade wizard looking over her shoulder one last time. Just try to leave one of them alive for us to interrogate later. It could prove to be quite useful. God, good luck. Oh, he's gonna need it. Jackal roared. Oh, that wasn't for my fiancé, Miphone replied, eyes narrowing as her sweet smile became a vicious grin. It's for you. As the pair vanished from sight thanks to one of Mistogan's spells, God Serena's expression completely changed, giving the demons an intense glare, the smiling, flamboyant, and passionate man from before now replaced with that of a man who was cold, focused, and filled with silent fury. Members of Tartaros. For many years now, I had looked forward to our eventual battle. Word was that your guild was the second most powerful amongst the Balam Alliance. For so long, I've been unable to find any foe, aside from the ace of my fiancé's guild and two of the other top-ranked gods of Ishgar, who can give me a decent challenge. To have all this great power, and yet have no enemy worthy of using it on, is truly a waste. I love to fight, you see, and I had relished the chance to do battle with you for so long. But, you had to go and make it personal by hurting the one person I care for more than anything else in this world. Thus, my enthusiasm for this battle has come to an end now that you've tormented and tortured my fiancé. No, all I feel now, is rage. Music of choice, 3 times the passion of ordinary flamenco, Gundam build fighters. Yeah, we get it, you're angry, but that's not gonna matter against the 5 of us. Jackal yelled at the wizard saint. Hey, Lady Kyoka, let's say we dash. Jackal found himself unable to speak as he looked at his leader, the great and powerful Kyoka, staring at God Serena, not with anger or sadistic glee, but in fear. Lady Kyoka. God. Serena. Kyoka sputtered as she took a step back. No. This is bad, this is really, really bad. So, another pitiful human has decided to join the fray, Keys said as he slowly walked ahead of the others. I've waited long enough to get my new experiment, Kyoka. I'll be sure to finish this one off quickly so that we can grab the woman and dash. Before he could even finish speaking, however, God Serena had already appeared in front of him, grabbed the demon by his face, and cried out, Cavern Dragon's crushing fist. As he slammed Key's skull down to the ground, shattering both it and the rest of Key's entire body as God Serena now stood in a massive crater that the others had just barely managed to escape. What the fuck? Jackal yelled out as he stared into the deep cavern. He just killed Keys, and in one hit no less. This human is something else, Torafusar stated. He's more than earned his title as the strongest human, it seems. He just got Keys off guard, nothing more. Tempester added in. It won't happen again. I'll wipe him out with my next attack. Hold on, asshole, this guy's all mine. Jackal barked at him. I want to be the one who gets him killed. The trio rushed God Serena, their claws prepared to pierce his flesh in the most painful of ways, but as each made their approach, the Dragon Slayer simply smirked before he slammed his right elbow into Jackal's face, before turning on a dime to kick Torafusar through several trees. The ground beneath him quickly burst as Tempester had dug a tunnel in the time the other two had attacked, only for God Serena to catch his right hand and proceeded to swing his body in the air before tossing him over towards Kyoka. The 2 remaining demons tried to rush him once again, this time attempting to pelt him with their various curse powers, but it mattered little. As if he was dancing, God Serena dodged and weaved through the attacks with absolute ease, before finally punching Jackal hard in the stomach, his sternum almost shattering before he was grabbed by his tail and tossed over to the others before stopping water-imbued tackle from Torafusar with one hand. The mighty wizard grinned before he easily lifted the demon above his head and tossed him backward with the same casual ease one would with a sports ball. Damn you, this isn't over, you piece of shit. Jackal roared with rage. Next time we'll dash. Enough, all of you. Kyoka yelled at her guildmates. This isn't a foe you can possibly hope to defeat on your own. Attack him with everything you have, hold nothing back. Use your Ether Eos forms, now. Our Ether Eos forms. You can't be serious, he's just one guy. Jackal retorted. We can dash. Just do it. Kyoka demanded. Sensing that their leader wasn't going to let this be up for debate, the demons all began to change their form, Jackal taking on the appearance of a yellow werewolf, Torafusar adopting a much more muscular look with shark-like fangs and an additional fish fin atop his head, Tempester's hair becoming longer and wilder, and his arms and lower half of his body covered in a dark substance. Last was Kyoka, her form now covered in feathers, and her hair forming into a ponytail. Ah, so you're finally deciding to take things seriously now that you've lost one of your comrades, is that it? God Serena spoke as he stared at his foes. A wise choice on your part. If you hadn't, you'd likely be saying goodbye to the world of the living far sooner than you'd like. Will you stop it with that stupid catchphrase? Jackal yelled at the wizard saint. Jackal leaped upon God Serena then, the demon striking out with his clawed fist, striking at the wizard saint. God Serena slid back a few feet but was otherwise fine. Irritated, Jackal rushed in to deliver more strikes with his claws, but much to his dismay, the number 1 wizard saint began to casually deflect each of the oncoming strikes with ease with his own bare hands. The demon kicked at him then with his right leg, but God Serena performed a somersault to dodge out of the way before landing on his feet. Did you really think you could defeat me with just your claws? You'll have to do much better than that if you wish to fight on the same battlefield as me. God Serena boasted. Oh, don't you worry about a thing. Jackal spoke as he grinned. You're about to see what I'm really capable of soon enough. God Serena quickly noticed the sleeves of his uniform begin to glow before they detonated in a powerful explosion. Jackal let out a burst of maniacal laughter as he leered into the massive explosion he had just made. Ha, you fool. With my curse, anything that I touch can be detonated with enough power to kill even S-class wizards. I just hit you 10 times, so there's no way you could possibly have. Before Jackal could continue with his ranting, however, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing twin eyes piercing through the space between the wizard and the demon. What? No way. Really, was that the best you could do? God Serena asked, a wave of his hand blowing away the remnants of the blast. I'm seriously disappointed if so. I expected more from the second strongest of the Balam Alliance. Now, I would like to ask if you demons feel fear. God Serena looked deep into Jackal's eyes as the villain took a step back. But I feel I have my answer already, you damned coward. Jackal flinched. Coward? How? How dare you, you worthless conceited human? I'll blow away you and that unearned title of yours. Jackal roared then, curse power flowing outwards from him and crackling all about. His veins began to bulge through his flesh, his eyes all but going white. Maybe you can dodge this, Jackal said through clenched teeth, power sparking out from between them as well, but that woman of yours and the man in the mask are headed back to the Magic Council, right? Dodge this and they'll go right up in smoke, along with the whole damn city. But if you hold your ground, I promise that only you will die most painfully. Is that what you think? God Serena clenched his fists. Show me your best then, monster. Let me break all that you are so you can die wallowing in the despair of how weak you really are. Jackal then threw both of his hands together as he let out a powerful roar, a burst of his explosive power flying out of his clawed hands as it hurtled towards God Serena. The wizard saint didn't budge even an inch as the attack made contact, resulting in a massive explosion that created a massive mushroom cloud and shook the entire city of Era as if it were experiencing a level 8 earthquake. The ground shook and cracked, windows shattered, and several buildings fell as their structural support gave way. Jackal panted in exhaustion, smoke covering the air. He had placed everything he had into the attack, and it showed. The crater he had created spanned several miles deep and across. Had he actually used it in Era proper, the entire city would have been completely wiped off the map several times over. How did you like that? The demon panted out. There was no way, no conceivable way, that any mage could have survived that. Well, that was certainly more in line with what I had expected. Jackal's eyes widened in fear then as he noticed a lone silhouette walk through the dust of his explosion before a powerful gust of wind blew away the smoke and debris, revealing God Serena. His clothes were a little scuffed in places, but the man himself was entirely fine. You may have been able to kill some of the weaker members of the Wizard Saints with that attack, I'll grant you that. But if that's truly the best you have to offer, then you're nowhere near worthy enough to be my opponent. There's no way, there's just no way. Jackal cried out. How on earth could he have survived that attack, let alone with nary a scratch? Was he truly human? God Serena began to slowly make his way over to Jackal and exit the massive crater the demon had created, but before he could, a massive wave of black water had descended from the sky, crashing into him and filling up the large crater until it created a large lake. Torafusar landed into the water as he looked down where the Wizard Saint once was. You may have enough power to survive Jackal's most powerful explosion, but all mages, regardless of their might, will need air to breathe in order to survive. He then shoved both of his arms into the water, the entire lake quickly becoming enveloped in a massive underwater vortex. What's more, this water is filled with carbon, one of the most deadly substances to humans. Even if you could somehow breathe underwater, you'll just end up poisoned. Jackal smirked then as he looked at his partner. Thanks to that underwater vortex, there's no way in hell that guy's gonna give us any more trouble. However, as he glanced over to Kyoka, the demonist's face was still etched with concern. The hell's her deal? We've practically won. Before he could continue with that line of thought, however, all of the demons quickly took notice of the black water that enveloped the wizard saint. It wasn't simply moving about rapidly thanks to the vortex that Torafusa had created, it was also boiling. Torafusar, what the hell's going on? Jackal demanded. I don't know. The aquatic demon yelled out before he jumped into the air, the water becoming too hot to the touch for him to swim in for much longer. As he looked down at the miniature lake he had created, however, he was quick to notice that the boiling was intensifying. Soon enough, his own water was beginning to evaporate. In less than 30 seconds, the entire lake vanished to reveal God Serena enveloped by an intense flame, much to Torafusar's disbelief. Impossible. This man has flames hot enough to burn away my water. God Serena's flames then concentrated into his right fist, the flamboyant man raising it behind his head before throwing it forward. Purgatory Dragon's blazing inferno. From his hands erupted a massive stream of flames, quickly encroaching on Torafusar. The demon tried to counter with his black water once more, but the blaze was too powerful, evaporating the water on contact and engulfing Torafusar in a massive sphere of flames that covered the sky. Torafusar let out a mighty yell of intense pain and was quickly incinerated completely, leaving not even ash to fall from the sky. Damn you! Jackal yelled out as he charged towards the mightiest wizard saint, preparing to strike at him with his explosive fists once more. However, God Serena quickly turned on a dime to face Jackal. This time, moving his left fist behind his head, he quickly engulfed it in a torrent of water before he narrowed his eyes. Mighty Sea King Dragon's Water Vortex. A massive wave of water emerged from his fist, forming into a gigantic water tornado that completely covered Jackal in the intense torrent, smashing his skin and bones with enough pressure to crush the demon entirely. When the water finally cleared, there was not a single trace of the explosive demon remaining. He slowly turned his attention to the last two demons as he leveled his contemptful gaze at them. 3 down, 2 pitiful demons remaining. Now, which one of you wishes to pass on next? The Shaggy Man. God Serena asked as he looked at Tempester. Or the one who tormented my fiancé. He then looked over at Kyoka, who took a step back out of fear. No answer? Then I suppose I'll just have to dash. Sink. Before God Serena could make his choice, however, the wizard saint found himself slowly sinking into the ground. Tempester jumped in front of him then as he gave him a blank stare. I'll be the one to finish you off, human. Oh, you think so? God Serena boasted as he continued to sink into the ground. And what are you planning on doing next then? Hitting me with a giant rock? No, it's clear now that you're immune to attacks that come from water, fire, and earth, Tempester stated. But while you may be immune to earth-based thanks to your cavern dragon slaying magic, attacks that simply submerge you in your element should hardly be a problem. Leaving me with more than enough opportunity to hit you with elements you're not immune to. Cyclone. Instantly, Tempester created a massive tornado that covered the wizard saint, before he raised up his arm in a throwing motion and spoke Thunderbolt, blasting God Serena with a bolt of lightning. I see, so, you can use multiple elements as well. God Serena grunted out as he was struck by the dual elements. Tempester nodded his head as he watched on. Indeed I can, but unlike you, who can only utilize 3 of the basic elements, I have control over all 5. Then, to his surprise, the demon could swear he could hear the mage laughing while he was hit with the 2 attacks. What's so funny? Do you find your own death amusing? Oh no, no such thing. God Serena chuckled as he shook his head before he sneered. But I never recalled telling you that I only had 3 Dragon Slayer elements, now did I? Tempester's eyes widened as he quickly caught on to what God Serena was implying. Don't tell me dash. With a mighty shout, God Serena burst free from his earthly bounds before opening up his mouth, both the tornado and lightning quickly subsiding into his mouth as he began to slowly inhale the elements. Finally, once they had fully dissipated, he ran towards Tempester with great speed as the demon tried to pelt him with each of the elements under his command, none of them doing any damage to the strongest mage of Ishgard. Quickly closing in, God Serena placed his right hand on Tempester's chest and looked him directly in the eyes before sneering, "It's your dragon's draconic stake." Before Tempester could even consider retreating, he felt a sharp, immense pain within his very body before a massive stake of blood exploded outside of his back. The demon coughed out blood as he was impaled, and before he knew it, more stakes of blood pierced his body through his arms, legs, and even his head. The demon's eyes rolled back before he fell backward, dead long before he hit the ground. God Serena then turned his attention to Kyoka and narrowed his eyes. And then there was one. Kyoka took several steps back then as the strongest mage on all of Ishgard strode over to her. She could remember it quite clearly now, what Mardgeir had told her about the top-ranked wizard saint 2 years ago. "Kyoka, do you know why it is that despite joining the Balam Alliance, that we continue to operate in the shadows despite our great power?" Mardgeir asked his underling from atop his throne room. "It's not because of the Etherian. While its destructive might is indeed threatening, its great power makes it far too dangerous for the Magic Council to even consider using it on their own territory. The humans value the lives of others of their kind far too much to use it as a weapon against us. No, it merely exists as deterrence for our Lord's great army in Alvarez. The same can be said for Face, as it would leave their entire country without magic, while we, the superior race, would still have our full power intact. No, what we fear, Kyoka, is the 4 gods of Ishgard." "The 4 gods?" Kyoka asked. "Surely we have nothing to fear from a bunch of humans." "Normally, you would be correct," Mardgeir answered her. "Many of their S-class mages don't even begin to compare to the 9 demon gates. Why, most of the wizard saints are roughly their equal, but for the likes of you, me, and Sela, they would be hardly a threat. But the 4 gods are an entirely different story. The weakest amongst them, Robert Acutrone, has enough power to give the likes of Zero, Hades, and even myself some trouble in a one-on-one battle, while the 3rd most powerful, Retsuya Nohana, could defeat any one of us outright. Jugram Hashwalth could take on the entirety of Oration Cease or Grimoire Heart single-handedly. And God Serena." Mardgeir closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them once more. "Even if Zero, Hades and myself were to face him in battle all at once, he would emerge victorious." She hadn't fully believed Mardgeir's words back then, but she had known that the leader of Tartaros was not one to praise humans unless they were truly powerful individuals. She had known to approach any battle with him with caution, but this went far and beyond her wildest expectations. Her whole body continued to shake until she quickly grasped at her own shoulder and clenched on it hard with her claws, drawing blood. "No, don't let yourself give in to fear, Kyoka. This battle isn't over, not yet. He may be every bit as powerful as Mardgeir claimed." She then let out a loud, terrified battle cry as she bared her claws before running at God Serena at top speed. "But he's still only human." She attacked him wildly and with reckless abandon, her claws attempting to slice through the wizard saint. To her great dismay, each of her attacks missed their mark, the mightiest of Ishgard dodging and weaving through her swings with casual ease. She attempted to strike at him once more with her right talon only for God Serena to reach out with his own hand and grab her wrist before he glared into her eyes. "Now then. I think it's time I paid you back for what you did to my beloved." He kneed the demoness hard in the stomach, blood spewing from her mouth, before he then grabbed her head with his left hand, only to deliver a powerful punch with his right, hitting her in the face and sending her flying through various trees. She tried to stop her momentum with her claws as her hands dug into the ground, but she felt a hand on her left shoulder just as she managed to stop. She turned to see God Serena behind her before all she saw was his fist as he delivered another powerful punch, this time forcing her face to smash against the ground. She lashed out at the enraged Dragon Slayer once more only for him to grab her outstretched left hand with his own and bring down his right elbow on her arm, producing a loud snap that reverberated throughout the forest. Kyoka briefly cried out in pain at her broken arm before the wizard saint grabbed her face and slammed it down hard to the ground again, cracking the earth as she formed a human-sized hole in the ground. "Get up on your feet," God Serena demanded. "We're not finished yet. This is impossible. He's throwing me around like a rag doll, and he's not even using any of his magic," Kyoko thought before she managed to land a kick that pushed him off of her. She quickly got to her feet and sliced at him with her remaining claw. Her talons struck at him over and over, her jabs blurring together as they moved faster than lightning until she finally glanced over at him and began to cackle. "Ahahaha! You let your guard down, you pompous mage. Now, feel pain more intense than any you've ever experienced in your entire life." God Serena fell down to his knees as his body was afflicted with indescribable pain as Kyoko slowly approached him, the wizard saint struggling to breathe as she did so. "Why, I bet the very air itself feels as if it's a sword stabbing into your skin. You may have far more power than me." Kyoko then slashed at God Serena with one of her sharp claws. But no human could possibly hope to withstand this level of pain. The demoness smirked as she saw her sharp talons near her opponent's face. Soon enough, this entire fiasco would be behind her, and the strongest mage on the entire continent would be dead. Only for him to quickly react and latch onto her claw with his right hand, giving her a glare so intensely hateful it gave even her pause. "What? But how is that even possible?" Kyoko shrieked, trying to pull her arm free only to discover that God Serena's grip on her was far greater than she had expected. "You've been exposed to more pain than the human body can possibly hope to handle. You should be finding it painful to just breathe, let alone move your arms." "It's true, this is indeed far greater pain than any I've ever experienced in battle," the kneeling wizard managed to pant out. "On this alone, I'm willing to praise you. However," he slowly got to his feet, his gaze never leaving Kyoko's eyes. "Compared to the pain I felt when I lost my entire family to the Black Dragon, or the pain I feel when I remember you tortured the woman I loved, this pain is nothing." The final word was punctuated by an immense pressure on her working claw before it was utterly crushed, leaving it a bloody, mangled mess. Kyoko howled in pain as she took several steps back from the wizard saint. He can't be human," the demoness screamed internally. "He's a monster." Her life was at an end now, this much was clear. Thankfully, Tartaros still had Hell's Core, meaning that she and the other 9 gates that had perished would be revived fairly soon, but it didn't mean the pain she was about to experience was going to be any less painful. Her eyes widened in shock then as she witnessed God Serena's right hand crackle with electricity. Galvanic Dragon's Bolt of Ragnarok. A massive bolt of lightning, greater in size than any skyscraper in the world of the living that Bambietta and the others hailed from, crashed down from the sky and electrocuted Kyoko. The demoness let out a painful screech of pain as her body was fried by the electricity until her body completely disintegrated. God Serena stared at the scorched earth before he looked over to where he could tell his fiancée ran off before shaking his head. "Oh my, looks like I overdid it yet again, didn't I, Miphone? Oh well, I suppose it can't be helped in the long run. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." He then fell onto one knee as he gasped. "It seems that the demon's power was a bit more potent than I thought. It seems I'll need more lacrima after all. The Dragon Slayer would need them after all, if he was to slay him." Mistoggan could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. He had heard many tales of God Serena's feats, from single-handedly holding back the entirety of forces of Bosco, to defeating S-class mages with one finger, but seeing this was another matter entirely. Other than Gildarts Clive, the masked mage couldn't think of anyone else who could have done what this living example of hybrid theory had done so casually. "I see that his reputation is more than earned," Mistoggan said to Miphone. "To think he could deal with demons with such ease. It shouldn't be a surprise, really," Miphone answered as the two arrived back at the Magic Council's headquarters. "He and I were trained by Master Ishgar, after all. It should be no surprise he's as powerful as he is." "Master Ishgar? You mean the man who formerly held the title of the strongest on the continent?" Mistoggan asked. He had certainly heard of the man, his reputation as the undefeated of the East having spread itself far and wide, but beyond knowing he was considerably powerful, Mistoggan knew next to nothing about him. "You both trained under him. After the deaths of our families, the two of us vowed to get stronger so we could give them justice. So, we sought him out. It was a hard and rigorous task, but we both grew considerably under his tutelage. I eventually stopped once Master Makarov found me and took me in as a second father, but Serena insisted on finishing his training. Lo and behold, when I ran into him 4 years ago, he was the man you see now, for the most part. Most part? Miss Dogan asked. When we first sought out training from Master Ishgar, Serena only had his cavern dragon slaying magic. It was a gift my family had given to his as a product of my family Akrama mining business, Mifone spoke. Then, when I saw him again 4 years ago, he had obtained his Sea King, Purgatory, and Galvanic Dragon slaying magic which made him the strongest mage in all of Ishgar. Now, it seems he's added a 6th to his arsenal. At this point, she was starting to wonder how he was coming across all these Lacrima. Dragon, God, and devil slaying Lacrima were extremely hard to come by, even for her. Simply having more than one was already unheard of, but 6? Are you still obsessed over getting your revenge on Aknologia, Serena? Mifone thought to herself. She planned on having a long conversation with her fiancé once this was all over. She currently, however, had more pressing matters to attend to. Her eyes narrowed as she caught sight of her target. The soon-to-be former chairman of the Magic Council was trying his damnedest to get as far away from her as possible. A mere snap of her fingers did the trick as several diamonds protruded from the ground before Crawford, preventing his escape. She shook her head then as she slowly walked over to him. Now, did you really think you had any chance to escape once your attack dogs were dealt with? I've always known you to be a greedy man, but I've never taken you for an idiot. Clearly, I've given you more respect than you deserve. Getting onto his hands and knees, Crawford bowed profusely. I'm sorry. I had to do it, I had no choice, the demon's dash. Don't even think about trying to sell me some story about how you were forced to do all of this, Mifone interrupted as she glared at him. I remember our earlier conversation quite well. You were looking forward to seeing me die, you corrupt piece of filth. She quickly fired a photon laser from her fingertips as he tried to run once more. No more running. Now you are going to sit and tell me what Seagrain's role is in all of this, and what any of this has to do with Urza, and so help me if anything happens to her dash. Before the wizard saint could properly begin her interrogation, however, her, Miss Dogan's, and Crawford's eyes were soon glued to the sky when they heard a massive and earth-shattering boom that echoed far louder than any thunder as a massive light was shot down from the heavens. As the two wizards stared at the massive laser coming down from the clouds, Crawford began to laugh. He, ah. It's pointless now. Seagrain's already convinced the Magic Council to fire the Etherean. Once it hits the tower, Lord Zeref will be revived and none of you shall dash. Before he could continue with his rant, Mifone promptly kicked him hard across the face, knocking out several of his teeth as he lay on the ground unconscious. Mifone didn't bother to look at him, however. Her eyes were glued to the Etherean's blast. Quickly, her mind had put together Crawford's words and Kyoka's earlier threat to allow her to realize the grand plan of the Balam Alliance, and the fate of Urza Scarlet. Her body shook with rage then as she clenched her fists hard enough to draw blood as she stared at the blast. Urza. Chapter 70, Bitter Reunion. This was it. The end of all things. Urza Scarlet had wanted nothing more in life but to not be here. Never again. She had run from her past, from the failures she ascribed to herself and herself alone. She had been unable to save Grandpa Rob. She had been unable to bring this tower down. She had been unable to liberate her friends. She had been unable to walk away from here, hand in hand with Jalal. And she had failed to properly grieve, to cry it all out of her system all at once. She had sealed herself in a suit of armor to find peace, to push away the world so that it would never again see her heart. Still, the world had wormed its way inside nonetheless. She had begun to drop her guard and let people in once more. Now, she had failed these friends too, her own past dragging both her and her newfound friends back to its unrelenting cruelty. Well, no more. There would be no more failures. Before Urza was the gnarled and foreboding stairway that would take her to the main chamber of the Tower of Heaven, the very room where she had lost an eye so very long ago. The very same room that had left her always looking to the past with one while the other tried to find a future worth living in. It was the very same room she had ascended into once before to save Jalal. Now it was the room she ascended into to end his life. Urza took a deep breath, the inhalation a sharp one. She held it then, her right foot rising up and coming down upon the beginning of the stairway. Only when she had done so did she allow herself to breathe once more, the process so instinctive that she did not even take notice of it. Every journey begins with a step, Urza whispered to herself. But I began this journey so very long ago. And now it's reached its end. She had wanted to avoid this day all her life, but try as she had, it was inevitable all the same. So she began her climb, moving through the darkened stairway until at last, she found the door at its top. Pushing it open, she could hear its metal frame creaking upon its hinges. Then, Jalal Fernandez. Urza could see him. Sitting upon a grotesque throne, a chessboard at its base. He was not paying it any mind, though one playing piece was in his hand. One that looked like Urza herself. So, you've come at last, Jalal said, raising his hand up into the light so as to look not at Urza but at the playing piece itself. I knew you would, you know? Whether by force or by your own instincts, you would come to me eventually someday. And here you are, proving it to be true. No matter where you hung your armor, this is your home. And your fate will forever be in my hands. Urza glared at him, her determination to do what had to be done unwavering. And what do you wish for my fate? Jalal looked at her with a half glance, and snapped the playing piece in two. The pieces fell to the floor then, bouncing off, and rolling under the table. Then there was silence, Urza and Jalal simply holding their locked gazes upon each other. It went on for an unbearably long time. Until Jalal chuckled. Perhaps that was too dramatic. Urza said nothing at first, requipping her broadsword. Gripping it with both hands, she kept the end of the blade pointing directly at Jalal. She held the weapon still, not allowing it to waver in the slightest despite its weight. Only then, her body and blade as still as they could be, did she speak. It's time we ended this. Once and for all. And that as well, Jalal said, simply folding one leg over the other, unmoving from his throne. Action does speak louder than words, and that does speak of your intended fate for me as well. For you, and for me, Urza said, her eyes looking about Jalal with determination and nothing else, not even life. She stepped forward then, intent on running Jalal through even as he sat atop his throne. Oh, I don't think so. Jalal spoke up then, raising his right hand. I will live to see tomorrow while you will be the great sacrifice to make it a tomorrow worth awakening to. Darkness burst forth from Jalal's hand then, the darkness reaching for Urza herself. She paid it no mind, cleaving asunder the shadowy mass with one horizontal stroke. As the form dissipated, she could see Jalal once again, though Urza had never truly lost sight of him. He was her target, and she would never let him out of her sight, no matter the cost. Unintimidated, Jalal raised his other hand up, fingers outstretched. Urza saw no obvious attack approaching her, but she was of sound enough mind, frayed though it may be, to turn on her heels. She cut down the shadowy tendrils that had risen up behind her with one quick motion, turning back to face Jalal. However, in that brief moment she had her back to him. The mad wizard fired off a concentrated bolt of dark magic. It slammed into Urza, overwhelming and enveloping her. She gasped in pain, stumbling backward step after step. So potent was the attack that it could be seen from the outside of the tower itself, ripping through its twisted frame and firing out into the night sky, rubble falling due to its unrelenting force. Inside the tower, Jalal snapped his hand shut, fingers curling into his palms as he beckoned the magic to cease its attack. He needed Urza intact and alive for the ritual after all. Incinerating her just would not do. Yes, Jalal said, watching as the smoke from the explosive force of his attack was sucked outside by the night's winds, I've brought you to your knees, haven't I, Urza? There you will repent for your defiance against the will of Lord Zeref. His time is at hand, and you will accept it at long last. Jalal laughed, sick satisfaction evident in his voice, but it soon faded just as the smoke itself did. Urza was not kneeling. Far from it. Though she was singed from his attack, she was still standing tall, her eyes unwavering as they stared at Jalal with determination unheard of. Despite the agony she was no doubt feeling, her body showing signs that it was obviously racked with pain, she was not succumbing to it. And at that moment did the man who had deemed himself the invincible Lord of the Tower of Heaven and the living embodiment of his Lord Ziraf's will begin to feel something he had not experienced since he had been a young boy in this tower. Something he had not experienced since Ziraf had reached out to him. Fear. That fear lunged for Jalal then, twin blades at the ready, brown eyes locked with his own. Eyes that would not blink nor show even the slightest hint of hesitation. Jalal, however, blinked. And at that moment did he feel a sword cut into him, blood splattering against the floor of his chambers. He clutched at his chest then, seeing the wound gush out against his gloves. "It's not deep," Urza said as she watched him fall before her, "but it's clear it was enough to bring you to your knees." Jalal looked up at Urza then, eyes wide. Before him was no sacrifice, but Titania Urza of fairy tale. That very wizard brought one of her swords down, resting it atop Jalal's shoulder, the edge perilously close to his neck. "This is the end, is it?" Jalal said, almost dejectedly. "All my plans and my schemes, all that came before me, and it will all be laid low by you. I suppose that is fitting. You would be the most worthy to bring this Tower of Heaven to earth, to reduce it to the ground, and shatter my dreams for this world." "It's not about being worthy," Urza said, the wizard staying her hand as memories of the young man Jalal had once been and of the color of her hair raced through her mind. "It simply needs to be done." Jalal closed his eyes and lowered his head with not another word. However, a voice not unlike his own spoke out from behind Urza. "I, however, believe that both he and I are worthy of seeing this dream through to the end." Urza froze on the spot then, slowly turning herself around. Though she kept the blade upon Jalal's shoulder, she looked over her shoulder and saw one she had not expected to encounter here. Sea grain. In the flesh, in a manner of speaking, the wizard saint said. "But we'll get to that in time. You never did wish to stop Jalal, did you?" Urza said, shocked beyond reproach. "All these years you said you had joined the Magic Council and obtained the power of a wizard saint solely to use it to save your brother from himself, to put an end to this madness, but lies. I spoke to the Magic Council, just as I spoke lies pertaining to it to protect your Quincy friend," Sea Grain said, the man in white holding his ground in a relaxed posture. "Though I suppose I did lie to you about it as well. Yet, you trusted it all the same. I suppose it's just this face you find hope in. Such a shame then." Sea Grain flashed Urza a wicked smile, his tattooed right eye taking on a similar appearance to Jalal's own, its iris turning into the mark of Ziraf. "That this face has betrayed you once again." Urza held her ground, unwilling to give Sea Grain the satisfaction of despair. She simply pointed her other blade at him, her composure as unwavering as the blade itself as she held it aloft. "It will be the last time." Urza stepped forward then, bringing the blade to bear as she attempted to cut the wizard saint down. However, much to her surprise, Sea Grain's body glowed with golden light as he seemingly phased through the attack, Titania's merely striking an after-image. He came in close once more, his nose practically touching Urza's own. "You're right about that, Urza." His fist slammed into Urza's stomach, breaking through the armor with ease and causing her to double over. It was, however, not nearly enough to topple Fairy Tale's Titania. Unfortunately, Sea Grain knew that well enough. His body becoming encased in light once again, he spun around behind her faster than she anticipated and with speed as blinding as the light, he kicked Urza away. Still, it was not enough to hold Urza down, the wizard flipping in midair and landing atop her feet. She prepared to attack again, feeling no hesitation despite the complication that the wizard saint had added to the mix. "You intend to fight to the bitter end?" Sea Grain said, pacing around without a care in the world. "How very gallant of you, Urza." "I wish I could say the same to you," Urza countered. "All this time you spoke of how you needed to keep the Tower of Heaven out of the limelight because you wished to settle things with your brother. But that was all a lie, wasn't it?" "Oh, yes, I did speak of how I had obtained this strength and became both a wizard saint and member of the Magic Council to bring the Tower of Heaven to an end," Sea Grain said. He stopped then, grinning as he looked at Urza directly. That, however, was no lie. After all, Once this plan is complete, the Tower of Heaven will serve no great purpose any longer. It will be deemed unnecessary and it will be brought to the ground. So, what you told me was true, from a certain point of view. Urza hissed, growing angry at last. Yes, though I had to sell the story a bit more to keep you placated when I found you so close to the Magic Council thanks to your standing in Fairy Tale. You, the one who took all responsibility for their destructive actions. I had to keep you content that I was going to settle things with my brother. And we will settle things, just not as you expected. However, there was one complete and total lie I did tell you, Urza. The S-class wizard held her ground. And what's that? I have no brother. Urza heard those words from Seagrain and it did give her pause. But dash. Perhaps that doesn't quite cut it, Seagrain continued, hands in his white coat pocket as he relaxed. You see, Urza, there is no Seagrain. There never was. It was just a convenient name and nothing more. An identity to give me access to resources I needed that no Lord of the Tower of Heaven could hope to obtain. So I split my essence, my magic, my very soul in twain. At that moment, Urza's spirit faltered. Seagrain being a duplicitous snake she had always been ready for, his intentions unclear, but this. Then all this time since you cast me out of this tower and stayed behind to rule it with an iron fist. That's right. Seagrain shouted, his voice at last raising just as the one that belonged to the man she had just fought had time and time again. All this time you were never away from my sight, Urza. You were never, ever free of this tower. And you were far too foolish, far too naive to understand that you could never escape your fate. Oh, but don't worry, I'm here to assure you that there is one fate that I can make for you. Urza grit her teeth then, at last pushed too far. All the lies, all the deceptions, the cruelty, the subterfuge. I have had enough. What was that? Seagrain, the Jalal in white, asked, having barely registered Urza's whisper. I have had enough. Urza all but bellowed, transforming then and there into armor as dark as night. Purgatory armor, requip. The scarlet-haired mage jumped high into the air before she crashed down upon the two of them with her massive black sword, the two identical mages just barely moving out of the way. This ends right here, right now. Urza cried out as she charged at Seagrain. She swung her gigantic blade at the mage, but much to her frustration, the wizard saint casually dodged under the blow with ease. Snarling with rage, she struck at him again, only for him to perform a somersault to maneuver out of the way. Yes, I suppose it will, Seagrain said, casually moving back from Urza. Though I suppose you are quite confident that you will emerge victorious against me. No doubt for defeating my other half. My lesser half. You see, since I needed Seagrain to fill in as a wizard saint, I had to move most of my power over to him, Urza. I only left myself with a measly 40%. More than enough to handle the average S-class and to keep appearances, but if I wanted a high rank among the wizard saints, I couldn't afford less. Jalal answered. I care not how you've divided your strength. Urza cried out as she swung out her blade in a futile effort once more. I will not allow either of you two to use this tower for your nefarious gains any longer. Again and again did Urza try to strike at Seagrain, but it was no use. The man was a wizard saint for a reason, and none of her blows came even close to hitting him. Creating a sword of light in one hand, Seagrain jumped above her attack with a somersault before slashing at her back, cutting through her purgatory armor with ease. Do you really think you'll be able to defeat me with that armor? It's far too slow. He was right, much as she hated to admit it. She needed a change of tactics. Requip, Heaven's Wheel. Clad once more in her angelic armor, Urza quickly surrounded herself with dozens of her swords before she telepathically commanded them to strike at Seagrain. However, to her dismay, the wizard saint casually dodged and weaved through the wave of weapons, as if it were nothing. Really, Urza? Did you think such a simple trick could work? Just as she tried to control her swords to strike at him yet again, Seagrain moved his right hand in front of him and smirked. Light of penitence. A massive beam of energy fired from his hand and destroyed all of the swords that she had summoned before coming straight at Urza. Urza grimaced before changing armors once more. Adamantine armor. Quickly covering herself with her defensive armor, Urza raised her twin shields to defend herself from the attack. The massive light crashed against the combined shields. Urza grunted with effort as she felt herself skidding back as she bore witness to her shields beginning to crack from the strain. Finally, the attack subsided, though her shields were left with one massive hole, rendering them useless. Seagrain let out a whistle. Not bad at all, Urza. That attack would have killed any ordinary S-class wizard. I suppose Elizabeth truly does deserve all her praise for forging such armor. But, surely you realize now that you can't win. Urza panted as she caught her breath before she stared at the two of them, glowing with light once more and changing into her Heart Crew's armor. This battle is far from over. Is that a fact? Seagrain asked, grinning with confidence. Why, I do believe she feels it is, Jelal said, firing upon Urza from behind with dark magic. Perhaps I should teach her the folly of her ways. Before she could fully face Jelal, Urza was hit in the back with a cloud of darkness, Jelal's magic power shattering her armor and staggering her for a moment until she regained herself and charged at him with her weapon drawn behind her. She swung her blade at her foe, but much to her dismay, Jelal casually jumped back before opening his left hand in front of himself. Darkness expanded as it floated above his palm, swirling with traces of red. Shade Prison. After his declaration, the ball was crushed in his hand. The same energy emerged around Urza's feet, rising to the middle of her shins. By the time she noticed, her body was consumed in a ball of power, both restraining her and also delivering so much pain that she could only scream. Seagrain smirked as he aimed a hand at her with flames wafting from it. Fire bullet. With the spell cast, a large bullet formed of fire shot towards Urza from behind. The S-class mage saw it from the corner of her eye as she glanced back before managing to compose herself. Her body glowed with light before the spell hit her. The twin brothers smiled on even as the fire covering Urza broke apart and they saw her wearing a new set of armor. Still standing? Good, I was hoping that wasn't going to be the end of you. If it were, you wouldn't be worthy to sacrifice to Lord Ziref. Now clad in her Flame Empress armor, her large sword held horizontally in front of herself, Urza let out a mighty shout and swung her blade, creating a wave of fire to shoot out in all directions. Jelal leapt back towards the wall, kicking off of it to rise above and avoid the fire. At the same time, Seagrain crouched, one hand clapping to the ground, a magic circle appearing beneath himself. Iron rock wall. In front of him, part of the floor rose into a brick wall that blocked off the fire, making the flames go around Seagrain before they faded. Just then, Seagrain's other hand aimed with a smaller magic circle and shot the earthen construct at Urza, but it was broken down with a single swing of her blade before she charged at him again, swinging her blade as it was clad with fire. Though Seagrain was able to avoid getting cut from each slice, the flames from her blade nearly burnt his attire. Eventually, the flames connected and his cloak began to burn before he quickly tossed it aside. However, with his guard down, Seagrain grunted in pain as he was knocked back by Urza's free fist and fell to the floor. Fear quickly overcame him when he saw Urza towering over him with her raised sword, ready to strike. Relentless Torrent. From underneath Urza briefly shone a blue magic circle before a massive geyser erupted. As soon as she noticed, she braced herself, and light covered her before another set of armor adorned her body. It was a revealing armor modeled after different sea creatures, colored seaweed green on the inner portions and aqua blue on the fin portions. In her right hand was a long sword matching the armor's motif. Sea Empress armor. Urza declared proudly with her sword held vertically in front of herself. She slashed down and held the stream of water back, though she felt herself strain from the effort. Jelal came to Seagrain's side and both saw her stop the spell with a battle cry. Impressive, Seagrain said as Urza charged at them with a more determined face, showing gritted teeth and eyes full of fighting spirit. Most impressive. Right before Urza hit the ground to swipe at them, the blue-haired duo blocked with magic, wind from Seagrain and darkness from Jelal, emerging from their hands and solidifying it to keep the weapon from reaching them. Together they pushed her back and respectively cast offensive magic at her. Razor Cyclone. Dark Volley. The two elements hit Urza hard, the S-class mage now caught in a horizontal tunnel of air that almost sent her flying back, blade-like wind scraping all over her body and armor while large bullets of dark energy pelted away at her. Having already been through her prior battle with Quilge, and now suffering a team attack from two powerful sources, Urza could not help but feel exhausted. Her concentration slowly began to break until she couldn't stand anymore, falling onto her back at the end of the combined attack with a shout of pain. Jalal and Seagrain looked down with sneers of amusement as Urza panted heavily, getting on all fours to catch her breath before Jalal taunted her. "Looks like I made you kneel, after all." Urza struggled to get up, her body aching from the pain. Slowly, with a wobbly hand, she reached forward to grab her sword. "This isn't over. And yet, she still thinks she has a chance," Jalal said before he sighed. "You're only making this worse for yourself, Urza. I don't wish to bring you any unnecessary harm. We just wish to use you to bring about our ideal world. The same world that you promised to Simon, Sho, Wally, and Milana." Urza asked as she slowly got to her feet. "The same world that you offered to Quilge so that he would join your cause? A world only filled with the strong. Is that it?" She then shook her head. "I would sooner take my own life than let it be used for your own twisted ideology." "As if you have a choice in that either," Seagrain hissed. "Your life stopped being your own the moment you were brought to this tower. And it became mine the moment Lord Zeref took me under his wing. The moment I gave you the illusion of freedom. But now I shall use you as the sacrifice to give the world no illusionary freedom, but the truth itself. Lord Zeref's hour is near, and he will show us the way. Is that a fact?" Urza said as she glared at the wizard saint. "My life, I would gladly offer it up for the sake of my friends, my guild, for the greater good. But you? Never," she said as she slowly closed her eyes. Fighting Seagrain on his own would have been tough enough as it is, but with Jalal helping him out, I don't have a choice as things stand. Right now, I only have 3 options before me. The first was the Armadura fairy armor. It was made for this exact purpose. To fight, and defeat any of the wizard saints that had gone rogue. She had prayed that such a thing would never happen again after Jose Porlaw, but it seems that fate hadn't decided to offer her that courtesy. However, with the power it offered. No, it's too dangerous, Urza thought. If I used it here, then everyone else would get caught up in our fight. With the power I have at my disposal, I'd be just as much of a threat to my friends as Jalal and Seagrain. No, I can't use it, not until everyone else is gone. The Nakagami wasn't an option either. Its power was far too draining for Urza to even consider it for what would no doubt be a prolonged fight. She had no choice then, but to use that modification Elizabeth had made to the Purgatory armor. It was made for situations such as this one, when the other 2 armors weren't an option. She had prayed that this would never come to pass, to use that horrid power, but she had no choice. Quickly, she had changed back into her black-clad armor, the Purgatory armor adorning her once more. "This again," Jalal said with a grin. "You were unable to so much as land a single hit on us with that armor of yours earlier. What difference could you possibly hope to make with it now?" "Jalal," Urza said, glaring at the man she knew in his 2 forms. "This armor possesses unparalleled power dash. Is that a threat?" Seagrain interrupted, not showing any sign of concern. "More than likely," Jalal continued. "The empty promises of a desperate woman. If you spoke the truth, Urza, you would have continued to use it. Power it may have, but speed is another matter. That's because of the sacrifice involved in wielding this power," Urza continued. "One I dared not make. But you're right. You have made me very desperate. But if it's to defeat the 2 of you, I'm willing to throw away everything, even my humanity." She was the Titania, the pride and joy of her guild. The one that almost everyone looked up to. Ever since she had inherited that title from Miphone, Urza had planned on doing nothing but upholding the honor and prestige that came with that position. But now, so many old wounds were reopening, ever since she had been brought back to this wretched tower, and she had finally reached her breaking point. If she had to become a monster in order to slay monsters, then so be it. Enough of these games. Jalal and Seagrain said together, both raising their hands up, power building between them both. The light and dark came together, swirling about in a vortex before firing towards Urza. "This age bereft of Lord Zeref's presence shall fall with you, Urza." The two sets of magic crashed against Urza then, covering the room with dust and debris as the two blue-haired mages smirked. Well now, that should help her quiet down before however, before Seagrain could even finish speaking, the dust began to clear, and to their surprise Urza still stood, but something was quite different now. Her back was now hunched over, and slowly yet surely was her body becoming surrounded by a black and red aura. What is this? Jalal asked. This magic he was sensing, it was unlike any that Urza had used before. Prior to this moment, her magic had been either elemental or pure physical in nature, but now, what he was sensing now was something sinister. Song of Choice, Colossus Phase 2 Code Vein. I warned you. Urza said before the armor behind her head slowly melded over her head, forming into a bestial-like helmet. Purgatory Armor. Berserker Mode. A furious and powerful gust of wind whipped up around her, and then, before the two could fully process what was going on, Urza jumped and leaped down at them with speed and power well beyond that of what they were before. Jalal and Seagrain both looked on in horror as the blade was struck down, explosive magical power rippling from the impact. Both of them were thrown careening away, their bodies going limp before they smashed into the far walls. What power? Jalal gasped, blood spewing from his mouth. Like nothing I've ever seen. Seagrain roared in pain as he experienced the brunt of the attack, blood falling from both the corner of his mouth and from a gash atop his brow. What kind of monster has Urza become? Urza turned around, her eyes glowing red before she let out a snarl of anger and charged at the two of them, her massive blade raised above her head, the warrior queen crying out with furious vigor. Jellallallallallallallall. Don't think this act of desperation will be enough, Urza. Jella hissed, raising his hand up even as he pulled his body out from the shattered wall. Yours is a deadly power, but it cannot withstand both the dark and the light. Seagrain fired off a bolt of magic just as Jalal did, their light and dark powers combined into a spiral of pure power that sped towards Urza. Their combined magical power slammed into Urza, her armor beginning to crack from the attack, and Urza could practically feel her bones ache from the blow, but the S-class wizard paid it no mind. The pain was nothing. The pain didn't matter. Nothing mattered, but seeing them dead. Using his celestial body magic, Seagrain moved past Urza with great speed before his hands glowed with lightning. Lightning of Judgment. A massive bolt of lightning fired from his hands, hitting Urza in the chest, but with another animalistic snarl, Urza swung her sword, parting the attack and cleaving a massive fissure through the floor of the room. Jalal tried to hit her from behind with his dark magic, but Urza continued to rush Seagrain as if Jalal's magic was having no effect. How far the mighty Titania has fallen. Seagrain smirked as one of his hands became engulfed in water, the other clad in flames. To have turned into a mad beast hell-bent on revenge. But it won't be enough to stop us. Elemental Vortex, Searing Deluge. A mighty burst of magic erupted from his palms then, the two elements forming into a spiraling tornado far greater in power than any mere S-class mage could ever hope to conjure. With a roar of rage, Urza swung her blade, cutting the attack in half with the mere shockwave of her swing. The air pressure caused Seagrain to cry out in pain as it connected with him, slicing him across his chest. Urza bared her teeth and ran towards Jalal with her sword ready to strike. Shade Prison. Once more did Jalal try to subdue her with his black magic, but to no avail. Urza let out a mighty battle cry, and then, simply by running forward, she broke through and shattered the shadows that attempted to bind her as if they were made of glass, closing in on Jalal. His body glowing with power, Seagrain shouted out Meteor. And collided with Urza, sending her back before he delivered another powerful left jab across her face, quickly followed up with another from his right before he jumped back and conjured multiple magical circles of various elements which surrounded him. Elemental Purge. Countless magical bullets made of fire, ice, wind, earth, and lightning collided with Urza, not a single one of them missing their target. Once more did his body glow with light before he used Meteor to dash forward and deliver a powerful kick to her stomach, creating a massive hole in the purgatory armor and forcing Urza to drop her sword as she fell to her knees. Ha, I'll admit you've grown in strength, but without your sword dash. Before Seagrain could even finish talking, however, Urza got right up onto her feet as if nothing had happened and slammed her fist right in his face, his nose breaking as he staggered back. Screaming with pure unadulterated fury, Urza quickly pounced on him as he hit the floor before she let out yet another yell of rage and punched his face, cracking the floor beneath them. Over and over, she struck him with her fists, her left and right hands moving with such speed and fury that no normal mage could have hoped to try to push her off. Seagrain tried his best attempt at kicking her body with his body empowered by celestial body magic, but no matter how hard he tried, Urza would not budge. "That's enough of that," Jalal said as he ran towards Urza. He reached for one of Urza's arms then, grabbed it around the bare, upper portion. He glared at her then, calling upon his magic, only to be suddenly grabbed around the face by the metallic gauntlet that had just been striking Seagrain. He felt pain spread across his skull, the fingers digging in as Urza spun around and put her weight behind her grip. "Arg!" Jalal cried out as he felt the back of his skull slam into the floor, the stone breaking. It was then that both halves of Jalal Fernandez understood one simple thing: they had pushed Urza too far, and she was going to kill them both in the most miserable ways possible if need be. "I was wrong, and so were you," Jalal grunted. "Before me is no weak little girl broken by the tower, or Titania Urza of fairy tale, but the monster I made you become." Jalal reached up with both hands then, clawing at Urza's arm as he felt the light begin to fade. He managed to grasp her forearm one more time. Then did he concentrate on his magic, hoping for the best. Dark snake-like tendrils spread out from his fingertips, digging their way into Urza and becoming one with his flesh. Urza paid it no mind. Her enraged thoughts, her muscles, her everything focused solely on bringing an end to Jalal and the Tower of Heaven. However, it was then that she felt two things. The first was the cessation of her body's movement. Though her hand was still on Jalal's face, she could not feel her fingers tighten any further. No, they were growing limp. Her arm was no different, as if she was frozen in place. The second was pain. Absolute agony etched itself into her entire body, spreading from her arm. The snake-like markings began to curl around her flesh, marking it as they bobbed and weaved about her, at least one line of it moving up her neck and onto her face. "I didn't think you would have managed to push us this far," Jalal said as he pulled his face free from Urza's hand. "Truly remarkable, Urza. But in the end, it hardly matters," Seagrain finished, standing up as he wiped the blood from his face. The only counter to such unrestrained power was deception and trickery. Thankfully, I have that in abundance. We had planned on using this to seal you from the very start. At first, we simply planned on wearing you down before applying it, but this new power of yours caught us off guard. However, the blind rage that accompanied such power made applying the seal all the easier. I doubt you even noticed the seals through your anger. Though I'll admit," Jalal said, standing to look down upon Urza, "I was unsure if I would live long enough to see it through. Any of the saints ranked below me would have no doubt perished. Take that honor with you into oblivion, Urza. As well as the honor of reviving Lord Zeref himself," Seagrain said, pacing around so as to stand beside his other half. "Damn you!" Urza hissed, it being one of the few acts of defiance she had left against Jalal's machinations. However, while she knew he in both his forms was accountable for his own personal list of committed atrocities, she began to realize that she shared her own part of the blame in what was about to happen. Urza Scarlet may have been one of the worst enemies a dark guild could face, but she too was her own worst enemy. And now all she could realize was that she had been mistaken in her victory over Quiljopi. She had not conquered all of her own failings in rising up against his power, just one. She had conquered the fear that the Tower of Heaven had etched upon her soul. However, her rage, her anger, her hate, those were another matter altogether. To think I tried to help Bambietta through her own thoughts of anger and revenge, Urza thought to herself, but I fell under their influence again. Urza closed her eyes then, realizing her failure. She had let her anger cloud her judgment and her power, allowing Jalal to turn the tides as he had. Her eyes widened then as she noticed a large light out of one of the tower's windows. "What on earth is dash? Ah, yes, it's finally time." Seagrain spoke with a sinister sneer. "The Etherean." Urza gasped then, not for her own safety, but for her friends who remained below. "No." She tried to run, but Jalal pinned her down to the ground. Now, Urza. Why not sit still and enjoy the fireworks? You fool! You'll kill us all! Urza shouted out in a mixture of fury and terror. Outside the tower, light was gathering into the sky directly above the Tower of Heaven. Everyone from Fairy Tales Guild, along with Simon, Milana, Sho, Wally, Driscoll, Shez, and Quilge, all who had managed to get back onto the ship they had arrived on thanks to their Quincy allies, watched in a mix of awe and worry. What on earth is that? Gray exclaimed. It must be the Etherian cannon. Quilge answered. I heard Jalal talk about how he had planned on harnessing its power, but I had hoped it would have taken longer than this. Simon in particular seemed especially crestfallen as his head hung. All those years he had spent trying to prevent Jalal's mad dreams from coming true, wasted. We were too late. The most worried among the whole group, however, were Candace and Wendy, Candace yelling out as loud as he could. Come on you guys. Hurry it up and get out of there. Now. Wendy was faring no better, on the verge of tears. No. You can't die, not like this. I need you. Lucy needs you, we all need you. Bambi. In the tower itself, Bambietta and Lil Tato were using Hiran Kyaku to climb the stairs as fast as they could. They still weren't near the top, but that didn't stop them from focusing entirely on ascending to reach the place Urza was. They were so close, to finally saving Urza and ending this nightmare once and for all. However, just as they ascended the staircase, the two felt a massive weight as they noticed the glowing light outside one of the windows of the tower. Lil, what the fuck is going on? Bambietta demanded. The power she was feeling right now was extraordinary. To simply refer to it as massive would have been a colossal understatement. With the exception of the Celestial Spirit King, nothing she had encountered in this world came even close to this level of power. I don't know. Lil Tato screamed. She was beyond terrified. They were about to be hit by an attack that, as far as Lil Toto could tell, was going to kill them. The pair were keenly aware of the growing intensity of the light outside the windows but chose to continue running, not allowing their fear to slow them down. Bambietta herself was especially frantic and shouted for her ally that was without a doubt in mortal peril. Erza! The Etherian cannon fired. The ray of light cast down over the Tower of Heaven, engulfing it entirely, and creating waves onto the ocean from the shock of impact. Before any of them could capsize the boat, Juvia managed to quickly manipulate the water around themselves to keep them safe as everyone shielded their eyes from the intense light. By the time the light had dimmed down enough for them to see again, the sea was calm once more, though the pillar of combined elemental energy was still pouring downwards. Urza! Bambi! Lil Tato, did we lose you? Levy muttered, almost ready to cry like Wendy was. Lucy watched on, her eyes widening from shock as she watched the beam of light engulf the tower, her right hand clenching as she watched on. Part of her wanted nothing more than to cry, to scream at the top of her lungs for Bambietta to be alright, but the celestial spirit mage knew deep down that it would accomplish little. There was something far more important that she needed to do. She walked over to Wendy then, placing both of her hands on the Dragon Slayer's shoulders before she spoke up. Wendy. Lucy said, her heart racing hard even as she tried to hide it, it's going to be okay. But Bambietta made a promise to me, Lucy said, her body shaking the slightest amount, unnoticeable to the Sky Dragon Slayer. She said she'd come back to me, to us, and she'd never break that promise. Never. Wendy tried to remain calm as Lucy stared, looking back up at the tower before speaking up once more. Bambi, you can do it, I know you can. Ever since I first met you, you've constantly managed to overcome unbeatable odds. Eisenwald, Clover, Phantom Lord. Far as I'm concerned, this is no different. So please, come back to me, safe and sound. Once the light had finally faded gone, everyone believed there would be nothing remaining of the Tower of Heaven. However, much to their surprise, what they ended up beholding with their own eyes was a crystalline spire with crystal-like structures jetting out around the edges. At the center of it were Urza, Jalal, and Seagrain with no damage having been done to any of them. The former of the trio was surprised as she looked around. We're still alive! Urza exclaimed. From inside the water barrier, everyone could not help but be stunned at what they were seeing. Even Ulquiorra felt compelled to ask aloud, inside of the tower was some sort of crystal. Not just any crystal. That's a lacrima. Gray said, surprised as everyone else. It's a crystal that can absorb magic into itself for later use. I see. That would explain how the tower avoided collapsing after being hit by Mycero Oscurus. Ulquiorra answered. Wait a minute, that means that the tower absorbed all that energy. That means they're all still alive. Candace exclaimed. Lucy smiled lightly then, as her body filled with hope, the mage letting out a deep breath she had held after her words of courage to Wendy. I just knew you'd make it. Within what was left of the Tower of Heaven, Bambietta and Lil Tato groaned in discomfort as they lay against the walls of the giant lacrima structure. Bambietta hissed in pain before she managed to start looking around. We're still alive? How the fuck did that happen? This crystalline structure. It's a lacrima. Lil Tato said as she finally got a good glance at her surroundings. That must mean that the tower was built to specifically absorb this kind of power. Why the hell would that asshole try something so reckless? Bambietta yelled. Not sure, Lil Tato groaned as she got up and dusted herself off. But now's not the time or place for theory. If we survived, it's more than likely that Urza did too. Bambietta stood up, before giving Lil Tato a small grin. Then there's no time to waste. Let's go. At the center of it all, Jelal and Seagrain had iniquitous grins before laughing maniacally, their own words of evil excitement heard by Urza, who watched in shock while still bound by their spell. It's here. At long last, the hour of glory has arrived. Jelal exclaimed. Yes. This is the true form of the Tower of Heaven. A giant lacrima crystal. Seagrain added. Thanks to the Magic Council, the Ethereans' magical energy provided the missing piece of the puzzle. Jelal continued. Which means the R system is now finally complete. Seagrain said as the brothers finally now finished with their evil gloating. At first, Urza wasn't sure what to say, until she narrowed her eyes and scowled. So, this was all part of your plan. Jelal nodded. Indeed. I hope you enjoyed the freedom I granted you all those years ago. Your release and everything after was all part of my plan to resurrect Zeref. Urza's anger was boiling over again as she glared at the twins. How can you live like this, knowing your life has been one big, combined lie? Ignoring her question entirely, Seagrain spoke up. Now that we have the precise amount of magic energy needed for the R system, there's one more thing we need before Zeref can be resurrected. This is where you take center stage for your moment in the spotlight, my dear. The magic energy held within this lacrima must be fused with the body of our sacrifice, Jelal said as his eyes narrowed. Once that happens, your flesh will break down and reconstruct itself to create Zeref's body. Another portion of the lacrima emerged behind Urza just as Jelal approached her. However, just as his hand reached out to push her back, he was sent toppling over from a blow to the back of his head before a powerful kick launched him back onto his feet. He took a moment to right himself before grimacing at the ones responsible through blurred vision. As the figures came into focus, he could see Bambietta casting a steely gaze towards him while Lil Tato stood protectively in front of Urza, a thunderous expression now adorning the petite Quincy's face. The brunette summoned her blade before she made a bold declaration. All right, asshole. This ends right here, right now. Check the description for the links to the author.